will be Mumbai ka king hai kaun? Top focus at 6 p.m. prime.
Up tak 42 for the Shiv Sena led by Eknath Shinde, but the number is only increasing, and we have a big breaking news now coming in that the Shinde Sena numbers continue beyond 42 because now 2 more MLAs have landed in Guwahati. 2 more members of Legislative Assembly will be now sitting with the group that you see here led by Eknath Shinde. So who are the 2 MLAs? Dada Bhuse and Sanjay Rathore have reached Guwahati from Mumbai. Sena MLC Ravindra Pathak accompanying these 2 MLAs. But here where there is the biggest twist and turn that you are getting updated with at 6 p.m. prime. One of these men who have reached Guwahati from Mumbai were actually a messenger from Uddhav Thackeray. They were initially deployed to placate the rebel MLAs. Today, they have joined the Shinde Sena, landed in Guwahati. Is this endgame, Uddhav, that we are looking at? Let's go across directly to Mumbai. My colleague Mausami Singh tracking all the latest on that. You are outside Mausami, Uddhav Thackeray's ancestral home residence, Matoshree, where he has moved now with his family. And 2 more MLAs go and join Guwahati camp. But what exactly is happening? Because now it appears Uddhav Thackeray and free fall of all his netas one by one.
Absolutely, Pooja. You know, time has really run out for the MVA government here with the entire flock of Shiv Sena literally now housed in Guwahati, except about 12 MLAs that are with the Sena. So this is really a troublesome time for Uddhav Thackeray as it was a litmus test of his prowess as a politician. And here you can see that despite the fact that a 24-hour ultimatum was issued today to the MLAs, the Eknath Shinde camp is absolutely bolstered by the fact that MLAs after MLAs are joining. Let me show you the pictures of where we are, Pooja. We've just shifted from Matoshree to Sahyadri guest house, and this is where the Congress leaders are meeting. The Congress leaders are holding a meeting right here. They are the third party in this entire alliance, and remember that Shiv Sena MLAs have actually blamed the alliance for their for the step that they were forced to take. They are not happy with the alliance with the Congress and the NCP. So here, Balasaheb, Nana Patole and all the bigwigs in Mumbai are meeting here to consider.
So Mausami Singh tracking there, the Congress huddle that is on, and that's not it. Stay on with me, Mausami, because remember, Congress and NCP can really just watch and decide what to do next for them. For now, the NCP and the Supremo there, Sharad Pawar, also have held an emergency meeting that in Mumbai, and this has been chaired by Sharad Pawar. What sources in NCP are telling India Today now that the NCP is discussing 3 categorical issues here. Keep a watch over the situation closely, take an appropriate call later, or there could be another scenario, fight along with the Shiv Sena and as it stands, Sena, that of Uddhav Thackeray, and get back the dissident MLAs. But the bigger question, remember, can they only sit to wait and watch? Can they only stand by Uddhav Thackeray right now, who's losing out all the numbers, or pull out of the Mahavikas Aghadi government alliance? And that specifically after Sanjay Raut's statement and looking at the political situation in the state. Could the NCP dump the Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena right away before the Shiv Sena decides to take a call? Because all of this presently is being discussed within the meeting. 3 scenarios, whether to just keep a watch right now. Remember, Sharad Pawar has spoken to Uddhav Thackeray yesterday. Do they stand by Uddhav Thackeray right now and try to get dissident MLAs? Does not look like so, because if Uddhav Thackeray, Aditya Thackeray, Sanjay Raut, all the top leaders of Shiv Sena have failed, can the NCP bring back the rebel MLAs? And then, whether should they even continue in the alliance as of now? Because given the situation, Shinde one by one is boasting about maximum MLAs on his side. Mausami Singh on one side tracking all the latest from Congress, NCP, while Pawar, who's right now in Guwahati, tracking the rebel MLAs, the Bharatiya Janata Party's plan of action, and what does it look like for Uddhav Thackeray. Let's go across first to you, Mausami, and then I'll quickly go to Pawar as well. So at this point, both the Congress and the NCP are also closely mulling because the numbers are being boasted by none other than Eknath Shinde, who till a few days ago was an important person, but today could be the next big Sena Neta.
Absolutely, Pooja. You know, with the fact that the Eknath Shinde camp has been targeting the NCP and the Congress, the meeting, there is a buzz behind me, the meeting perhaps about to get over, but let's wait and watch. In the meanwhile, you know, the NCP and the Congress have been treading very cautiously all the time, reiterating that they are, there you can see that Ashok Chavan is right there.
Okay.
So they are reiterating that they are very much with the Shiv Sena. It is Shiv Sena's internal matter. They are backing Uddhav Thackeray, and you know, the diktat has come right from Delhi with Mallikarjun Kharge saying that that the Congress will be with the alliance. They are with whatever step Uddhav Thackeray takes, and it is the BJP that's trying to destabilize the government. Let's try and get in a reaction from Ashok Chavan as he comes out of this Sahyadri guest house, even as Balasaheb, Prithviraj Chavan and all the other Congress leaders, including Nana Patole, Nitin Raut, are inside. We'll try and get a sense from the former Chief Minister of what's actually transpiring.
Stay on with me, Mausami, because from the NCP, I'm now joined by Majid Memon is joining me on this live telecast. Sir, how is the NCP, do you think, should be looking at this? Should they really wait and watch? Is there no other option? Because can they really get back the rebel MLAs while Uddhav Thackeray has moved back to Matoshree, Mr. Memon?
You see, NCP leader Sharad Pawar is a fairly mature, experienced veteran who has head-on faced such situations in the last 30-40 years. So this is nothing new for him. He is, I think, the best person among all the political leaders belonging to various constituents of the MVA. So I think he is taking a very cautious stand and is trying to see if the fire could be extinguished to the best of our ability. We are, not interfering into internal affairs of Shiv Sena. But as far as MVA is concerned, the only thing which I personally feel, which I have tweeted, that if Shinde and company feel that there is a departure in behavior of Uddhav Thackeray as far as Hindutva is concerned, then why were they quiet for 2.5 years, almost more than 2 years? And ironically, they are making this kind of an allegation without any substance, without any base, more particularly when Aditya just visited Ayodhya. So, it's very strange. How do they explain? It means that there is something undercurrent operating, and for which probably BJP people are backing it up, it seems.
Are you saying, Mr. Memon, could this be a fixed match between the BJP and the Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray included?
No. See, Uddhav Thackeray has been betrayed by Shinde and his followers, and it has come as a surprise to him. And therefore, we had Sharad Pawar had already said that we stand with our Chief Minister. But then it is for the Chief Minister who also happens to be the chief of his party, to keep his herd together. It is for them. We can't interfere into that.
Mr. Majid Memon, what do you think the NCP would be doing at this point? Could the NCP decide to pull out of the alliance, or they will want any such decision, if at all comes, of Uddhav Thackeray resigning, or the coalition perhaps falling out, as it appears from these numbers, waiting for either Sanjay Raut, Uddhav Thackeray, or an official confirmation to come? Could the NCP be the first to pull the plug?
What NCP would do would depend upon what the Honorable NCP Chief, Shri Sharad Pawar, will decide. There can't be any two opinion, there can't be any difference of opinion, there can't be any departure from what the NCP Chief would say. It's a disciplined lot. Whatever Sharad Pawar will decide would be followed by NCP, and I am sure that even Congress would follow they know the weight of Sharad Pawar's opinion in such crises.
So why have you said, as you've put on social media as well, that for 2 years, these rebel MLAs who are on our screens right now, more than 40, the number is only increasing, did have no problems officially about either the Hindutva ideology or Uddhav Thackeray, meet Aditya Thackeray in Ayodhya, and suddenly these allegations are coming up?
The excuse that is put up by Shinde does not seem to be reasonably and logically acceptable.
Okay.
Because for 2.5 years, everything was fine. Suddenly, this is certainly an indication of some undercurrent operating. Somebody else from outside is pushing him. And we did not name them. It is very obvious.
Do you buy this allegation, sir, which all these rebel MLAs have said, even the resolution letter states that they were always not in favor of the alliance with the NCP and the Congress?
No, see, as far as the functioning of MVA is concerned, for the past 2 years, it was absolutely smooth. There were no inter-se quibblings. There were no grievances among the 3 constituents of MVA. And suddenly, within the party, there is a revolt because they don't like certain people from Thackeray group, and then there is another group. So that is their internal matter.
Very interesting what you are telling us. Mr. Majid Memon is a former parliamentarian. He's also a top NCP neta, and he's saying that, you know, we'll wait and watch because that's precisely what NCP can do. But he's also saying how are these allegations suddenly cropping up from the rebel camp, and is hinting, of course, at the BJP hand here. Let's go across to our reporters on the ground. Our senior executive editor, Sahil Joshi, joins me from Mumbai. Vidya also live outside Uddhav Thackeray's residence, Matoshree. Paulomi Saha is outside the Radisson Blue Hotel in Guwahati, and we'll be soon joined by Mausami Singh as well. Sahil, over to you first. You know, NCP in a huddle, the Congress party is in a huddle, but that's what they can do with the numbers increasing for Shinde ki Sena.
Well, what it seems now is that many NCP ministers and senior leaders are basically saying, that somebody is taking them for a ride. Sanjay Raut making a statement to the rebel Shiv Sena MLAs saying that come back, we'll leave MVA, but you come back and talk to us, face to face. NCP saying that is what we were planning to do in 2019. We didn't do it. We went ahead with Sena and the Congress to form the MVA, and now we are at the place where we will be sitting in the opposition, and Shiv Sena flock will come together tomorrow and form the government with the BJP. That will be taking them for a ride. Rather than that, let's just get out of the MVA, let Sena handle its issue and do something of our own. And that is something which is being discussed in the NCP meeting right now. Some of the NCP leaders I have spoken to have made it very clear that the NCP MLAs are upset about this. They went ahead, they did not go with Ajit Pawar, saying that the kind of government the NCP and the BJP they were trying to make was not right. Rather than that, they came back to Sharad Pawar's fold. They made the government here, making Uddhav Thackeray the chief minister, and now the rift within Shiv Sena have created a problem, and now Shiv Sena leaders themselves are saying, okay, if you have a problem, come and talk to us, but we will leave MVA. This is not acceptable for a lot of NCP senior ministers as well as senior leaders as well, and they are trying to put this demand in front of Sharad Pawar that, we have to think about this option as well. Finally, for Sharad Pawar, it is going to be a very tough call because finally MVA is Sharad Pawar's baby. This alliance was given birth by Sharad Pawar's effort.
Yes.
And this is dying. It's something which, the party patriarch will not accept. But a lot of NCP leaders are making this demand that we should be out of MVA.
I request you to stay on with me, Sahil, because Sahil is basically telling us how the NCP is also looking at it. Remember, everyone's watching and is suddenly taken aback of what has happened within the coalition government. But Paulomi Saha is where all the action is. Paulomi, 2 more MLAs, and one of them appeared to be a messenger who was earlier deployed by Uddhav Thackeray to contain this rebellion, and he goes and joins the rebellion against him.
नितीन राऊत, सुनील केदार अशी एक बैठक विचार विमर्श सुरू आहे.
सर हिंदी में बता दीजिए. सर हिंदी में बता दीजिए कि क्या हो रहा है. हमारा
All right, so these are, remember, it's a developing story and non-stop reactions coming in. Paulomi, over to you. Yes, please, go ahead.
That's right. What we're learning right now is that two MLAs, Sanjay Rathod and Dada Bhuse, are in fact en route to Guwahati from Surat as well. Remember that everyone seems to be taking the Mumbai-Surat, Surat-Guwahati route. But what is very interesting is that they're joined, as far as the passenger list of the charter flight that we've had a look at, they're joined by Ravindra Phatak on that flight. Ravindra Phatak is not an MLA, he's an MLC, but the irony of it is that he in fact was one of the two emissaries sent by Uddhav Thackeray. He was one of the two who were sent by Uddhav Thackeray to Surat 2 days ago in order to try and convince the Eknath Shinde rebel camp to come back on board and end the rebellion. Ravindra Phatak and Milind Narwekar were the two who had in fact travelled to Surat, and now the emissary seems to have turned court and has basically joined the rebel gang. So that is the irony of it. The ironies, in fact, and the fast-paced political developments don't cease to amaze over here, Pooja, this being one of those moments.
You know, Paulomi has been deployed, remember, for the past 2 days at that hotel trying to get you update, because on one hand, these are the latest visuals. 42 से 43 हो रहा है, and there Uddhav Thackeray has returned to Matoshree and the coalition government has just no idea what to do. Our reporters, as you can see on our screen, Sahil Joshi, Vidya and Paulomi. Vidya, I'll come to you now quickly. While there is a lot of action at the Radisson Blu in Guwahati, very less action actually right now outside Matoshree where you are standing. But do you see any Shiv Senics? Do you see any reaction coming in from the Shiv Sena as it stands today?
Well, they have been meeting people. Uddhav Thackeray, Aditya Thackeray, both are inside. They are at their residence. They are meeting people who come here. In fact, just now, a 90-year-old, 80-year-old lady who has always been, a huge supporter of the Thackeray family and is always present in most of their protests, rallies as well. She just went in and she was welcomed by Aditya Thackeray their photo has been uploaded at a play on social media, and there it's actually written that, for power, most people can actually go away, but it is the love of these people that will always stay with Balasaheb Thackeray. And there's a photo of her touching the seat where Balasaheb Thackeray used to sit. So, these kind of emotions still being expressed right here at Matoshree, where it is expected that in some time, some more, Shiv Sena leaders, senior leaders will be approaching here after the many rounds of meetings that have been happening at Varsha and other places.
Vidya, Sahil and Paulomi, I request you to please stay on, because now as it appears the Maha collapse is imminent. Shinde Sena has put up a show of strength in Guwahati despite Sanjay Raut, Uddhav Thackeray and many other top netas of the Shiv Sena appear to be thinking that he has not many numbers. But earlier this morning, 3 more MLAs land in Guwahati. Shinde Sena now is up to 38, both of the Shiv Sena and the Independent. Appears to be enough to evade the anti-defection law. But meanwhile in Mumbai, only 13 Sena MLAs turned up for the Shiv Sena meeting. 13, including Uddhav Thackeray's son, Aditya Thackeray, who's also minister in the government. Sharad Pawar, in his meeting with the NCP netas, gave a signal about Aghadi government's possible fall. He told senior netas that they should be ready for a political struggle if they lose power. But all of this while Eknath Shinde gears up to take and stake the claim. Sources are telling India Today that Eknath Shinde could just be reaching out to the governor and declare that he has 2/3 majority. And remember, it is this massive show of strength for Eknath Shinde's faction that has put out via a photograph, a visual indicating that he has at least 42 MLAs with them, much beyond the mark that they would need to evade the anti-defection law. The numbers now stacked against Uddhav Thackeray. The clock is ticking.
रणनीतीच्या आधारावर त्या पद्धतीची एक भूमिका त्यांच्या पक्षात, कारण की ज्या पद्धतीने शिवसेनेमध्ये फूट पाडण्याचा भाजपने जो प्रयत्न केला ते कसं समवता येईल त्यांचा प्रयत्न त्या माध्यमातून चाललेला आहे. महाविकास आघाडीचं सरकार हे कंटिन्यू चालेल आणि 5 वर्ष पूर्ण करेल.
सर, महाविकास आघाडी तुम्ही म्हणताय पाठिंबा अजून कायम आहे का?
काँग्रेस मी महाविकास आघाडीचं सरकार हे 5 वर्ष कायम राहील असं मी जेव्हा म्हणतोय तर पाठिंब्याचा प्रश्न कशाचा आलेला आहे. काँग्रेस महाविकास आघाडीमध्ये आहे, राहणार आणि त्याच्यामध्ये कुठलंही दुमत नाही. मला एक मुद्दा असा आहे की गव्हर्नर महोदयांचंही याच्यावर लक्ष असेल. समजा महाराष्ट्रामध्ये अल्पमतात सरकार आलेली आहे, आता गव्हर्नर कोणाचं ऐकतं हे काय आम्हाला वेगळं सांगायची गरज नाही. अजूनही भाजप पुढे काय येत नाही, ज्यांनी हा
गव्हर्नर ऑल्सो मस्ट बी
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये
लुकिंग ॲट द सिच्युएशन व्हेरी क्लोजली. एव्हरीवन नोज whose orders he listens to.
त्यांच्याजवळ अजूनही बहुमताचा झालेला नाही. पण राज्यामध्ये ही अस्थिरता
why BJP is not coming forward. That means the BJP does not have the numbers yet.
त्यांनी हा मोठा भूकंप गुजरात
BJP is still trying.
गुवाहाटीमध्ये घेऊन गेलेत आणि या पद्धतीने
they are trying to create this political earthquake here and creating issues for the state.
सरकारच्या बाजूने आहेत.
I can clearly see that the numbers are still with Uddhav Thackeray government.
मैं एक बार मराठी बोल के मैं हिंदी बोलता हूँ. मैं भाजपा को आह्वान करता हूँ, अगर महाराष्ट्र में अल्पमत में सरकार आई है तो उन्हें नो कॉन्फिडेंस लाना चाहिए. बात करना चाहिए कि एक्चुअली ईडी का डर बताकर जिस तरह से महाराष्ट्र की सरकार को अस्थिर करने का जो काम बीजेपी सरकार केंद्र के माध्यम से कर रही है, तो उन्हें बताना चाहिए आगे कि नो कॉन्फिडेंस के लिए सरकार तैयार है, पर वो नहीं करेंगी क्योंकि इस महाभारत के मूल वही है और वो राज्य में अस्थिरता बनाकर राज्य की जनता का नुकसान करना चाहती है बीजेपी, और इसी तरह अस्थिरता बनी रहेंगी तो राज्य की जनता का नुकसान होगा. संजय राउत का बयान जो है वो उनके पार्टी के अंतर्गत मामले का है, वो महाविकास आघाड़ी के बारे में नहीं है और हम लोग पूरे सचेत है. आज हमारी जो मीटिंग हुई है उस मीटिंग में भी इस विषय की चर्चा हुई है. हम पूरे इस मामले पे नजर रखे हुए हैं और महाविकास आघाड़ी के साथ कांग्रेस खड़ी है. म्हणून मी तुम्हाला संख्येचा विषय तुम्ही जो उपस्थित करताय, मी त्या संख्येच्या बद्दल सांगितलेलं आहे की ज्या भाजपनी हा महाराष्ट्रामध्ये महाभारत घडवलेला आहे ती भाजप अजून चूप का आहे. अजूनही त्यांच्याजवळ संख्या नाही. ज्यांना सत्तेची लालसा जी भाजपला पडलेली आहे पहाटेची सरकार पडल्यानंतर, तिने हे केलेली गडबड आहे ईडीच्या माध्यमातून आणि त्याच्या माध्यमातून हा सगळा दहशतवाद या पद्धतीनं लोकशाहीचं खून करण्याचं काम बीजेपी केंद्राच्या सत्तेच्या आधारावर करते आहे.
That's Nana Patole, Maharashtra's Congress chief speaking, and of course the Congress and the NCP currently in a huddle. But what you see on the screen is the reality, no matter what Shiv Sena or Congress or NCP says. Eknath Shinde, more than 42 MLAs with him. Take a look at this report.
Presenting the Shinde Sena, all in one frame, massive rebel strength on display. India Today's agenda-setting news break has escalated and unfolded into a clear Shinde Sena versus Uddhav Sena war for the Maharashtra throne. Look closely at this image. All supporters of Eknath Shinde seen together for the first time, shouting slogans of Shiv Sena Zindabad and Balasaheb Thackeray ki jai. Not one, two or three, but over 35 Sena MLAs have rebelled against the boss Uddhav Thackeray, and he was apparently clueless. The veritable last nail in the coffin, the induction of 3 more Sena MLAs into the Shinde faction. This includes the Sena's most trusted Mangesh Kudalkar, Sada Sarvankar and Deepak Kesarkar. With this, the Shinde Sena swells to 37 MLAs. The exact number needed to split the party without facing disqualification under the anti-defection law. Shinde could next approach the Maharashtra governor to prove a 2/3 majority required to claim power. The rebel faction could then join hands with the BJP to form the government. This means that the governor could ask Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray to defend his numbers on the floor, which, by the looks of things right now, will definitely fail. But like a dramatic movie, there could be a twist in the tale. And nothing in Indian politics is over till it's really over. Uddhav's right hand, Sanjay Raut, still claims that 21 rebel MLAs are having a rethink and will ditch Eknath Shinde soon. And a final shot that the Sena is willing to walk out of the government if the rebels return to Mumbai.
त्यांच्या ताब्यातल्या 21 आमदारांचा संपर्क आमच्याशी झालेला आहे. कोणी किती फोटो आणि व्हिडिओ इथे पाठवावेत. पत्ते खेळताना, जेवताना, खाताना, पिताना. पण ज्या दिवशी ते मुंबईला येतील त्या दिवशी त्यांचे 21 आमदार हे शिवसेनेचे असतील.
The Mahak Game of Thrones in its final scene.
In a massive show of strength, the rebel MLAs of the Eknath Shinde camp came together for a photo op in Guwahati. While it was meant to showcase their numbers and their strength, it was also aimed at dealing a personal blow to Uddhav Thackeray as he watched his party crumble. With Ajay Kumar in Guwahati, Polami Saha for India Today.
So as Eknath Shinde's rebellion camp has risen to 42 MLAs at least and more appear to be on the way, NCP Chief Sharad Pawar reportedly has advised Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray to take a tough stand on the party rebellion. Sources are telling India Today that Pawar asked Maharashtra NCP netas to brace themselves for a crisis if they lose power in the state in an internal party meeting. Sharad Pawar says the NCP is with Uddhav Thackeray during this mega political crisis that the state is facing. NCP MLAs, MPs and leaders will be at the meeting that is currently on at the Chavan Centre. NCP leader and Minister Jayant Patil says Shiv Sena has been given Chief Minister's position and it is up to them to give that position to anyone if they so feel.
येणाऱ्या काळामध्ये पुढच्या काही दिवसात महाराष्ट्राच्या बाहेर गेलेले शिवसैनिक, महाराष्ट्राच्या बाहेर गेलेले शिवसेनेचे विधानसभेचे सदस्य आमदार हे परत येतील. त्यावेळी ते पुन्हा आपल्या स्वतःच्या पक्षात कार्यरत राहतील असा आम्हाला विश्वास आहे. आदरणीय शरद पवार साहेबांच्या घरी राष्ट्रवादीच्या प्रमुख नेत्यांची बैठक झाली. सध्याच्या परिस्थितीवर विचारविनिमय झाला. माननीय उद्धवजी ठाकरे साहेबांच्या नेतृत्वाखाली महाराष्ट्रातलं आमचं महाविकास आघाडीचं सरकार हे टिकावं आणि सर्वांनी एकमुखाने उद्धवजी ठाकरे साहेबांच्या बरोबर राहावं आणि त्यांना हे सरकार टिकवण्यासाठी प्रयत्न करावेत. त्यांनी प्रयत्न करावेत. आम्ही त्यांना आवश्यक ती मदत करावी.
Now, amid this crisis, Eknath Shinde, who's the rebel MLA and the minister and currently leading this group of rebel MLAs, shared a letter that was written to Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. This letter sheds light on the grievances and the angst of the legislators and reason why they have been upset and decided to switch the camp just because they were not happy with the party leadership. But why? What exactly happened? Here's more on what could have led to this rebellion, a historic one within the Shiv Sena.
The gloves are off between Uddhav Sena and Shinde Sena. As Uddhav Thackeray tried to put on an emotional front to woo back his MLAs, the rebels have hit back with a scathing point-by-point rebuttal on why they chose to side with Eknath Shinde. Uddhav resorted to a filmy exit from his CM bungalow on Wednesday night, packing his bags and moving out to send out a message that he was ready to resign and the CM throne meant nothing to him.
की उद्धव ठाकरे मुख्यमंत्री पदावरती नकोत, तर मी आत्ता मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा राजीनामा द्यायला तयार आहे आणि ह्याच्यावरती विश्वास नसेल तर आज आपली फेसबुक लाईव्ह झाल्यानंतर आज संध्याकाळपासून मी माझा मुक्काम वर्षावरून मातोश्रीला हलवत आहे.
The Shinde Sena in its 3-page letter has responded by mocking Uddhav, saying, with Uddhav out, now Varsha has become accessible to them. With Uddhav out, the doors of CM's bungalow have been opened up. The rebels also detailed how they were ignored and snubbed constantly at Mantralay and questioned, why were we constantly humiliated?
Sanjay Shirsat said that during this entire time, as Shiv Sena MLAs were being humiliated, while NCP and Congress were being appreciated and made time for by Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, it was Eknath Shinde who stood by them and in fact addressed their grievances and heard their concerns.
But there are two big sore spots: the Hindutva ideology and Aditya Thackeray. Yes, many rebels and even Shinde himself was angry at all the focus on Uddhav's son. Chief Minister Uddhav in his speech also spoke in great detail about Hindutva and reminded Shiv Senics about Aditya's visit to Ayodhya.
शिवसेना कदापि हिंदुत्वापासून आणि हिंदुत्व कदापि शिवसेनेपासून दूर होऊ शकत नाही, कारण शिवसेना प्रमुखांनी जो एक कानमंत्र दिलेला आहे की हिंदुत्व हा आमचा श्वास आहे. म्हणूनच गेल्या एक 8-15 दिवसापूर्वी आदित्य, एकनाथ शिंदे, त्यांच्याबरोबर आपले काही आमदार, खासदार, मंत्री हे अयोध्येला जाऊन आले.
And the Shinde Sena has claimed that they weren't allowed to go with Aditya to Ayodhya despite expressing their intent to do so. The 3-page letter that Shinde's camp has shot off to Uddhav is a scathing indictment of the Maharashtra Chief Minister. Bureau Report, India Today.
So this is the show of strength that you saw. Take a look at this. We've helped personify them for you. 42 precisely. In the center is Eknath Shinde sitting there, because he's of course the mastermind who's managed this historic coup. Remember, earlier it was said there were hardly 10 to 15 MLAs. That's what Sanjay Raut claimed. Take a look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and it goes beyond 41 and touching 42. We're also being told, as we bring for you, this precisely is the MLA strength. All of them happily sloganeering, chanting in support of Eknath Shinde, making it the Shinde Ki Sena. From 42, it appears to have become 43. Now, I'm part of this group here, but I'm not the 43rd MLA, because we are being told in Guwahati, 43rd MLA is landing. We have some big news coming in. Let's take a look at that. 42 MLAs and counting. In Guwahati, while there are huddles also taking place, Sanjay Raut reaches Matoshree. We are being told that Sanjay Raut, who's trying to become a troubleshooter at this point, while from 42 to 43 MLAs is the number with Eknath Shinde, Sanjay Raut reaches the ancestral residence of the Thackeray's. That's where, remember, just about last night, the Thackeray family had packed their bags and reached, but now, with the crisis unfolding, Sanjay Raut still becoming the troubleshooter, trying to resolve this mega crisis in the state of Maharashtra. What you're looking on your screen, one by one, are the 42 numbers. Vidya is outside Matoshree, while Paulomi is in Guwahati, outside the Radisson Blu Hotel. First to you, Vidya. Sanjay Raut has reached Matoshree specifically. Any reason that he's there, or just basically to help strategize and become, in many ways, the morale support that right now Uddhav Thackeray needs?
Well, he's not, Sanjay Raut is not just a morale support. He is the hand behind, as people say, with the entire formation of MVA. And that's the reason why this entire meetings that he has been holding with various MLAs, trying to get through to people in Guwahati, trying to see to it that they come back. Well, that's all being done by Raut and others. And that's the reason why right now everyone stand by. Policemen are here, just about every media personnel is waiting here for Sanjay Raut to come in. And in a while, he is expected any minute to update the Thackeray's about what's really going
But Vidya, isn't it correct? Even if he appears to be holding these meetings, Vidya, has it really worked? Because only the opposite is happening. So clearly it appears that Sanjay Raut's strategy is not working on the ground. One by one, the MLAs are reaching Guwahati.
these things, obviously, even Eknath Shinde, when he went to Guwahati, he knew this is not a short-term plan. This is a long haul that they have gone for. And that's exactly what even Sanjay Raut knows. He knows that this will take a while, this will stretch a while, so he has a little time. He's trying to do it fast. But remember, not all MLAs are in touch with him. It was first through Eknath Shinde. Eknath Shinde was being convinced. He did not agree. Then the route to other MLAs is being done. The emotional, the speech that was given, not happening. Then the threats were meted out, not happening. All those things are really trying to, they're all using the formula. Any formula could hit it for the Shiv Sena, and that's exactly what they're trying to do. Trying to see to it that at least a few of the rebels come out so that the 37 figure that Eknath Shinde is harping on, that is not met, and then the plan that Eknath Shinde has could probably get terminated right at the bud. But at this juncture, Sanjay Raut will be coming here in some time to address, to speak to the Thackeray's, tell them what's really happening. Though a lot of Shiv Senics, have been coming here, meeting Aditya Thackeray. Uddhav has not been very well, but Aditya Thackeray has been meeting all the Shiv Senics and has been gathering all the information that he can.
Vidya, what you're saying is also very interesting, At this point, it appears that are the Sena Netas, Sanjay Raut, Uddhav Thackeray, still hoping against hope, and maybe they will be able to get back more MLAs. If they could get back Nitin Deshmukh, what about other Netas as well? Very interesting. Vidya, I request you to stay on with me, because on one side, Shinde approaching everyone, on the other, Uddhav Thackeray calling as many MLAs as they can. I'm heading into a very short break, leaving you with these visuals of as it stands with 42 MLAs at least by the side of Eknath Shinde. Is that it? Is the clock ticking for Uddhav Thackeray? Or well, it's not yet over. That's what Uddhav Thackeray and Sanjay Raut says. Heading into a very short break. See you on the other side.
Maharashtra's Urban Development Minister, Eknath Shinde, is Shiv Sena and Thane's strongman. When he turned 58 this year, Thane boasted that he was the future CM. Eknath Shinde was a rickshaw driver. In 1997, Eknath was elected to the Thane Municipal Corporation. He became Sena's leader in 2001. He was a protege of late Shiv Sena leader Anand Dige. After the death of Dige, Eknath filled his shoes. Eknath has been elected consecutively for 4 terms in Maharashtra's Legislative Assembly. Shiv Sena was dependent on Shinde. It in fact increased when Bal Thackeray's nephew Raj Thackeray quit the party to start MNS in 2006. Back then, Congress was in power and they offered Eknath a ministry position. But he refused to leave Shiv Sena. So why is the Shiv Sena's treasured leader Shinde now turned against them? Ever since the news of Eknath's rebellion, he was removed as leader of the House in Maharashtra. But even when the news broke out, Eknath remained loyal. He tweeted, "We're Balasaheb's loyal Shiv Sainik. Balasaheb has taught us Hindutva. We will never go against the teaching of Balasaheb and Dige." But many believe that Shinde is upset about being sidelined by the party, especially since juniors like Aditya Thackeray have come ahead. Eknath is also upset about the interference of Shiv Sena leaders into his department. Apart from Uddhav Thackeray's weakening hold over the administration, it sparked the rebellion in Eknath. Many reports suggest that he went outside of Maharashtra to meet BJP leaders. But this rebellion could be very hard on the Shiv Sena. Unlike previous rebellions, Shinde holds the support of many Shiv Sena lawmakers. Since the news of his rebellion broke out, there haven't been any mass protests against him either. This clearly shows that Shiv Senics might be sympathetic to Eknath's sidelining. He was seen as a future CM candidate, and the rebellion comes in time as the party is preparing for the 2024 Assembly elections.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Can you imagine a world where you won't be allowed to dye your hair, don fake nails, or wear the clothes you like, all because you're a woman? Well, welcome to Turkmenistan. Restrictions on women's freedom. Women in Turkmenistan were ordered to take away their beauty items and pay penalties of around $140. It's roughly half of the ordinary Turkmen monthly income. And why? It's a bid to mitigate foreign trends harming Turkmen traditional values. Many women also lost their jobs and work opportunities because of alleged breast implants or lip injections. Women are also not permitted to sit in the front seat of a car beside the driver. Similar bans were placed in the past, but they were never this strongly enforced. The new restriction goes a step further, forbidding jeans and any other clothing that's too tight. Police take their pictures, make a report, and then find the women. Many have naturally condemned the ban, stating it robs women of their freedom. It violates their right to bodily independence and the autonomy to dress and groom themselves as they see fit. Turkmenistan was a part of the Soviet Union. The Soviets ran campaigns to abolish backwardness in Central Asia through the initiative of women's independence. But Turkmenistan sought to re-traditionalize the nation after breaking away from the Soviet Union. Women played a significant role in the establishment of a post-Soviet Turkmen identity. Experts have pointed out that Turkmenistan's concerns about women's fashion, appearance and demeanor are essentially about purity and, strangely, male honor. Article 29 of Turkmenistan's charter gives men and women equal civil privileges and advantages. Turkmenistan has also been part of global women initiatives. It was a part of the 4th World Conference on Women, Action for Equality, Development and Peace in Beijing in 1995. It also signed the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination against Women. The Turkmen Council implemented the 2021-2025 National Plan of Action for Gender Equality in December 2020. However, there's a stark difference between what's on paper and reality. Women and girls are subjected to domestic abuse, to gender-based violence, sexual assault, sex trafficking, virginity tests and forced marriages. They're also barred from buying cigarettes or acquiring a driver's license. Turk women lack bodily independence and self-determination. And with the new law, instead of addressing women's issues,
काही जण VCवर होते आणि काही जण समक्ष इथं उपस्थित होते. फक्त 2 आमदार येऊ शकले नाही. त्यांच्या मतदारसंघामध्ये सहकाराच्या निवडणुका आशुतोष काळे आणि दिलीप मोहिते तो एक सहकाराच्या दौऱ्यावर गेलेले आहेत बँकेच्या. बाकीचे सगळे आमदार उपस्थित होते, खासदार उपस्थित होते आणि पदाधिकारी पण सगळे उपस्थित होते. आता सध्या महाराष्ट्रामध्ये जो काही राजकीय परिस्थिती निर्माण झाली आहे, पॉलिटिकल डेव्हलपमेंट इन महाराष्ट्र, परिस्थितीच्या संदर्भामध्ये माझ्यानंतर प्रांताध्यक्ष पण अधिकारवाणीनं सांगतील. पण महाविकास आघाडीचं सरकारमधले प्रमुख उद्धव ठाकरे साहेबांना पूर्णपणे पाठिंबा देऊन राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस उद्धव ठाकरे हॅज फुल सपोर्ट ऑफ लीडर ऑफ महाविकास आघाडी या ठिकाणी टिकेल ह्याबद्दल प्रयत्न करत राहणारे, प्रयत्न करणारे, तशा पद्धतीनं आम्ही काम करतोय. तशा प्रकारे दुपारी पण मुख्यमंत्र्यांशी आणि आता आदित्य ठाकरेंचा पण दुसऱ्या कामाच्या करता फोन आलेला होता. त्यांना पण मी सांगितलं, माझी मीडियाला, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक आणि प्रिंट मीडियाला विनंती आहे की ह्याच्यापेक्षा दुसरं कुठलीही भूमिका राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाची त्या ठिकाणी नाही आहे.
Clarifying to the media that they are supporting Mahavikas Aghadi. There is no other stand which has been taken by the NCP. The NCP stand in support to Uddhav Thackeray.
नेते हे त्याच्या संदर्भामध्ये सांगतील. आपण ते टीव्हीच्या वेगवेगळ्या चॅनलच्या माध्यमातून दाखवताच आहात. काही आमदार परत आलेले आहेत, त्याच्यामध्ये नितीन देशमुख असतील, किशोर पाटील असतील, त्यांनी वेगळी भूमिका काय झाले ती मांडलेली, परंतु तिकडं आमदार आहेत ते पण आपल्याला चॅनलच्या माध्यमातून पाहायला मिळतात. काम मुख्यमंत्र्यांनी पण काल भाषणामध्ये महाराष्ट्राला उद्देशून त्यांनी भाषण केलं, त्यावेळेस त्यांनी पण आवाहन केलेलं आहे आणि आज पण त्यांच्या पक्षाच्या प्रमुखांनी आवाहन केलेलं आहे. आम्ही या परिस्थितीवर पूर्ण
CM Uddhav Thackeray yesterday and today party leaders of Shiv Sena have appealed to MLAs to return back to Mumbai.
आघाडी सरकार टिकवण्याच्या संदर्भातली आहे. तिथं आमचा सर्व आमदार आमच्या बरोबर आहेत, सर्व विधिमंडळाचे सदस्य बरोबर आहेत. एक आहे काही
MLAs from Mahavikas Aghadi are together
स्टेटमेंट करतायत की बाबा अजित पवारांनी त्या निधीचं असं केलं तसं केलं. मला महाराष्ट्रातल्या तमाम जनतेलाही सांगायचं आहे, मीडिया आपल्यालाही सांगायचं आहे, सरकार 2.5 वर्षापूर्वी अस्तित्वात आलं त्यावेळेस 36 पालकमंत्री हे वेगवेगळ्या जिल्ह्याचे आपण नेमतो. त्याच्यात 1/3 काँग्रेसचे नेमले, 1/3 शिवसेनेचे नेमले, 1/3 राष्ट्रवादी निधी देत असताना गेल्या 2.5 वर्षात कुठेही निधीला केली नाही. जो अर्थसंकल्पामध्ये मंजूर करण्यात आलेला होता तो आमदार निधी, डोंगरी विकास निधी आणि हा निधी आपल्या पालक DPCचा निधी हा सगळ्यात दिलाय. परंतु कशा पद्धतीनं त्यांनी तसं वक्तव्य केलं मला माहिती नाही, परंतु मी कधी तुझा भाव केला नाही. उलट मी सगळ्यांना विकास कामामध्ये मदत करण्याची भूमिका अनेकदा मी 8:30-9लाच ऑफिसला येऊन बसतो आणि जेवढे काही मिटिंगच्या माध्यमातून किंवा इतर बाबतीमध्ये चर्चा करून प्रश्न सोडवता येतील तो सोडवण्याचं काम मी करत असतो. वास्तविक जर आमची एकत्रपणे ज्यावेळेस अशोक चव्हाण साहेब, बाळासाहेब थोरात, जयंत पाटील, मी असे आणि शिवसेनेचे काही प्रमुख आम्ही एकत्रपणे चर्चा करत असतो त्यावेळेस सांगितलं असतं तर तिथल्या तिथं गैरसमज दूर झाले असते. अशा काळामध्ये प्रत्येकाने आमच्या तिघांची आघाडी आहे, तिघांनी पण ही कशी टिकेल आणि ही आत्ताची परिस्थिती कशी आपल्याला नीटपणे सर्वांना मिळून हाताळता येईल याचबद्दलचा प्रयत्न हा केला गेला.
NCP leaders are also trying to resolve this situation as soon as possible for the government to run smoothly.
राष्ट्रवादीचे होते त्यांना निधी देण्यात आला, अजित पवारांनी आम्हाला दिला.
हो का, सुरुवातीच्या काळामध्ये 170 आमदारांच्या पाठिंब्यावर हे सरकार अस्तित्वात आलं.
Initially MBA was found on support of 170 MLAs.
घेतला होता. पवार साहेबांनी सांगितलं होतं उद्धव ठाकरे साहेब या पक्षाचे या सरकारचे प्रमुख म्हणून राहतील आणि त्यांच्या नेतृत्वाखाली सगळ्यांनी काम करायचं. जो मतदारसंघ ज्या पक्षाच्या वतीनं जो आमदार निवडून आलेला आहे त्यांच्या मतदारसंघामध्ये त्यांना आपण डिस्टर्ब करायचं नाही आणि अशाच हा एका पक्षाचा आलाय आणि तिथली नगरपालिका मात्र दुसऱ्या पक्षाचे, नगराध्यक्ष दुसऱ्या पक्षाचा आहे. तिथं थोडंसं काही घडलं असेल परंतु कटाक्षाने
there could have been problems in the constituencies where civic bodies are held by opposition parties.
याचबद्दलचा प्रयत्न हा करण्यात आलेला आहे हे मी अतिशय स्पष्टपणे
clarifying specifically that these and other parties funds were given to other MLAs for development in their constituencies.
आम्ही त्या वक्तव्याकडे असं बघतो, त्यांचं वक्तव्य मी पण मीडियामध्ये पाहिलेलं आहे. त्यांच्या नेतृत्वाखाली त्या पक्षाच्या
आम्ही सरकारमध्ये गेलेलो
I
आहे.
have seen the reports in media about actually other people also.
आता त्यांनी ते वक्तव्य का केलं हे त्यांना स्वतःला माहिती. त्यांनी जरी तसं वक्तव्य केलेलं असलं
Blaming me for fund allocation, only they know.
नाही, आता आम्ही सगळ्यांनी समंजस भूमिका घेऊन हे व्यवस्थित कसं ह्याच्यातून आपण बाहेर पडू याचबद्दलचा प्रयत्न हा झाला पाहिजे असं माझं मत. संजय राउत जी ने क्या बताया?
उन्होंने एकनाथ शिंदे के बारे में कहा कि अगर जरूरत है तो एमपीए से अलग हो जाएंगे सरकार से.
नहीं, उनको वो उनका अधिकार है. पहले जो तय हुआ था कि 5 साल के लिए ये महाविकास आघाड़ी का गवर्नमेंट टिकना चाहिए, चलना चाहिए. उन्होंने तो बहुत दफ़ा कहा कि ये 5 साल नहीं 25 साल टिकने वाला है, ऐसा भी स्टेटमेंट उन्होंने किया है. अभी वो जो आपने सवाल पूछा वो स्टेटमेंट जरूर उनका हमने सुना है, वो उनका अधिकार है. उन्होंने किस कारण ये स्टेटमेंट किया है उसके बारे में मुझे खुद पता नहीं, लेकिन मैं उनके वरिष्ठ नेता उद्धव ठाकरे साहब जी को पूछूंगा कि ऐसा ऐसा स्टेटमेंट आया है, आप उसके आपके मन में दूसरा कुछ है क्या? मेरे ख्याल से वैसा कुछ नहीं होगा. कभी कभी थोड़ा बहुत लोगों को वापस बुलाने के लिए भी वो स्टेटमेंट कर सकते हैं, वो लेकिन वो उनका अधिकार है. वो सबसे ज़्यादा विधायक उनके थे और विधायकों को बहुत दफ़ा ज़्यादा से मेजॉरिटी विधायकों का कुछ कहना हो तो पार्टी उनका सुनती है. अगर उन्होंने वैसा डिसीजन लिया तो उसके बारे में हमें कोई कमेंट्स करने की जरूरत नहीं. हम आखिर घड़ी तक शिवसेना के साथ उद्धव ठाकरे साहब जी के साथ खड़े रहेंगे. आज मीटिंग में हमारी राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी के सब विधायकों को, सब मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट को और सब हमारे पार्टी के सेल के प्रमुख, उनको सबको पवार साहब ने बुलाया था. हमारे पार्टी के हमें स्टेट के लीडर भी जयंत पाटिल साहब थे, सभी हम मिनिस्टर, स्टेट मिनिस्टर सब थे. उसमें ये तय हुआ कि ये जो अभी की सिचुएशन तैयार हुई है उसमें उद्धव ठाकरे साहब जी को पवार साहब ने खुद और कांग्रेस पार्टी ने मिलके, सबने मिलके वहाँ उनको चीफ मिनिस्टर के नाते बिठाया है. तो ये गवर्नमेंट आगे चलना चाहिए. इसीलिए राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी के सभी विधायक ये सरकार आगे ठीक ठाक चलाने के लिए उनको सपोर्ट कर रही है. उसमें कहीं भी हम पीछे हटने वाले नहीं.
दादा, जो क्राइसिस चल रही है शिवसेना के भीतर, जिस तरीके से एकनाथ शिंदे जी की आपके सहयोगी मंत्रिमंडल में हैं और आप तमाम सारे लोगों के साथ वहाँ हैं, उनको किस तरीके से आप कहेंगे और सरकार को
नहीं, वो तो अधिकार. अगर एनसीपी में कुछ क्राइसिस हुए तो एनसीपी ने खुद देखना चाहिए, उनके लीडरों ने देखना चाहिए. उन्होंने सब मिलके एक परिवार के नाते एक दूसरे के साथ बात करके जो भी रास्ता आगे ठीक लगेगा वो करना चाहिए. इसमें क्या हुआ है वो पार्टी अंतर्गत उनका मामला है, तो उसके बारे में पार्टी के जो भी चीफ है, जो भी बाकी लीडर है, वही डिसीजन लेंगे. हम उद्धव ठाकरे साहब के पीछे अभी है.
बगावत के पीछे बीजेपी है सर, क्या आप मानते हैं कि इस बगावत के पीछे बीजेपी का रोल है?
अभी तक तो वैसा दिखाई नहीं दिया.
तो लेकिन पवार साहब, एक आरोप बहुत बड़ा लग रहा है जो एकनाथ शिंदे ग्रुप की तरफ से कि एनसीपी और कांग्रेस बड़ी होती जा रही है, यानी एनसीपी बहुत बड़ी हो रही है, शिवसेना कमजोर हो रही है.
वैसा उन्होंने उनके पार्टी के प्रमुख जी को बताना चाहिए था, सीएम जी को. या हमारी जो कभी कभी मीटिंग रहती थी कांग्रेस, राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस और शिवसेना के दो लोग हम बैठते थे, तब उन्होंने ये सवाल उठाना था कि ऐसा ऐसा है. कभी कभी एक पार्टी चलाने के वक्त भी कभी कभी पार्टी में एक दूसरे को कुछ ना कुछ मतभेद हो जाते हैं. ये तो 3 पार्टियां थी, तो कुछ गड़बड़ हुई तो अगर बताए तो उसमें से रास्ता निकाल सकता था।
फंड्स को लेकर बात हो रही है तो कहा जा रहा है कि एनसीपी के जो वित्त मंत्री थे फंड्स नहीं दे रहे थे, उधर के शिवसेना के लोग भी कह रहे हैं, कांग्रेस के मुखिया नाना पटोले भी कह रहे हैं कि फंड्स का डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन
आपको मीडिया सबको मालूम है, जो भी बजट हम पेश करते हैं हर साल, मैंने तीसरा मेरा बजट था, वो पूरा बजट कैबिनेट के सामने जाता है, कैबिनेट सब वो देखती है और उसके बाद कैबिनेट उसको बोलती है कि ये मंजूर है और फिर असेंबली में जाता है और काउंसिल में भी और असेंबली भी दोनों भी जग जाता है और वहाँ मेजॉरिटी से वो मंजूर हो जाता है और फिर हर एक डिपार्टमेंट का जो फंड है वो मेरे हाथ में नहीं रहता। ट्राइबल का फंड ट्राइबल के मिनिस्टर के पास चला जाता है हर महीने, उसका साल का पूरा उनका बजट समझो 15,000 करोड़ है तो 15,000 करोड़ के हिसाब से हर महीने 1,000-1,200 करोड़ 1,000-1,200 करोड़ ऐसे उनके पास पैसा चला जाता है और वो उनके जो भी काम है वो काम उसमें से कर देते हैं। इसीलिए वो मैं रुकवा नहीं सकता, ये सामाजिक न्याय का फंड हो या अलग इरिगेशन डिपार्टमेंट हो, पीडब्ल्यूडी डिपार्टमेंट हो, यूडी डिपार्टमेंट हो, हर एक डिपार्टमेंट का फंड्स उनके हाथ में चला जाता है। फिर वो कैसा देने का वो अधिकार तो मिनिस्टर का है। और डीपीसी का वो जो फंड है वो गार्डियन मिनिस्टर के पास चला जाता है। गार्डियन मिनिस्टर वहाँ के कलेक्टर और बाकी के मेंबर ऐसे सब बैठकर उसके बारे में डिस्कस।
एक बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा जो है हिंदुत्व के मुद्दे को लेकर, क्योंकि एकनाथ शिंदे कह रहे हैं कि हिंदुत्व के मुद्दे पे एनसीपी कांग्रेस साथ नहीं आ सकती। क्या हिंदुत्व को सपोर्ट करते हैं आप लोग?
नहीं, हमने जो भी ये गवर्नमेंट हमारा तैयार हुआ उसमें जो क्या है, कांग्रेस और एनसीपी ये सेक्युलर का विचार करने वाली पार्टियां हैं और शिवसेना का आपको पता है। लेकिन हमने ये तय किया कि जो इशू पूरे अपने स्टेट के डेवलपमेंट के हिसाब से ठीक है उसमें ज़्यादा ध्यान देके वही इशू आगे चलाने के, और ऐसा 2.5 साल हमने काम किया और जो भी उनको कुछ लगता था वो उनके पार्टी के प्लेटफॉर्म के ऊपर उनका स्टेटमेंट निकलता था।
दादा हे सगळं जे काही घडलंय
तुरंत तो क्रिएट नहीं हुआ होगा, तो क्या पार्टी चीज को कहीं न कहीं संज्ञान में नहीं थे या उनको पता नहीं थी चीजें की इतना गैप होते जा रहा है? उनका कहना है मुख्यमंत्री नहीं मिल रहे थे, उनके मुख्यमंत्री के दरवाजे बंद हुए, मुख्यमंत्री कार्यालय में नहीं आ रहे।
ये देखो 2.5 साल हो गया, उसमें से 2 साल तो करीबन कोरोना ही था, लेकिन तो भी गवर्नमेंट चालू था। बीच में पूरे कंट्री में सबसे अच्छे चीफ मिनिस्टर कौन है, तो उसमें पहले 5 में उद्धव जी का नाम हमेशा आता था, सबने देखा है, यानी वो तो पॉप्युलर थे ही थे।
ज्या पद्धतीने हे बंड केलं, म्हणजे आपण बघितलं विधान परिषदेची निवडणूक संपली त्या रात्रीच ते निघून गेले, ह्या सगळ्याच्या पाठी आपल्याला वाटतं का की कुठेतरी भाजपचा हात आहे किंवा काय असं
नेते जाऊन त्यांना भेटतायत, विशेषतः ज्या हॉटेलमध्ये आहेत भाजप शासित राज्य आहे नेत्यांना पण त्यांनीच विमानाचं अरेंजमेंट केलं, ते सगळा प्रवासाचं अरेंजमेंट केलं असं समोर येतं।
आताच्या घडीला कुठलाही भाजपचा मोठा नेता किंवा मोठा चेहरा तिथं येऊन काही करतोय अजून आत्ता तरी दिसत नाही, ही वस्तुस्थिती आहे। मोठा नेता
बंडला तुम्ही कशा पद्धतीने, कारण विधान परिषद निवडणुकीनंतर गेले 2.5 वर्षानंतर आणि एवढे आमदार एका मागून एक जातात आणि हे कळलं नाही, कारण गृहराज्यमंत्री पण त्यामध्ये होते।
ह्याच्या संदर्भामध्ये आता गव्हर्नमेंट ज्यावेळेस तुम्ही सरकार चालवता त्यावेळेस ह्या सगळ्या गोष्टीचा विचार झाला गेला पाहिजे। आता त्याच्या संदर्भामध्ये काय आम्ही तर मधून मीटिंग घेतात, त्यांच्या पण मीटिंग होतात, आता तो त्यांचा पार्टी अंतर्गतला प्रश्न आहे। स्वतः शिवसेना प्रमुखांनी आणि त्यांच्या बाकीच्या सहकाऱ्यांनी याबद्दलचा विचार केला असेल आम्ही त्याच्याबद्दल काही स्टेटमेंट, कारण ते आमचे सहकारी आहेत, आमचे मित्र आहेत, मित्रपक्ष आहे, त्याच्यामुळे आम्हाला त्याच्या संदर्भात बोलायचं नाही. आम्हाला एवढंच वाटतं की ती पार्टी हे सगळेजण उद्धव ठाकरे साहेबांच्या नेतृत्वाखाली विजयी झालेले आहेत. भांड्याला भांडं आपण मराठीत म्हणतो लागतं आणि त्याच्यातनं आवाज येतो, परंतु त्याच्यात इतकं टोकापर्यंत सहसा कोणी जाण्याचा प्रयत्न करू नये. आता तिकडं गेलेले लोक किती खरंच स्वखुशीने गेलेत आणि किती बळजबरीने गेले, हाही एक संशोधनाचा किंवा विचार करण्याचा भाग आहे. कारण जे दोघं आले ते म्हणतात की अजून काही लोकांना तिथनं यायचं आहे आणि त्यांच्या मतदारसंघामधले आजही तसं बघितलं तर शिवसैनिक सगळीकडचे शांत आहेत. काल मात्र स्वतः मुख्यमंत्री महोदय वर्षावरून मातोश्रीला जात असताना संपूर्ण वर्षापासून मातोश्रीपर्यंत शिवसैनिकांनी त्यांना सपोर्ट केलेला आपण सगळ्यांनी मीडियामध्ये पाहिलेला आहे. आणि आजपर्यंत मी आपल्याला सांगतो, शिवसेनेमध्ये ज्या वेळेस अशा प्रकारचं बंड झालं त्यावेळेस नेते एका बाजूला गेले, शिवसैनिक त्यांच्या मागं गेले नाही. हे मी राजकारणात आल्यानंतर मोठं शिवसेनेतलं तिसरं बंड. म्हणजे नाही मी बघितलेलं एक भुजबळ साहेबांनी केलेलं बंड, त्याच्यानंतर दुसरं राणेसाहेबांनी केलेलं बंड, तिसरं काही ते घरातला मामला होता ग बाई, त्याच्यामध्ये तिसरं आपल्या काळामध्ये आत्ता घडलेलं एकनाथराव शिंदेंचं बंड. हे सगळं जर बघितलं तर त्याच्यातनं बंड करणारी प्रमुख व्यक्ती एक वेळ टिकते, परंतु बाकीचे सहकारी नंतर निवडून पण येऊ शकत नाही. एवढे शिवसैनिक अतिशय कष्ट घेतात आणि पराभूत करण्याच्या करता जीवाचं रान करतात, असा अनुभव मागचा आहे.
एक सवाल ये है कि जिस तरह से शिवसेना के विधायक अभी तक जा रहे हैं, दादा भूसे भी ऐसा खबर है.
It's a game of Maha power play, with Shinde Sena's shadow looming large. Can Uddhav save his Sena?
शिवसेनेचे पक्षप्रमुख महाराष्ट्र राज्याचे मुख्यमंत्री
Is Uddhav now ready to make the supreme sacrifice?
उद्धव ठाकरे मुख्यमंत्री पदावरती नकोत, तर मी आत्ता मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा राजीनामा द्यायला तयार आहे.
Is Uddhav ready to give up power for the party?
ज्यादा से ज्यादा क्या होगी, महाराष्ट्र की सत्ता जाएगी, सत्ता वापस आ सकती.
Is Uddhav ready to sacrifice the Aghadi?
सरकारमधून महाविकास आघाडीतून शिवसेना बाहेर पडायला तयार आहे.
Will Uddhav quit his alliance with NCP and the Congress? Pawar asks his men to get ready to struggle. Congress huddles to strategize. Uddhav ready to give in to Shinde's one big demand and leave the Mahavikas Aghadi. Top focus on to the point. Will it be party over power for Uddhav Thackeray? Warm welcome viewers. Top focus there. You heard the NCP, which says that we are going to be with the Shiv Sena. But is the Shiv Sena now in two minds? Is it ready to give up power to save the party? Ready to ditch the Mahavikas Aghadi as Eknath Shinde, who has the numbers, demand? News break coming in right now on the inside scoop on the Maharashtra Congress meet. The Congress to adopt a wait-and-watch policy. Congress to stay with the Mahavikas Aghadi till Sena makes an official statement. The Congress not mulling to leave the Mahavikas Aghadi at this particular moment. This comes shortly after the NCP huddle where Pawar said it will not walk out of MVA till Uddhav resigns. Pawar has also said that the rebels will have to pay a price. Listen in to Prithviraj Chavan after the Congress's huddle.
आता सांगायची संधी मिळाली म्हणून आम्ही सत्तेत गेलो,
पण नाहीतर आमचा जनादेश हा विरोधी बाकावर बसण्याचाच होता. त्यामुळे आता काही तयारी करायची काही प्रश्न नाही. जर तशी परिस्थिती निर्माण झाली तर आम्ही विरोधात बसणारच आहोत.
शिवसेनेच्या आमदारांची एक अशी खतखत आहे की महाविकास आघाडीमध्ये शिवसेनेचं नुकसान झालंय, काँग्रेस आणि राष्ट्रवादीचा मोठा फायदा झाला.
आता तो शिवसेनेच्या आमदारांनी घ्यायचा निर्णय आहे, मी काय त्यावर बोलणार.
ऐसा चित्र बन रहा है कि 2 दिन तक कांग्रेस और एनसीपी कोई प्रयत्न नहीं कर रहे थे, लेकिन जैसे ही एमपी से बाहर जाने के बाद संजय राउत ने की है तो थोड़े से प्रोएक्टिव हो गए एनसीपी के लोग भी और कांग्रेस के लोग भी अब बात करना शुरू करें इस बारे में हम सरकार के साथ खड़े हैं.
बिल्कुल गलत बात है, बिल्कुल सरासर गलत बात है. ये हम रोज मिलकर मुख्यमंत्री को बता रहे हैं कि आप गंभीरता से जो भी निर्णय आप लेंगे हम आपके साथ हैं. ये बाहर पड़ने की बात क्या है? जब बाहर पड़ेगा तो सरकार खत्म हो जाएगी अपने आप. इसका मतलब वो अगर बीजेपी के साथ जाना चाहते हैं तो उनका निर्णय है, हम उनके हाथ थोड़ी पकड़ सकते हैं.
भाजपकडनंही हालचालींना वेग आलेला आहे. देवेंद्र फडणवीस दिल्लीला गेलेले आहेत. आतापर्यंत शांतता जी बघायला मिळत होती, आता काही पावलं टाकली जात आहेत असं वाटतं का? आणि त्या बाबतीत काय?
आता हे सगळं जे ऑपरेशन सुरू झालेलं आहे ते देवेंद्रजी दिल्लीला घेऊन तिथनं आदेश घेऊन आलेत आणि सुरू झालेलं आहे. हे सगळे सूत्रधार हे कोण आहे? ते दिल्लीतून सगळे ऑपरेशन चाललेलं आहे. आणि हे BMCच्या निवडणुकीच्या पूर्वी होणाऱ्याचा आम्हाला अंदाज होता, तशाप्रमाणे ते घडतं आहे. त्यामध्ये काही फार आश्चर्य वाटायचं काही कारण नाही. BMCची निवडणूक भाजपकरता फार महत्त्वाची आहे, महाराष्ट्राच्या राजकारणाकरता फार महत्त्वाची आहे. आणि त्या पार्श्वभूमीवर आज BJPची धडपड चाललेली आहे. सगळ्या एजन्सीचा वापर केला जातोय, धमक्या दिल्या जात आहेत, काही काही आमदारांना मारल्याची चित्र आपण पाहिलेली आहेत. आणि त्यामुळे मला वाटत नाही की सर्वच्या सर्व गुवाहाटीमधले आमदार स्वेच्छेने तिथे गेलेले आहेत. त्यातले बरेचसे त्यांच्या इच्छेविरुद्ध तिथं आलेले आहेत. म्हणूनच मला वाटतं एका नेत्यांनी शिवसेनेचं सांगितलं की तुम्ही परत या आणि मग आमच्याशी थेट बोला. तसं कोणी यायला तयार नाही आहे. यामध्ये बरंच काही आहे. तो देखिए उनके प्रस्ताव तो उनकी तरफ से आने दीजिए ना, हम क्यों अटकले लगा रहे हैं?
BMC चुनाव से इस अस्थिरता का संबंध आप किस तरीके से देखते हैं?
बिल्कुल BMC चुनाव से ही इसका ये संबंध है. BMC चुनाव के पहले भाजपा BMC में सत्ता हटाना चाहती है, शिवसेना को दूर करना चाहती है और इसीलिए ये सारा षड्यंत्र ED वगैरह को सब एजेंसी को हाथ में लेकर बहुत पैसे का इस्तेमाल करके सब ऑपरेशन हुआ है, साफ दिख रहा है. थैंक यू.
All right, viewers, you just heard Prithviraj Chavan. It's interesting because even Prithviraj Chavan says that if Uddhav Thackeray wants to go with the BJP, if the Shiv Sena wants to ally again with the BJP, they cannot stop the Shiv Sena. But the Congress is firmly behind Shiv Sena until Uddhav resigns. The Mahavikas Aghadi viewers, at least the allies where they are concerned, the NCP and the Congress publicly saying we are behind Uddhav Thackeray till he steps down. Or even then, that's what even Sharad Pawar had said, that you fight till the finish. But what we heard from Sanjay Raut earlier, viewers, that's interesting because Sanjay Raut had said this afternoon that we are even open to the demand of Eknath Shinde that we step out of the Mahavikas Aghadi. So what is it going to be? Is the Sena ready to possibly give up power for the party? Let's cut across to our my two colleagues, Vidya joining us as well as Moshmi getting us the Congress perspective, Vidya getting us the Shiv Sena perspective. You know, Moshmi, we just heard Prithviraj Chavan there. He's saying we cannot tie Uddhav Thackeray's hand if he wants to ally with the BJP again. But till he steps down, we are firmly behind Uddhav Thackeray. What's going on inside the Congress right now?
So in fact, Preeti, it seems like the NCP and the Congress, the allies of the Shiv Sena, many call it unnatural allies, but they are towing the same line. And the Congress, you know, the diktat actually came from Delhi when Mallikarjun Kharge in a presser clearly defined the contours of what the Congress leaders in Mumbai had to discuss and deliberate and therefore speak to the media. So clearly, yesterday a direction was given that nobody will actually go out and speak to media, but by the evening they really felt it important to clear the air since you know, the ball was falling in the NCP and Congress's court with the Shiv Sena rebel MPs pinning down the blame on the alliance. So here really Congress will be waiting and watching and the developments closely, even as it says that it is a part of the MVA till it really falls.
You know, stay with me, Moshmi. Let's cut across right now to Vidya, who's getting us the perspective of the Shiv Sena. Vidya, you know, what was interesting is I'm going to take three reactions. Let's start with what Sanjay Raut said yesterday morning, Satta jati hai to jaye, party sabse zyada important hai. In the evening, Uddhav Thackeray said, I never wanted to be CM. But what's most important is, Vidya, what Sanjay Raut said this afternoon, which he said we are even open to what Eknath Shinde wants, that we step out of the Maha Vikas Aghadi alliance. What's going on with the Sena? Is there actually contemplation to put the party over power, to actually cede into the demands of Eknath Shinde?
It's just starting to become and that's one of the reasons why, and the Shiv Sena had really happened in the first place.
And the Shiv Sena had really happened in the first place. Now, after this entire, the entire rebellion that has really happened, it is now, after all, more than 24 hours that we are actually seeing a lot of Shiv Sainiks, and it's not just the MLAs or Sanjay Raut, but also the party workers, the office bearers of Shiv Sena who are actually going in right now. There are a lot of Shaka Pramukhs, Prabharis, all these people are actually going in right now for a meeting that's going to be held anytime now after 7, and the meeting will basically determine a couple of things. One, obviously, what to do with what's happening in Guwahati. Apart from that, what they also have to do is look at what's going to be affected because of what's happening in Guwahati. Remember, there's BMC elections, and with Eknath Shinde doing what he's doing, Thane is almost out of the hands of Shiv Sena, is what they believe. And municipal elections across Maharashtra are going to happen anytime now, in a couple of months. So certainly that is of importance also to the party right now. While trying to get those people back into the party fold, they're also trying to ensure that the ranks of Shiv Sena stay together, so that if the MLAs do anything untoward, the ranks in Shiv Sena will try to see to it that whenever they come back, they are dealt with properly.
Vidya, stay with me. Let's just go full frame with these visuals that are coming in, and these visuals are of support coming in for Eknath Shinde. These are visuals, viewers, that are filtering in from Thane. Eknath Shinde is the undisputed political king, if one might say, where Thane is concerned. Let's, not just Thane. He's a mass leader, enjoys a huge base where Thane is concerned, and Thane is a huge suburban area of Mumbai. On the other hand, not just Thane, viewers, also Kalyan. Eknath Shinde's son is an MP from Kalyan. These two are very influential areas when it comes to especially BMC elections. So understandably, what Vidya was saying, holds credence. Right now, there is a huddle going on where Uddhav Thackeray's residence, Matoshree, is concerned. Let's see what comes out of that. But joining me right now, before we cut across to our panelists this evening, is Ramdas Athawale. He is in alliance with the BJP, where Maharashtra is concerned, leader of the Republican Party of India. Mr. अठावले, बहुत शुक्रिया सर, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया कि आप हमारे से जुड़े. मेरा पहला सवाल अठावले जी यही है, जो अब डेवलपमेंट्स आप देख रहे हैं, कैसे देखते हैं? लगता है एकनाथ शिंदे के पास तो पूरा नंबर है अभी, 37 जो एंटी डिफेक्शन लॉ को भी बक करता है, उसके ऊपर है, 42 का आंकड़ा बता रहे हैं.
अभी ऐसा है कि शिवसेना की हालत बहुत बड़ी खतरनाक हो गई है, और एकनाथ शिंदे जी ने बहुत बड़ा झटका शिवसेना को दे दिया है. मैं लगातार बोलता रहा था कि भाई बीजेपी शिवसेना ने आरपीआई एक साथ रहकर ही सरकार स्थापित करनी चाहिए, लेकिन 19 में इन्होंने हमारा तो सुना नहीं. ये मतलब बीजेपी को छोड़कर, बीजेपी को तो धोखा देकर ये लोग कांग्रेस और एनसीपी के साथ चले गए. अभी एकनाथ शिंदे ने इनका खोखा कर दिया है, और शिवसेना के 42 एमएलए तो अभी टूटे हैं, और भी 4-5 एमएलए टूटने की संभावना है. बहुत सारे एमएलए में काफी नाराजगी थी, और इसीलिए मुझे लगता है कि मैंने 2.5 साल के फॉर्मूले पर भी मैंने बोला था कि भाई अभी 2.5 साल पूरे हो रहे हैं, आप सत्ता में मतलब मुख्यमंत्री पद देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी को दे दीजिए, लेकिन ये सुनने के लिए तैयार नहीं थे. तो अभी तो मतलब उनकी हालत बहुत बड़ी बुरी हो गई है शिवसेना की, और एकनाथ शिंदे ने मतलब एक जो बंड नहीं है उसको महाबंड बोलना चाहिए, उन्होंने महाबंड किया है, और शिवसेना को सत्ता से बाहर करने का काम एकनाथ शिंदे ने किया है.
अठावले जी, देखिए, अगर उद्धव ठाकरे क्विट नहीं करते हैं, अगर वो पद नहीं छोड़ते हैं तो क्या? क्योंकि उन्होंने अभी जो अपना रेजिग्नेशन है वैसे तो राज्यपाल को दिया जाता है, उन्होंने तो अपना रेजिग्नेशन सीधा जाकर जो रेबेल एमएलएज हैं, जो बागी एमएलएज हैं, गुवाहाटी में बैठे हैं, उनको दे दिया है.
नहीं, अगर वो इस्तीफा नहीं देंगे तो अभी हाउस में जाकर हम मेजोरिटी दिखाएंगे और उनको मतलब माइनॉरिटी में आने के बाद इस्तीफा देना पड़ेगा। अभी ना भी दे, लेकिन जब हमारी मेजोरिटी की लिस्ट राज्यपाल जी के पास जाएगी और हमारे पास कम से कम 169 एमएलए की संख्या है हो रही है, जब पत्र राज्यपाल जी के पास जाएगा और उसके बाद जब हाउस में हम मेजोरिटी दिखाएंगे तो ऑटोमेटिकली उद्धव ठाकरे जी को रिजाइन देना पड़ेगा और मेजोरिटी दिखाने के बाद देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी को निमंत्रण देने का काम हो जाएगा।
अठावले साहब, एक चीज तो वाकई देखने की है, क्योंकि भाजपा बात नहीं कर रही है, कोई भी बात नहीं कर रहा है, कम से कम आप खुल के बोल रहे हैं कि आप मांगेंगे फ्लोर टेस्ट, आप भाजपा के साथ हैं। सर बस एक और सवाल, मुझे पता है आपको जाना है, बस एक और सवाल ले लीजिएगा। अब ये जो बागी एमएलए हैं जो गुवाहाटी में बैठे हैं, सर आएंगे कब? कोई आइडिया है, बातचीत हुई है आपकी? क्योंकि उनको मुंबई तो आना पड़ेगा ना फ्लोर टेस्ट देने, कब आएंगे? मतलब छुपे क्यों बैठे हैं?
हाँ तो मुंबई नहीं, मुंबई आएगी ना, छुपाने का क्या मतलब है? और भी एमएलए पर बढ़ाने हैं। शिवसेना के पास खाली 4-5 एमएलए रहेंगे, बाकी और भी 6-7 एमएलए इनके साथ आ सकते हैं और ये आएंगे, मुंबई तो आएंगे। वहां क्या रहने के लिए तो थोड़ा ही गए, अपने सभी एमएलए को संभालने के लिए उधर का गए हैं और उधर की आसाम की हवा खाकर, अभी गुजरात की हवा खाने के बाद वो मुंबई की हवा खाने के लिए आएंगे। बदली हुई हवा जो है, बदली हुई हवा देखने के लिए वो इधर आएंगे, वो 2-4 दिन के अंदर इधर आएंगे, आसाम देखकर आएंगे।
अठावले साहब बहुत शुक्रिया सर, आपने ये 3 सवालों के लिए वक्त निकाला, मुझे पता है आपको कहीं पे जाना है, बहुत शुक्रिया। Ramdas Athavale there speaking candidly. Very few have the kind of candor that Ramdas Athavale has. He says, we are just waiting and we are going to go now to the governor and ask for a floor test. I want to cut across to our panelists this evening, viewers, and the question that we are going to moot is, Uddhav Thackeray ready to give up on power for his party? Will he now cede into the demand of Eknath Shinde? Because the biggest demand right now is that he leave the Mahavikas Aghadi. And that indication, was it posturing, was it an indication, was given by Sanjay Raut this afternoon, where he said that they are even willing to give in to the demand of leaving the Mahavikas Aghadi, the parties first, but the rebel MLAs need to come back. Introducing our panelists this evening, Smita Prakash, editor ANI, PK Nambiar, political analyst, Praveen Kunte, leader NCP, Krishna Hegde, spokesperson Shiv Sena. I would begin, with the permission of our panelists, with Mr. Hegde. Sir, is the Shiv Sena actually contemplating leaving the Mahavikas Aghadi? I know it's a, it's a difficult question right now. How much was it posturing with what Mr. Sanjay Raut said this afternoon?
One of the demands of Eknath Shinde ji was that we leave the Mahavikas Aghadi. And as a counter to that, Sanjay Raut ji
I said, yes, we are okay to leave it, but the ultimate authority for all these things
for to be made is Uddhav Thackeray ji. He is the ultimate leader of the party, and whatever he decides, the entire cadre.
Sir, there's a problem with your audio video link. Will you fix, sir? Can we fix your audio video link? Because, we're having a bit of a problem with it. We'll come right back, just fixing your audio video link. I want to cut across meanwhile to Smita Prakash, editor ANI. Ms. Prakash, how do you read the tea leaves as they are coming together where Maharashtra is concerned? Sanjay Raut posturing, try to luring in the MLAs from Guwahati to Mumbai, or serious intent that we are ready to put the party first, power comes later?
Yeah, this seems to be desperation and I think a sense of dejection even in the Aghadi. But there's a difference in the manner of expression. As you said, Sanjay Raut seemed like excitable. He was making wild claims, asking them to come back and things. But at the same time, an emotional appeal. I mean, yesterday, Facebook Live that you saw of Uddhav Thackeray, that was also an emotional appeal. Shinde's camp not falling for that. In fact, going a step ahead, not just not falling for that, they were trying to bring in, and they have brought in one person who was sent in as an emissary. On the other hand, a more stoic and more reserved statement coming in from the NCP and the Congress. Congress, of course, has to say wait and watch, because they really can't do anything other than wait and watch. As far as the NCP is concerned, look at the difference. And the Congress, notice that the Congress went a little aggressive in saying that it's the BJP hand. Whereas the NCP, Ajit Pawar saying that it's strange, I found it very odd that the NCP turns around and says, not yet seen any BJP hand in it. This is what Ajit Pawar said. Ajit Pawar, remember, owes something to the BJP in the past. So probably that's why he's not willing to go all aggressive, because there were rumors that the NCP is even willing to, at any point of time, maybe think of again combining, or as part of the NCP talking that maybe we can pitch in and ask the BJP to support us. So all kinds of permutations and combinations being discussed in the corridors of power or corridors of journalism in Mumbai, I think, right now, Preeti.
Mr. Nambiar, how do you look at the situation developing right now? Because till now, it's, at least till this morning, it seemed that the Maha Vikas Aghadi, no matter how uneasy the alliance was, seemed to be coming together a lot better than one would have expected in this deepest forms of political crisis. But would you think, with what Mr. Sanjay Raut had said, that would possibly queer that pitch?
Well, Mr. Sanjay Raut is a water cannon. So I will say that during the Iraq war, if you remember the chemical Ali, so it's basically he comes up every day morning and make a news, and the news bite for the whole evening. But that's over. So the problem with the Shiv Sena is now it's very irreparable. Even if somehow, which is even not even a remote chance for all these rebel MLAs to come. Now, who is the rebel? That is the big question, because it seems that 42 MLAs out of the 55 is with one side. Now, the question is, who is the real genuine Shiv Sena? So Uddhav Thackeray today, even if they come back, cannot have a leadership. He cannot claim that old legacy of his father, or the kind of the influence the Thackeray family had always in Shiv Sena. That's all over forever. I would rather say the old Shiv Sena of Balasaheb Thackeray is dead. Now, this is a new Shiv Sena. Now, the reason behind this is 2-3 things. One is the fundamental mistakes what Uddhav Thackeray did when he formed the government with this unholy alliance. Most of the Shiv Sainiks on the ground, in fact, during the election time, I was traveling all across Maharashtra. One thing I'll tell you, the Shiv Sainiks has always found BJP as their natural alliance. They always fought against the Congress and as well as NCP. And on the one fine day, despite his father announced once upon a time that nobody from his family will ever sit on the seat of a chief minister. They will never be contesting elections to become a chief minister, or for that matter, any other position. But on the other hand, what Uddhav Thackeray did, the first mistake is cutting the alliance with the BJP. Second mistake, becoming the chief minister. Third mistake is creating his son as the Yuvraj, who's also become an MLA and even a minister in the cabinet. And so most of the real workers of Shiv Sena, that is like Eknath Shinde or so many of those people, they really felt that, yeah, what is there for them? They are not even given an audience. And another thing is that great Balasaheb has always been against Congress and the Congress culture. And I don't know, you remember that once he even said in an interview, Congress is a cancer. Then imagine what happened. And all those parties which has got into alliance with Congress, whether it is any party anywhere, whether it is JDS, Samajwadi Party, all those parties who has got into an alliance with Congress has almost decimated one after another on the later part. But this is what really is happening. I think Uddhav's political career, according to me, is over. He is the Thackeray family has always been considered.
Mr. Nambiar, many would say in politics it's a little, one should avoid writing political obituaries.
That is true. I agree
but
with you.
I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you. And on the flip side of it all, many would suggest that, the new form of politics for the Shiv Sena was to pull away from the BJP, because look at the sorry state of the JDU today. Even if they want to move away from the BJP, they can't, because they know that half of the JDU will gravitate towards the BJP. But, I'm going to come right back, sir. Good point made. I want to cut across, if we have Krishna Hegde finally. All right, we have Mr. Hegde back. I'm going to quickly cut across to him. Mr. Hegde, my questions are earlier. How much of this posturing do you really have intent? Does the Shiv Sena actually believe that if the MLAs come back, you're willing to entertain that one crucial demand on which hankers the entire revolt, which is leave the Maha Vikas Aghadi?
see our
Sir, I am so sorry. I think, sir, lucky खराब है आपका audio ही नहीं आ रहा है. I'm so sorry. We are having a problem with your audio. I want to quickly go into. That's true. I am really sorry, sir. We're going to again try and connect it. News break coming in. New video of Shinde Sena from Guwahati Hotel. Shinde Sena's big show of strength again. The national Shinde says that the party has told me my decision is historic. They have ensured any help that we may need. What is the party that Shinde is talking about? We're going to let's listen in. Let's listen in to Eknath Shinde.
सर्व आमदार एक मतानं आमचे सर्व अधिकार जो निर्णय यायचा आहे तो सर्व एक मतानं आम्ही आमचे गटनेते एकनाथजी भाऊ शिंदे यांना देत आहोत.
तुम्ही स्वीकारा नेतृत्व
एकच आहे जे काय सुख दुःख आहे हे आपल्या सगळ्यांचं एक आहे बरोबर. काही असेल तर आपण एकजुटीने किती काही येऊ द्या हे आपलाच आहे हे आपलाच आहे. आपण मला तर तुम्ही जे म्हणालात ते नॅशनल पार्टी आहे ते महाशक्ती आहे ज्यांनी अख्ख्या पाकिस्तान म्हणजे काय परिस्थिती होती माहित नाही. तर याच्यामध्ये त्यांनी मला सांगितलेलं आहे तुम्ही जो हा निर्णय घेतलेला आहे हा देशातला ऐतिहासिक निर्णय आहे. त्याच्या मागे आमची पुरी शक्ती आहे. कुठेही काही लागलं तर कधीही कमी पडणार नाही याची प्रचिती आपल्याला जेव्हा जेव्हा आवश्यकता भासेल तेव्हा तेव्हा सगळ्यांना येईल.
सर्व आमदार एक मतानं आमचे सर्व अधिकार जो निर्णय यायचा आहे.
Really interesting, viewers. I'm going to quickly. So this is a massive show of strength. You have Eknath Shinde, who has said, and I'll quote unquote, a national party has termed my decision historic. We leave it for the better judgment of our viewers to decide what he meant by a national party, and we'll take that question to our panelists. But let's listen in, dip into that audio once again.
सुख दुःख आहे हे आपल्या सगळ्यांचं एक आहे.
सर्व आमदार एक मतानं आमचे सर्व अधिकार जो निर्णय यायचा आहे तो सर्व एक मतानं आम्ही आमचे गटनेते एकनाथजी भाऊ शिंदे यांना देत आहोत.
तुम्ही स्वीकारा नेतृत्व
एकच आहे जे काय सुख दुःख आहे हे आपल्या सगळ्यांचं एक आहे बरोबर. काही असेल तर आपण एकजुटीने किती काही येऊ द्या हे आपलाच आहे हे आपलाच आहे. आपण मला तर तुम्ही जे म्हणालात ते नॅशनल पार्टी आहे ते महाशक्ती आहे ज्यांनी अख्ख्या पाकिस्तान म्हणजे काय परिस्थिती होती माहित नाही. तर याच्यामध्ये त्यांनी मला सांगितलेलं आहे तुम्ही जो हा निर्णय घेतलेला आहे हा देशातला ऐतिहासिक निर्णय आहे. त्याच्या मागे आमची पुरी शक्ती आहे. कुठेही काही लागलं तर कधीही कमी पडणार नाही याची प्रचिती आपल्याला जेव्हा जेव्हा आवश्यकता भासेल तेव्हा तेव्हा सगळ्यांना येईल.
सर्व आमदार एक मत.
Smita Prakash, a national party has lauded our decision. As the numbers are mounting in Guwahati, so is the confidence of Mr. Eknath Shinde. Till yesterday, he said he had nothing to do with a national party. But now he says that a national party has called him and lauded his decision. Interesting, how things are developing right now in Guwahati.
Yeah, true, Preeti. And also look at the body language, right? Look at the grouping out there. Now, Shinde, what he has to do, he's like a motivational speaker. He has to get keep the motivation high among these people who he has gathered out here. They have left their families. And remember, this is the Shiv Sena. They have left their families behind in Mumbai, in Maharashtra, and they have come here. They have got security, but their families back home, they have left there. So they are worried about that too. They can't stay away for so long. Now he has to keep the jazba alive in that. So there is this. And then you look at the body language that is happening back in Mumbai. There's this nirash, hatash look of people who are coming out of that group. Look at see the difference. And, of course, what Shinde said right now is this, that there is a big hand, there is a big party which is saying, well done. Of course, it's an open secret, right? You don't, at least till today, nobody was mentioning the BJP, but it is the elephant in the room. You have to address it. There was no way that Shinde, a sole person, could have got all this logistics going if it had not been for this big power which was supporting. Where was it going to be, right? How was a sole person supposed to get these 40 people? Look at the visuals that you are playing on the side. How was he supposed to get all these people to Surat, from Surat fly them to Guwahati? Had it not been for the fantastic logistical power of this superpower in Indian politics, had it not been their support. And also now, of course, everybody knows that Fadnavis is on his way or has already arrived in Delhi. Now it remains to be seen when he comes out in the open. So in dribbles, I think Shinde is making it clear that who the power is behind this, and giving, I think, some kind of assurance to people who are coming. He needs a couple of more numbers, right? So if he makes it clear who the persons are who are supporting him, then he will probably get more people. And once he gets another 3-4, I think the writing is on the wall, if not now already, that it's he who has the real Shiv Sena behind him. And Uddhav cutting a very sorry figure, going almost into single digits now, despite Pawar and the Congress backing him. Today, you're not even seeing the Kamal Naths. There's no Rahul Gandhi. There's no Priyanka Gandhi. Nobody from the Congress bigwigs. Earlier, he had said yesterday in Facebook Live that he never wanted to be chief minister. The reason he became chief minister is because Sharad Pawar and Sonia Gandhi said it. Now, Pawar is the only one who's there. From the Congress party, it is Kamal Nath who's there, but nobody else. Of course, none of the top picks, because Ghulam Nabi Azad has COVID. As far as the others are concerned, the top guns of the Congress party are more concerned about staging protests, about Rahul Gandhi being questioned at ED. So Congress busy in its own problems, not really able to give him the support that Uddhav needs right now in Mumbai.
Well, nothing boosts spirits and body language more than the sheer smell of victory. And I am sure the BJP, along with Eknath Shinde, can actually smell it in kissing distance of what they feel is forming a government in Maharashtra. Where the MLAs are concerned, and I'll bring in Mr. Nambiar into this conversation, usually political history stands testimony, Mr. Nambiar, that MLAs gravitate towards the side which is standing at the precipice of forming government. And that is what we are seeing, how the numbers, because, be it all the posturing that I have the numbers, eventually Mr. Eknath Shinde has inched towards having those numbers now.
Absolutely. I think the number, it's all very, as far as the number game is over, the counting, that is over, because it's very clear now that Eknath Shinde is the real Shiv Sena, and Thackeray's have lost it. And most importantly, Preeti, if you really look at it, Shiv Sena is one of the very few cadre parties in this country. That's the way they have been built. Shiv Sena has got almost in even trade unions. Even if you go to the Mumbai, in most of the industries in Mumbai, Shiv Sena has got even a trade unions which are very strong. But have you seen any kind of anti-sloganeering or an activity against these MLAs any places across Maharashtra? No. At least I have not seen in any of the channels in the last 5 days which I am participating. Second, you also need to, that means there is, even in the ground, the real Shiv Sainiks were very unhappy with this unholy alliance which he got into it. And as a cadre party, the beauty of cadre party is that the leaders at the top is always accessible. Both the father and son, they were never available for these leaders. So there was so much of a dissatisfaction which was growing.
Okay.
And the most important thing, Preeti, is that despite he is the chief minister, he could not even understand such a big rebellion is taking place in his party. That clearly shows his lack of leadership quality.
Okay. What I'm going to do is, Mr. Nambiar, I'm coming in because we're inching closer to a break. I'm going to be right back in 3 minutes. Hopefully, we'll have our NCP leader and our Shiv Sena spokesperson back on the other side. We've been able to build contact with them. Quick break. Stay with us. Back soon.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
This industry, this place, the competition, the people, the world, every day there's something that can demotivate you. Every day there's something that can suck the life out of you. Every day there's something that makes me think, यार ये भी कैसे झेलूं, ये भी कैसे लूं, इतनी कैसे फाइट हो सकती है ये. एंड मुझे तो शॉकिंग बस कभी कभार ये लगता है कि ऐसा कैसे है कि किसी और के लिए इतनी आसानी से सब हो जाता है और किसी के लिए इतनी मुश्किल होती है. दैट एक्सट्रीम ऑफ दैट स्केल फॉर मी इज जस्ट it's unbelievable. You have to be part of the system to bring about any change in the system. If you get out of the system, you anyway don't stand a chance. So you can't give up the game just because it's demotivating every day and something pulls you down. You got to be there na, to get back up there. उधर होगे नहीं तो उठोगे क्या मतलब.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
All right, viewers, we continue to get you the latest news breaks that are coming in. Till now, what we have seen is a smokes and mirrors game. Everybody quite knew that somewhere down the line, the BJP is going to play a role. But nobody really spoke about it. None of the BJP leaders ever came on any television debates or made any statements. It'd been burnt before. Everybody had seen Operation Lotus fail the first time around, where Maharashtra was concerned. This time around, it wasn't instigated by the BJP, it's an insider. But now, will the BJP kick in? Because victory in terms of what Devendra Fadnavis thought was power snatched away from him, where the mandate belonged to none else but the Sena and the BJP combined, well, is he inching closer to winning that place back for himself? Well, one of the reasons one can say that's happening very clearly is this massive show of strength that you see by Eknath Shinde. And importantly, till yesterday, what was Eknath Shinde saying? Viewers, every time I spoke to him yesterday in the afternoon on the phone line, whenever I asked him about the BJP, he vehemently denied anything to do with the BJP. But today, we leave it for the better judgment of our guests and our panelists to decide what does he mean by a nationalist party. Listen into that statement. We are back with Smita Prakash and Mr. Nambiar.
काही लागलं तर कधीही कमी पडणार नाही याची प्रचिती आपल्याला जेव्हा जेव्हा आवश्यकता भासेल तेव्हा तेव्हा सगळ्यांना येईल.
सर्व आमदार एकमतानं आमचे सर्व अधिकार जो निर्णय यायचा आहे तो सर्व एकमतानं आम्ही आमचे गटनेते एकनाथजी भाऊ शिंदे यांना देत आहोत.
तुम्ही स्वीकारा नेतृत्व
एकच आहे जे काय सुख दुःख आहे हे आपल्या सगळ्यांचं एक आहे बरोबर. काही असेल तर आपण एकजुटीने किती काही येऊ द्या हे आपलाच आहे, हे आपलाच आहे. मला तर तुम्ही जे म्हणालात ते नॅशनल पार्टी आहे, ते महाशक्ती आहे ज्यांनी अख्ख्या पाकिस्तान म्हणजे काय परिस्थिती होती माहित नाही. तर याच्यामध्ये त्यांनी मला सांगितलेलं आहे, तुम्ही जो हा निर्णय घेतलेला आहे हा देशातला ऐतिहासिक निर्णय आहे. त्यामागे आमची पुरी शक्ती आहे. कुठेही काही लागलं तर कधीही कमी पडणार नाही याची प्रचिती आपल्याला जेव्हा जेव्हा आवश्यकता भासेल तेव्हा तेव्हा सगळ्यांना येईल.
सर्व आमदार
Viewers, despite the fact that when these MLAs or some of these MLAs to begin with Mr. Shinde were in Surat, that BJP Maharashtra leader Mr. Sanjay Kutte was with them, or the fact that the Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma was inspecting the resort the morning that they checked in Guwahati. All of that aside, you'd asked a BJP leader that what was going on in Maharashtra, they'd jump and say, we have no idea. It's the internal matter of the Shiv Sena. Smita Prakash, is it still the internal matter of the Shiv Sena? Would you want to comment on the nationalist party that has been mentioned here?
Look, if you think about it, if you honestly think about it, what is the internal matter of the Shiv Sena? The Shiv Sena's natural ally has always been the BJP. So, those who Shinde is sitting in front of, the visuals that you're playing, the people who are sitting in front of him, why have they come with Shinde? The reason they've come with Shinde is not because he's the sole leader who's going to, like a Noah's Ark, who's going to take them across. No, it's not just that. They want that assurance that it's that natural marriage which they went in before the elections, that alliance is going to remain. That's the reason why, because the Agadi was an unnatural alliance. All through they knew it, right? But they were hoping that, that this was this one chance of their own man, Mr. Thackeray, becoming the chief minister. So they were conflicted in that. But as the earlier analyst said, that they are a Shakha-based party. There is no way that this rebellion would have rested easy on any of them. Because to go against a Thackeray is to go against the grain of a Shiv Sainik. In spite of that, they have gone like this. But they're not ready to jump the ship and go to the BJP. They are still not ready to do that. Such is the loyalty that a Shiv Sainik has towards his flag, towards his ideology or her ideology. They are not willing to do that. They're not willing to jump ship, but they want that natural ally with them. So I think Shinde has waited till now, and now it's kind of obvious when you're talking about 1 or 2 is all that they have to do before they stake the claim. Right now, they're doing it in front of the media, the social media and the traditional media. Once this is done, it's a matter of time. I think a matter of a couple of days before they stake it in the floor of the house. They would still, I think, rather that Uddhav agrees. The natural tendency is not to cause a vertical split in this party. The Shiv Sainiks would not like to do that. Not even these rebels who are sitting out there. The ideal situation would be if Uddhav was to step down, agree for Shinde to do it, he would still have the rutba of being part of the Shiv Sena. But if he refuses to do that, if he is still egged on by a Pawar and by the remnants of the Congress party in the Agadi to keep on fighting, then what you're going to see is a vertical split. And you're going to see an Uddhav Sena and a Shinde Sena, not something which is going to rest easy on those who are with Uddhav. I think Uddhav is going to be advised by his party to step aside, still be a Thackeray. After all, look at Bal Thackeray. He stayed back, right? He was the power center in the Shiv Sena, but never, and not just in the Shiv Sena, in Maharashtra politics. He was the power center regardless of which party came to power. But he was there. Matoshree was everything. So Uddhav can continue to do that. He can continue that legacy of the Thackeray family and not take office. It remains to be seen whether Aditya will accept that.
Right. But, Smita Thackeray, we talk about, Smita Prakash, I beg your pardon, when you talk about the fact that the natural alliance was with the Bharatiya Janata Party, the fact is the natural alliance was eating the party up is what Uddhav Thackeray also realized, that he broke that alliance. Because, if one was to go by, the BJP, the Shiv Sena had already ceded so much space to the BJP. This was the only way to keep the party alive, is what, many in the Shiv Sena said.
I disagree, I think he got taken in by some degree of self-importance, though that is not Uddhav's style, but, maybe pumped up because he has always been in the shadows, right? First in the shadows of his father, this banyan tree under which nothing really grows. first under the shadow of Bal Thackeray, you tend to get, any important, hugely important male figure in the family. The sons have this thing that they have to live up to. So Uddhav first had that, and after that, comparison with his cousin, with Raj Thackeray, because he's not that firebrand leader. He doesn't have that same sway which his cousin has. Raj has. So when he was pumped up to say that you have to take on that mantle, you are the savior of the Shiv Sena, he took it upon himself, but he doesn't have it in him. His health prevented it. He did fight the COVID war very successfully, but he just doesn't have it in him. Yet he can be that father figure which his father was, may not be as powerful and as imposing a figure as Bal Thackeray, but he can. He still can. And I think the Shiv Sena, even the rebellious faction, will.
Right, Mr. Nambiar, I'll take a quick comment.
If he stays.
I want to go into a break, but Mr. Nambiar, I'm going to bring you in for a very quick comment. With what Ms. Prakash said, the fact is, can at this point of time, Uddhav Thackeray fall back into the role of a Bal Thackeray? Because, you're talking about a tiger whose teeth have been knocked out completely, because, with this particular rebellion, this is a documentary, a testimony on the leadership of Uddhav Thackeray and the political career of his son, Aditya Thackeray. Would he go back into taking that role in the shadows?
It's too late. It's too late. He got completely exposed within the party. So if you really recall the great Thackeray, the Balasaheb had never exposed himself, whether it is his administrative acumen or anything. He stood by his ideology. Another mistake that Uddhav did is that diluting the very ideology of Shiv Sena, that is this Hindutva. So Bal Thackeray has always made the Shiv Sena as the main Hindutva party, even much ahead of the BJP. Remember the Ram Janmabhoomi movement and etc. But what Uddhav did, he made secular Hindutva just to please his NCP and the Congress. So idea is that Shiv Sena.
Mr. Nambiar, I'm going to cut you short, and I appreciate both our guests for joining us. The reason I'm doing it is we are cutting across to Sharad Pawar, who's holding a next press conference. It's interesting, about an hour ago, his nephew held a press conference. Is there something more that the NCP has to say? Because his nephew, Mr. Ajit Pawar, held a press conference an hour ago and said that we are right behind the Shiv Sena. What has prompted in 1 hour that Sharad Pawar is going to come out and address the press again? Listen.
पवार सर सांगू शकाल की जे नाट्य सुरू आहे महाविकास आघाडी स्थापन करण्यात आपण महत्त्वाची भूमिका बजावली, पण आता जे बंड आलंय त्यामुळे वाटतंय का की सरकार धोक्यात आलेलं आहे आणि 2.5 वर्षातच महाविकास आघाडीचा जो प्रयोग आहे तो फसला आहे?
आता 2.5 वर्ष महाविकास आघाडीने उत्तम कारभार केला, अनेक महत्त्वाचे निर्णय घेतले. कोरोनासारखं एक राष्ट्रीय संकट असताना त्या संकटावर मात करण्याच्यासाठी आरोग्य खात्याने उत्तम काम केलं. हे सगळं बघितल्याच्या नंतर हा प्रयोग फसला आहे असं म्हणणं याचा अर्थ राजकीय अज्ञान आहे.
सर, ज्याप्रमाणे संख्याचं बळ पाहता आता महाविकास आघाडी सरकार अडचणीत आहे, कारण संख्या त्यांच्याकडे जास्त आहे. महाविकास आघाडी अडचणीत आहे हे तरी मान्य करता?
अडचण असं आहे, प्रसिद्धी माध्यमातून काही गोष्टी पुढे आले त्या काही नाकारण्याचं कारण नाही. पण ज्या वेळेला हे विधानसभेचे सभासद महाराष्ट्राच्या बाहेर गेले ते इथं आल्याच्या नंतर माझी खात्री आहे की ते ज्या पद्धतीनं त्याला नेलं गेलं त्याची वस्तुस्थिती ते लोकांना सांगतील आणि इथं आल्याच्या नंतर आपण अजूनही शिवसेनेच्या बरोबरच हे स्पष्ट करतील आणि बहुमत कोणाचं आहे हे सिद्ध होईल.
तुम्ही देखील अशा पद्धतीने परिस्थिती आधी हाताळली?
तुम्ही एक मगाशी प्रश्न विचारला. बाकीच्यांना विचार.
पवार साहब जिस तरीके से शिवसेना के 50 विधायक क्लेम किए जा रहे हैं कि अब शिंदे गुट के साथ हो गए हैं और सरकार माइनॉरिटी में हो गई है और इस्तीफा देना चाहिए.
सरकार माइनॉरिटी में है या नहीं, ये एस्टेब्लिश करने का रास्ता विधानसभा है. विधानसभा में जब फ्लोर टेस्ट हो जाएगी तो पता लगेगा कि ये सरकार मेजॉरिटी में है.
नहीं, आपको लगता है कि जिस तरह से इतने विधायक मुख्यमंत्री उद्धव ठाकरे यांची भेट घेतली, काल ज्याप्रमाणे मुख्यमंत्री उद्धव ठाकरे यांची भेट घेतली आणि त्यांनी वर्षा सोडलं, त्याच्यानंतर हे वाटायला लागलं की कुठे ना कुठे सरकार मात्र मोठ्या प्रमाणात अडचणीत आहे. तरी आपण हे होप पकडत आहे की सरकार जे आहे ते अजूनही आपल्या संकटातून मात करू अशा प्रकारची भूमिका आपण मांडतो.
असं की तुमचा प्रश्न बरोबर आहे, पण अशी स्थिती याच्यापूर्वी मी महाराष्ट्रात अनेकदा बघितली आणि त्याच्यातून माझं असेसमेंट असते की या परिस्थितीतून मात करून हे सरकार बहुमत सिद्ध करेल आणि उद्धव ठाकरे यांच्या नेतृत्वाखालचं सरकार चालू आहे हे सर्व देशाला कळेल.
सर, आप लड़ने की बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन संजय राउत कह रहे हैं कि हम MBA से बाहर निकल आएंगे अगर सारे विधायक वापस महाराष्ट्र लौटे.
बात ऐसी है कि जो लोग बाहर गए वहाँ के उनके नेता हैं, उनका कहना है कि वहाँ ये आघाड़ी में हम गए और वहाँ कांग्रेस राष्ट्रवादी इन पार्टी के खिलाफ हमारे मन में एक तरह की नाराजगी है. ये बात उन्होंने कही, इसीलिए संजय राउत ने जवाब दिया आपका यही कहना है तो यहाँ आके कहो, हमारे सामने कहो और आवश्यकता हो तो हम बाहर पढ़ने के लिए भी तैयार हैं, मगर ये असम में बैठकर नहीं, ये यहाँ आकर कहने की उन्होंने स्थिति दिखानी चाहिए. और यही बात कल उद्धव ठाकरे जी ने बताई.
पवार साहब क्या गृह मंत्रालय का फेलियर मानते हैं कि इतने सारे मंत्री, इतने सारे विधायक एक साथ निकल के सूरत चले जा रहे हैं, सरकार को या मिनिस्ट्री को इस बात की भनक नहीं लगी कि सूरत सारे 40-50 लोग साथ में जा रहे हैं?
नहीं, इसमें कोई किसी का फेलियर इसका असेसमेंट करने का आज टाइम नहीं, वो उचित समय पर करेंगे.
या मागं भाजप आहे असं वाटत नाही, या मागं भाजप आहे असं वाटत नाही असं अजित पवार आता म्हणाले.
असे अजित पवारांनी महाराष्ट्रातली मुंबईची स्थिती आहे ते पाहून त्यांनी हे विधान केलेलं असावं. इथं प्रत्यक्ष लोक हलवणं आणि हे ऑपरेशन करणं याच्यामध्ये आज श्री एकनाथ शिंदे आणि त्यांचे सहकारी दिसतात. पण अजित पवारांना इतकी स्थानिक माहिती जरूर आहे, परंतु गुजरात आणि आसाम इथली परिस्थिती आम्हा लोकांना अधिक माहिती राज्याच्या बाहेरची. आणि याला एकच उदाहरण मी सांगू इच्छितो की आत्ता मी टेलिव्हिजनवर एकनाथ शिंदे यांचं एक इंटरव्ह्यू पाहिला आणि त्याच्यामध्ये त्याने असं स्टेटमेंट केलं आहे की आम्हाला एका राष्ट्रीय पक्षाचा पाठिंबा आहे, एका राष्ट्रीय पक्षाचा. माझ्याकडे देशातल्या सगळ्या पक्षांची यादी आहे आणि या यादीमध्ये देशामध्ये राष्ट्रीय पक्ष कोण? एक भाजप, दोन मायावती, तीन कम्युनिस्ट पार्टी CPI, 4 CPM, 5 इंडियन नॅशनल काँग्रेस सोनिया गांधी आणि 6 राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पार्टी. ही 6 अधिकृत इलेक्शन कमिशननी प्रसिद्ध केलेली यादी आहे. आता तुम्हीच बघा की CPI, CPM, काँग्रेस या सगळ्या राष्ट्रवादी या सगळ्यांच्या ह्याच्यात हात आहे का? याचा कोणी याच्यात पाठिंबा देणार असेल का? मग जे नाही हे याचा तुम्ही विचार केला तर आहेच कोणही सांगण्याची गरज लागत दुसरी गोष्ट अशी आहे की सुरतला आणि आसामला जी व्यवस्था करणारे लोक आम्हाला दिसते ते अजित पवारांच्या फजितीचे आहेत असं मला वाटत नाही, पण माझ्या फजितीचे आहेत. उदाहरणार्थ सुरतला भारतीय जनता पार्टीचे राज्याचे अध्यक्ष शिव पाटील मराठी ग्रस्त आहेत, ते तिथे अध्यक्ष आहेत, ते पार्लमेंटचे मेंबर आहेत, संसदेमध्ये आम्हाला मिळतात. त्यांचा सहभाग असेल याचा अर्थ काय समजायचा. आणि दुसरी गोष्ट अशी की आसाममध्ये संवहन व्यवस्था ही करण्याच्या म्हणजे तिथलं राज्य सरकार अतिशय ॲक्टिव्ह आहे. तिथलं राज्य आज भारतीय जनता पार्टीच्या हातात आहे. त्यामुळं वस्तुस्थिती काही स्पष्ट होते. तिथं कोण आहे नाही हे सांगण्याची गरज नाही, नावं घेण्याची गरज नाही. इथं कुणी दिसत नाही, पण तिथं जे दिसत आहेत त्याच्यातून कोण आहे हे तुम्हाला लोकांना समजेल.
मागच्या वेळेस ज्याप्रमाणे चाणक्य नीतीने आपण भारतीय जनता पक्षाच्या राज्यातून आपले आमदार खिचून आणले होते, यावेळेस मात्र भारतीय जनता पक्षाच्याच याच्यामध्ये सत्तेच्या याच्यामध्ये आमदार आहेत. यावेळी ही फार मोठी अडचण वाटत आहे. त्यामुळे आपण अशा प्रकारचं भाष्य करताय की आपल्याला आपल्या बाजूने येतील आमदार
असं त्यांना इथं यावंच लागेल. इथे गव्हर्नरचं फुलचं यावं लागेल, तर विधानसभेचं यावं लागेल. तर विधानसभेच्या प्रांगणात आल्याच्या नंतर मला माहिती नाही की आसाम आणि गुजरातमध्ये भारतीय जनता पार्टीचे नेते इथे येऊन त्यांना मार्गदर्शन करू शकतात.
याला कोण जबाबदार आहे असं तुम्हाला वाटतं? कारण एक पत्र तिकडच्या आमदाराकडून जारी झालंय ज्याच्यामध्ये अनेक तक्रारी आहेत की निधी जो आहे तो फक्त राष्ट्रवादीच्या नेत्यांना मिळत होता असं सुद्धा त्यांनी म्हटलं.
ही वस्तुस्थिती नाही, हे असत्यावर आधारित शोषण केलेलं आहे. आणि त्यांनी जो निकाल घेतलेला आहे तो निकाल अँटी डिफेक्शन कायद्याच्या विरुद्ध आहे आणि त्याचे परिणाम त्यांना भोगावे लागतील. आणि त्याशिवाय त्यांच्या मतदारसंघात सुद्धा त्याची प्रतिक्रिया येईल. आणि म्हणून हे उदाहरण त्यांनी दिलेलं आहे, यापेक्षा दुसरं काही नाही. मला आठवतं आहे किंवा ज्यावेळेस छगन भुजबळ हे काँग्रेसमध्ये आले दुसऱ्या सेनेत, आणि त्याच्यानंतर त्यांच्यावर एकंदर त्याची 12-16 लोक होते. निवडणुका झाल्या. निवडणुकीमध्ये एक सोडला तर बाकी सगळ्यांचा पराभव झाला. हा पूर्वीचा अनुभव हा महाराष्ट्राचा आहे. आणि त्यामुळं ही स्थिती जे लोक आत्ता आसामला गेलेले आहेत त्यांच्याबद्दल होण्याची शक्यता नाकारता येत नाही. आणि त्यासाठी आपल्या मतदारांना काहीतरी सांगावं, काहीतरी निमित्त करावं म्हणून निधी किंवा तत्सम हा विषय या ठिकाणी काढला आहे. बाकी याला काही अर्थ नाही.
पवार साहब को लेकर जिस तरीके से हिंदू इस बगावत के पीछे आप बीजेपी की साजिश देख रहे हैं, शिवसेना में जो बगावत हुई है,
मैंने जवाब दिया.
हिंदुत्व के मुद्दे को लेकर पवार साहब हिंदुत्व के मुद्दे को लेकर
आप मुझे कौन से लैंग्वेज में बोलना ये कंपल्सन नहीं कर सकते.
पवार साहब हिंदुत्व के मुद्दे पर किस तरीके से
जे आमदार गेलेले आहेत बंडखोरांमध्ये बरीच मोठी यादी आहे. त्याच्यामध्ये बहुतेक जणांची केंद्रीय तपास यंत्रणाकडून यादी चौकशी झाली होती. याच दबावामुळे कुठेतरी ते गेल्याचं कळतंय का?
असं की ते एकदम निष्कर्ष काढणं हे योग्य नाही. त्याची मला ऑथेंटिक माहिती नाही. पण ही गोष्ट खरी आहे, त्याच्यातल्या काही लोकांची वेगवेगळ्या ज्या एजन्सीज आहेत चौकशी करणारी त्यांच्यावर चौकशी चालू आहे किंवा होती. आणि त्याचा परिणाम हा त्यांच्यावर काहीतरी झाला नसेल असं म्हणता येणार नाही.
पवार साहब हिंदुत्व के मुद्दे को लेकर जिस तरीके से वहाँ से कहा जा रहा है कि हिंदुत्व शिवसेना का समाप्त हो जाएगा अगर एनसीपी और कांग्रेस के साथ रहेंगे और ईडी का दबाव, दोनों चीज़ों को आप कैसे देख रहे हैं?
सीधी बात है कि 2.5 साल ये जो कहते हैं वो एनसीपी और कांग्रेस के साथ थे 2.5 साल, यानी 1 दिन 2 दिन 4 दिन में, और ये 2.5 साल में जब हुकूमत हाथ में लेने के लिए उनको मौका मिला तब इसमें शामिल हो गए, तब उनके हिंदुत्व का सारा इशू इनके मन में कब आया नहीं. ये एक एक्सक्यूज़ है, दूसरा कुछ नहीं. ये एजेंसीज है, इसका गैर इस्तेमाल हो रहा है, ये बात सबको मालूम है.
पवार साहेब, आपण उद्धव ठाकरेंना भेटायला गेला आहे ते
मैं इकडे
पवार गाडी इथे आपण उद्धव ठाकरेंना भेटायला गेले होते आणि सर देख नीचे देख सर बघून आराम.
NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar there insisting that the Aghadi government will fight on. Is this just bravado or does Pawar have a strategy? Is Uddhav Thackeray now literally walking on thin ice? Is his government about to come apart? Or can they find a legal, technical route to try and ensure their government survives? All that and more in our non-stop coverage of the Maha political drama coming up on the news track.
Shinde Sena locked, loaded and leading. Uddhav Sena in free fall. Historic low for Balasaheb's legacy. MLAs, Mahapawns in final battle plan. Mumbai ka king gone.
Mumbai ka king Khan. As of now, the ball's up in the air. It looks as if Uddhav Thackeray is on a weak footing, but remember, Sharad Pawar and the Thackerays believe they can find a way to survive. Are they just clutching on straws? We'll look at that and more. Here are the headlines I'm tracking tonight. Shinde Sena's numbers continue to grow. Rebel Eknath Shinde flaunts 42 MLAs from Guwahati, tells his supporters that the National Party hailed his decision as historic. Big declaration by Sanjay Raut. Shiv Sena MP says that the party will exit the Maha Vikas Aghadi if the rebels return. Aghadi allies throw their weight behind embattled Maharashtra Chief Minister. Pawar says his party is with Uddhav till the end. Congress too stands firm. As crisis deepens in Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis flies into Delhi, is likely to meet the top BJP leadership in the capital. After over 40 days in jail, Marathi actor Ketaki Chitali walks free after being granted bail by a Thane court. She was booked for a Facebook post against Sharad Pawar. The Shinde Sena looks locked, loaded and leading at the moment. The Uddhav Sena continues its free fall, with MLA after MLA heading to the rebel base in Guwahati. Today's image was a massive show of strength by the Shinde Sena. Flanked by 41 MLAs, Eknath Shinde flaunted his rebels, triggering a massive meltdown 2,500 kilometers away in Mumbai. Here is our lead story tonight.
Presenting the Shinde Sena, all in one frame, massive rebel strength on display. India Today's agenda-setting news break has escalated and unfolded into a clear Shinde Sena versus Uddhav Sena war for the Maharashtra throne. Look closely at this image. All supporters of Eknath Shinde seen together for the first time, shouting slogans of Shiv Sena Zindabad and Balasaheb Thackeray ki Jai. Not 1, 2 or 3, but over 35 Sena MLAs have rebelled against the boss Uddhav Thackeray, and he was apparently clueless. The veritable last nail in the coffin, the induction of 3 more Sena MLAs into the Shinde faction. This includes the Sena's most trusted Mangesh Kudalkar, Sada Sarvankar and Deepak Kesarkar. With this, the Shinde Sena swells to 37 MLAs. The exact number needed to split the party without facing disqualification under the anti-defection law. Shinde could next approach the Maharashtra governor to prove a 2/3 majority required to claim power. The rebel faction could then join hands with the BJP to form the government. This means that the governor could ask Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray to defend his numbers on the floor, which, by the looks of things right now, will definitely fail. But like a dramatic movie, there could be a twist in the tale. And nothing in Indian politics is over till it's really over. Uddhav's right hand, Sanjay Raut, still claims that 21 rebel MLAs are having a rethink and will ditch Eknath Shinde soon. And a final shot that the Sena is willing to walk out of the government if the rebels return to Mumbai.
त्यांच्या ताब्यातल्या 21 आमदारांचा संपर्क आमच्याशी झालेला आहे. कोणी किती फोटो आणि व्हिडिओ इथे पाठवावेत, पत्ते खेळताना, जेवताना, खाताना, पिताना, पण ज्या दिवशी ते मुंबईला येतील त्या दिवशी त्यातले 21 आमदार हे शिवसेनेचे असतील.
The Mahak Game of Thrones in its final scene.
In a massive show of strength, the rebel MLAs of the Eknath Shinde camp came together for a photo op in Guwahati. While it was meant to showcase their numbers and their strength, it was also aimed at dealing a personal blow to Uddhav Thackeray as he watched his party crumble. With Ajay Kumar in Guwahati, Polami Saha for India Today.
You just heard Sharad Pawar declare that he will fight on till the end. Is there any rational basis for his optimism and bravado, or is this just Pawar talking in thin air? Joining me right now is our crack team of reporters. Sahil Joshi leads our coverage on this political story. We've got Vidya joining us from Matoshree. We've got Ritvik Bhalekar joining us from the NCP office. Sahil, give your sense of what we just heard from Sharad Pawar. From what I could gather, he seems to want to fight. Is there some real strategy that they have which gives them the confidence for this bluster? Or is he just trying to project a sense of optimism without any basis for it?
Well, I can clearly see that his statements have changed from what he had said in Delhi, in which, in Delhi, when he took the first press conference, when he first got to know that Eknath Shinde has actually rebelled. That time the number was not clear. But that time he said that, it's internal matter of Shiv Sena, and that he was sure that Uddhav Thackeray will be able to tackle it. To that day, that is just 2 days before, and today what he said is that finally all these MLAs will have to come to Mumbai, because if the government needs to be, needs to go, then it needs to prove its majority on the floor of the house. These MLAs finally, eventually will have to come to Mumbai, and then we will come to know that who is at whose side. So that is a very compelling statement, number one. Number two, it looks like now that the NCP has realized that they cannot sit on the fence and look at the situation. They will finally, eventually will have to be part of the whole situation. Right now, what we can see that nothing is happening from the Shiv Sena side. If the Shiv Sena decides to take any kind of action, the Deputy Speaker belongs to Nationalist Congress Party, that is NCP. So what needs to be done about these MLAs, eventually the call will be taken by the Deputy Speaker. So he knows for a fact that these MLAs will need to come in front of the Deputy Speaker, and that is where the fight starts. Now, interestingly, when Eknath Shinde spoke to his MLAs in Guwahati, he made it very clear that his speech made it very clear that the biggest party of the world who taught lesson to Pakistan is supporting us. So nothing to worry. Nobody should fear about this, and finally the victory will be theirs. What we are hearing at this point of time is that the BJP has promised Eknath Shinde that they will be getting the same number of portfolios what Shiv Sena was getting from 2014 to 2019 when Fadnavis and Shiv Sena were together in power. On the basis of that, Shinde and the clan is going to support the BJP, is what we are hearing. Devendra Fadnavis has also gone to Delhi today in the evening, and of course he'll be meeting the senior leaders in Delhi, and after that the game plan will be set.
Now, it is said that in next 4-5 days something needs to be done, because the MLAs cannot be kept in Guwahati forever. They will eventually will have to come back, and then the real game starts, because that's what Pawar is waiting for. Now it is going to be, it's up to Uddhav Thackeray.
Is their affiliation so weak that they could come back to the Sena camp or the Uddhav Sena camp? What are they hoping? Because if they've said they're with Shinde, what changes when they come back to Mumbai?
Well, right now what we are seeing is that the reactions which have been given from the Shinde camp are from either Eknath Shinde or the Sanjay Shirsat, who released that letter and released then a video claiming that how the leadership completely ignored what these MLAs wanted. Now, what Shiv Sena claims is that 18 MLAs, like the way Nitin Deshmukh, who was live yesterday on your show, at the same time one another MLA who actually ran away from Surat. Similarly, 18 MLAs have contacted Shiv Sena, Shiv Sena camp, and they are ready to come back. Only the criteria is that if they are in Bombay, then they can at least try to, come out of their clutches and come back to the Shiv Sena camp. Now, this is a hope against hope. Right now, the fact remains at this point of time that Eknath Shinde has 38 MLAs who were elected on Shiv Sena symbol, plus he has 7 more independent MLAs with him. The BJP and Shinde camp have the full majority. They have sent a letter to the Deputy Speaker that accept that this is the main camp and not what Ajay Chaudhary and Uddhav Thackeray is leading. Deputy Speaker says that he doesn't believe Eknath Shinde. So eventually Deputy Speaker will ask him to parade his MLAs in front of him and speak on record that yes, they want to be with Eknath Shinde, and that is the real Shiv Sena Legislative Party. And that fight will only happen in Mumbai is what they are thinking that it should be happening. Now, interestingly, eventually this war will go into the court, in the Supreme Court, and Supreme Court will finally decide that what needs to be done about this. But before that, the key question remains, if Uddhav Thackeray is going to take on this fight, will he quit before even taking on the fight? Because he had said it very clearly yesterday in his speech that he doesn't want to face the no confidence motion. He is ready to resign even before that. Will he resign even before facing his MLAs?
No, but as of now, he doesn't seem to be in a mood to resign. I want to go across to Paulami Shah. She's in Guwahati. Paulami, when are these MLAs coming back? Do they have a return ticket or a charter lined up anytime soon? What have they been doing through the day? We saw that one video of all these MLAs together. There's a big number. Sahil says 38 MLAs who fought on a Sena ticket. What were they doing all day long? What is it that you're picking up from within the Shinde camp? Paulami, give me a moment as I fix that link with Paulami. Meanwhile, let me go across to Matoshree. Mustafa Sheikh joins us from there. Mustafa, what's happening at Matoshree at this time? What are you picking up from the Uddhav Thackeray camp? We heard Sharad Pawar declare that he'll fight on. Is Uddhav in a belligerent mood? Is he determined to fight on? Or do you think he's also thinking about throwing in the towel? Because what's happened is hugely embarrassing, especially for Uddhav Thackeray, given that letter that's been put out levels all kinds of charges, saying that MLAs were stopped from going to Ayodhya. Apart from Aditya Thackeray, nobody else was allowed to go. Bureaucrats don't give Sena respect. They only give NCP and Congress respect. We are feeling humiliated. So this is deeply embarrassing for Uddhav Thackeray. Mustafa. Okay, I want to show our viewers this story about how the Maharashtra Game of Thrones is proving to be a nail-biting affair, with each twist more dramatic than the other. Today, 2 MLAs returned to the Uddhav Sena and alleged that they were forcibly taken away to Surat. Nitin Deshmukh even claimed that he was given a mystery injection and held against his will. But the Shinde Sena countered these charges. How? Watch this report.
It's the Maha war over rebels, and it's getting crazier by the minute. In the Uddhav Sena Shinde Sena fight, MLAs are top currency. No wonder that each side is trying its best to get the numbers. Hours after Eknath Shinde flaunted his MLAs, Uddhav Sena paraded 2 netas who had returned to the party fold. Nitin Deshmukh and Kailash Patil sat with senior Shiv Sena leader Sanjay Raut, alleging that they were forcibly taken to Surat.
आमच्या सहकार्याने सांगितलं की आपल्याला एक ठिकाणी जायचं आहे, तिथं आपल्याला साहेब भेटणार आहेत असं म्हणून आम्हाला मला आणि बाकीच्या काही सहकाऱ्यांना ठाण्याच्या महापौर बंगल्यावर नेलं गेलं असं समजून आम्ही चालत होतो. पण नंतर ठाणे गेलं, ठाण्यानंतर वसई विरार, आता मला त्या एरियातलं जेवढं काही माहिती नाही, पण शहरं संपत गेली आणि पुढं जसं जसं जाईल तसं माझ्या लक्षात यायला काहीतरी वेगळं होतंय.
त्यांनी एका मिनिटात
Nitin Deshmukh claimed that he was given a mysterious injection by the Shinde camp.
कोणी माझी कंबर पकडली, कोणी माझे पाय पकडले, कोणी माझे हात पकडले, कोणी केसाची मान पकडली आणि एका जणांनी माझ्या दंडामध्ये जोराने इंजेक्शन टोचलं.
Sena in fact called it a BJP kidnapping plot.
शिवसेनेच्या आमदारांना अपहरण करून फसवून आपल्या कब्जात भाजपने नेलंय. मी उल्लेख फक्त भाजपचाच करतोय. नेलं आणि गुलाम बनवण्याचा प्रयत्न सुरू आहे.
Then came the Shinde Sena counter-strike. These images of Nitin Deshmukh posing outside and inside a private jet. The rebels claimed Deshmukh came to Surat of his own will. And in fact, he is the one who took this selfie.
एकत्र केलं. खेळीमेळीच्या वातावरणामध्ये आम्ही नागपूर एअरपोर्टपर्यंत गेलेलो आहे. त्यांचे मित्र होते. मग गेल्यानंतर शटल प्लेन बघितल्यानंतर बोला आपण फोटो काढूया, आमचे फोटो आहेत त्यांच्याबरोबर, म्हणजे एकदम चांगले होते.
Here is Nitin Deshmukh signing the Shinde resolution in Guwahati.
रेजोल्यूशन में जो नाम है उसमें आपका भी नाम आ रहा है, नितिन देशमुख करके.
दिखाई दे रहा है, मेरे को भी दिखाई दे रहा है, लेकिन सिग्नेचर मेरी नहीं है वो.
The Maha political blockbuster has had one thrilling twist after another. Will there be more drama as it nears climax? With Sahil Joshi and Paulami Saha, Bureau Report, India Today.
Paulami Saha is in Guwahati, right outside the Radisson Hotel where these MLAs have been lodged. The critical question now, is there any plan to come back? How long do they intend to stay in Guwahati? What are you picking up from inside the Shinde camp, Paulami? What have they been doing all day long?
Well, Rahul, as far as the Shinde camp is concerned, they have been, of course, trying to put together the numbers as we speak. At last count, the Shiv Sena strength in the Radisson Hotel stood at about 35. They're also expecting 2 more MLAs to join them, Sanjay Rathod as well as Dada Bhuse. So they're waiting for those two also to arrive. That would take Eknath Shinde's figure of Shiv Sena to 37. But it has also been something that he's trying to do, which is basically get the number past that 37 mark, sit on a comfortable number which possibly touches the 40 figure in order to ensure that even if 1 or 2 of those MLAs, rebel MLAs so to say, at the moment change their minds, clearly he is not in a weak position. He wants to ensure that. We saw that video earlier of Eknath Shinde talking of one national party which has said that they respect his historic decision. They think he's taken a historic decision and they will support him in manners whatever is possible. So clearly he is receiving outside support and he's basically going to try and ensure that the numbers are good enough to in fact stage this coup successfully against the Uddhav Thackeray government.
The things that Uddhav Thackeray seems to be banking on, which Pawar also seemed to suggest, is something will change when they come to Mumbai. How cohesive is this unit? Are they certain that they will now stay with Shinde, or do you think when they come back to Mumbai, when there are Sainiks outside their house, that some of that could turn, that some of it is actually fickle and they may be coming back like Nitin Deshmukh?
Well, at the moment, they appear to be a cohesive unit. They have, of course, put out those pictures, those photos, those images of, showcasing their strength. In fact, also, what we've seen is since last night, after that first lot arrived from Surat in a massive big batch, they have been arriving here in smaller batches, 3 or 4 MLAs constantly since last evening. Today, of course, 2 batches arrived, and we're expecting a third as well. So, the numbers keep swelling as far as the the Eknath Shinde camp is concerned. Now, if you just think of it, if at all much of these MLAs were being forced or compelled to stay over here with Eknath Shinde, they would have communicated that to their colleagues, and those colleagues wouldn't have joined the ranks over here. So clearly, the fact that more and more people, and those in batches of 3s and 4, some of them have even gone out of the hotel, Rahul, and come back. They've gone to the Kamakhya temple, taken the blessings of the Devi, and come back as well. So clearly, they are very comfortable over here. At the moment, it seems like a cohesive unit, but with the passage of time, with the lapse of time, we don't know if it stays a cohesive unit, or if at all, they don't get the right kind of indications that they are in a position to form government, they will start falling apart or possibly going back into the original Shiv Sena fold. Rahul.
Okay. Earlier today, the Shinde Sena put out a letter which was addressed to Uddhav Thackeray. The title was Sentiments of MLAs. The letter was a point-by-point rebuttal to Uddhav's emotional speech. The letter mocked Uddhav's exit from Varsha, saying that all the MLAs were happy that the doors of the CM's house were finally now open to them, and also to the Aam Aadmi.
The gloves are off between Uddhav Sena and Shinde Sena. As Uddhav Thackeray tried to put on an emotional front to woo back his MLAs, the rebels have hit back with a scathing point-by-point rebuttal on why they chose to side with Eknath Shinde. Uddhav resorted to a filmy exit from his CM bungalow on Wednesday night, packing his bags and moving out to send out a message that he was ready to resign and the CM throne meant nothing to him.
की उद्धव ठाकरे मुख्यमंत्री पदावरती नकोत, तर मी आत्ता मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा राजीनामा द्यायला तयार आहे, आणि ह्याच्यावरती विश्वास नसेल तर आज आपली फेसबुक लाईव्ह झाल्यानंतर आज संध्याकाळपासून मी माझा मुक्काम वर्षावरून मातोश्रीला हलवत आहे.
The Shinde Sena in its 3-page letter has responded by mocking Uddhav, saying with Uddhav out, now Varsha has become accessible to them. With Uddhav out, the doors of CM's bungalow have been opened up. The rebels also detailed how they were ignored and snubbed constantly at Mantralay and questioned, why were we constantly humiliated?
Sanjay Shirsat said that during this entire time, as Shiv Sena MLAs were being humiliated, while NCP and Congress were being appreciated and made time for by Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, it was Eknath Shinde who stood by them and in fact addressed their grievances and heard their concerns.
But there are two big sore spots: the Hindutva ideology and Aditya Thackeray. Yes, many rebels and even Shinde himself was angry at all the focus on Uddhav's son. Chief Minister Uddhav in his speech also spoke in great detail about Hindutva and reminded Shiv Senics about Aditya's visit to Ayodhya.
शिवसेना कदापि हिंदुत्वापासून आणि हिंदुत्व कदापि शिवसेनेपासून दूर होऊ शकत नाही, कारण शिवसेना प्रमुखांनी जो एक कानमंत्र दिलेला आहे की हिंदुत्व हा आमचा श्वास आहे. म्हणूनच गेल्या एक 8-15 दिवसापूर्वी आदित्य, एकनाथ शिंदे, त्यांच्याबरोबर आपले काही आमदार, खासदार, मंत्री हे अयोध्येला जाऊन आले.
And the Shinde Sena has claimed that they weren't allowed to go with Aditya to Ayodhya despite expressing their intent to do so. The 3-page letter that Shinde's camp has shot off to Uddhav is a scathing indictment of the Maharashtra Chief Minister. Bureau Report, India Today.
For political perspective on the state of play at this moment, I'm joined by Sanjana Ghadi, spokesperson of the Shiv Sena. Sanjay Thackeray joins us from the NCP. We've got Abhishek Mishra joining us from the BJP. Let me go across first to Sanjana Ghadi. Your sense of whether Uddhav Thackeray will be able to save his government, given the fact that 37 MLAs who fought on the Sena ticket now in Guwahati, it seems that the Eknath Shinde camp has been able to cross the 2/3 mark, which they didn't have till yesterday. Now they firmly seem to have more than 2/3 of the MLAs with them. क्या आपको लग रहा है कि उद्धव ठाकरे की सरकार की उल्टी गिनती चल रही है इस वक्त? आप म्यूट पे हैं.
नमस्कार. हाँ, मैंने आपका क्वेश्चन सुना और अभी बहुत सारे चैनल्स पे देख रहे क्या हो रहा है वो. तो अभी जिस तरह से दिख रहा है कि एकनाथ शिंदे जी जिस तरह से वीडियोस वहां से भेज रहे हैं और कुछ 42 MLAs वहां पे उनके साथ अभी हमें दिख रहे हैं, तो जरूर उन्होंने उनका 2/3 का जो मैजिकल फिगर है वो शायद पा लिया है। और इसके बारे में माननीय उद्धव साहब जो अभी के सीएम और हमारे पक्ष प्रमुख है, उन्होंने अपनी भूमिका पूरी तरह से स्पष्ट की हुई है कि आप यहाँ पे आओ, हमारे साथ बात करो और उसके ऊपर हम लोग रुझान निकाल सकते हैं। लेकिन साथ ही में उन्होंने मुख्यमंत्री पद, ये मेरे लिए कोई बड़ी बात नहीं है। अगर आप साथ में आके हमें ये कहते कि हमें ये करना है और हमें यहाँ महाविकास आघाड़ी से बाहर निकलना है, ये जरूर होता था। लेकिन सब इकट्ठा होके कोई एक बड़ी राजनीतिक कट बना है और उस तरह से महाराष्ट्र से निकल के गुजरात चले जाते हैं और फिर वहां से बात शुरू करते हैं, तो इसका मतलब इसकी रणनीति पूरी तरह से तैयार है और इसके पीछे बीजेपी है। ये जो हम लोग गए 3 दिन से कह रहे हैं, अभी खुद एकनाथ शिंदे जी ने वो कहा है कि इसके पीछे राष्ट्रीय पक्ष है, कोई भी जान सकता है कि बीजेपी है। यही बीजेपी 2019 में यही एकनाथ शिंदे जी जिन्होंने कल्याण में अपना राजीनामा उद्धव साहब के पास दिया था कि बीजेपी हमें हर बार अपमानित करती है, हमारे मंत्री पद का अपमान करती है और हम इनके साथ नहीं रह सकते। और यही एकनाथ शिंदे आज ये खुद को लेके जा रहे स्वार्थ के लिए। उनको कहीं पे अपेक्षा थी, मुख्यमंत्री बनना था, उप मुख्यमंत्री बनना था और उन्हें दिख रहा था कि उद्धव साहब या फिर आदित्य साहब जिस तरह से एक्टिवली चल रहे हैं महाराष्ट्र के राजकारण में, महाराष्ट्र के युवाओं ने आदित्य सर को सर पे उठा लिया था क्योंकि उन्होंने जिस तरह से विकास के मुद्दे सामने लाए और जो विकास किया है मुंबई महाराष्ट्र
Okay, so Abhishek Mishra, does the BJP think this game is firmly in its bag, or do you think that he's outsmarted you once? This whole episode of Ajit Pawar and Fadnavis joining hands, at that time Sharad Pawar had the last laugh. Could it happen again? He seems to be determined to fight on.
See, Rahul, you have to understand one fundamental fact. The MLAs which have rebelled against Uddhav Thackeray, the Shiv Sena MLAs, they have been, since their young age, they have been fighting for the Hindutva ideology. Bal Thackeray ji always spoke that on the ideology of Hindutva. And Eknath Shinde is again repeating that he wants to follow, and the MLAs with him, they want to be on the path of Balasaheb Thackeray on the Hindutva ideology. And they also wish to support Bharatiya Janata Party because BJP stands for nationalism, BJP stands for Hindutva, and BJP is a party which always focuses on development of the people. And BJP is a party which is accessible to everybody. So what they found under Uddhav Thackeray, that he was inaccessible, he had left the Hindutva ideology. Balasaheb Thackeray, in his every speech, would speak against Sonia Gandhi and Sharad Pawar, that these two people, Sonia Gandhi and Sharad Pawar, are not working for the nation, they are working for the self-interest. These political parties are transactional political parties, they only work for their financial interests, and it is only BJP and Shiv Sena which work for the nation, which work for the common man. And this was what Bal Thackeray taught them. That's what Eknath Shinde said, ki amara je shikavla. What Anand Dighe, who was a leader of Shiv Sena in Thane. So you have to understand, these all MLAs are united in ideology and they will support BJP on basis of the BJP's ideology for the nation, for Hindu nationalism, cultural expression of Hinduism, as well as development of the people and the non-corrupt image. Imagine, they are written in the letter that 2 ministers in the Mahavikas Aghadi are in jail right now. So Eknath Shinde has many issues. It is the Hindutva ideology, it is inaccessibility of Uddhav Thackeray, it is the corruption which is going on. And he today mentioned that BJP has shown Pakistan its place through Narendra Modi's prime ministership. So he believes in BJP, he believes in the mission of Narendra Modi. And all the MLAs are going to support BJP. And
Sanjay Thackeray, where does Pawar draw his confidence from? In that press conference, he's talking about fighting on till the end. Where is this confidence coming from? Is there any justification for it? What's
Rahul, that confidence comes from a long inning in politics. More than 50 years in national politics and state politics, that confidence is coming from there. 2 years back, 2.5 years back, this is the same BJP led by Modi and Shah and Fadnavis was shown their place in Maharashtra, this very assembly. So Pawar Sahab, whatever he's saying, he must have made his calculations. we are firmly behind Uddhav Thackeray as CM. We are firmly behind Shiv Sena as a party. Now, let me answer what comments made by BJP spokesperson. He is talking about Eknath Shinde saying कि पाकिस्तान को जगह दिखा दी। भाई चाइना जब सामने से आ रही है, आपके बॉर्डर पे बैठ गई है, तो ये ब्रावाडो कहाँ चले गया बीजेपी का? किसान नाखुश है, आपका युवा नाखुश है, आपने जो अग्निवीर जो स्कीम लाई है उसके अगेंस्ट में देश में क्या हो रहा है, इसका भी तो जवाब दो। आप एकनाथ शिंदे ने एक बात कह दी और उसको लेके आप नेशनलिज्म की और इसकी बात करोगे। आज आपका जीडीपी कहाँ पे चले गया, आज महंगाई कहाँ पे है, उसके बारे में आप बात नहीं करोगे। आप सिर्फ नेशनलिज्म का झंडा लेके चलोगे, हिंदुत्व एज अ पॉलिटिकल आइडियोलॉजी लेके चलोगे, पोलराइजेशन करके आप पैसे का उपयोग करके और ईडी और सीबीआई का उपयोग करके आप हर स्टेट में सरकार बनाने जाओगे। तो ये महाराष्ट्र में एनसीपी अंडर
stay with me. I want to go across now. Live to Phuket, joining us once again is Rajdeep Sardesai. I pity his holiday. Rajdeep, every evening if you're dialing in, when you're holidaying, it's not turning out to be much of a holiday unless your morning is packed with action, in which case it's not so bad. But tell me, what's your reading of the state of play? You've got Sharad Pawar here digging in his heels, insisting he'll fight on. He's outsmarted the BJP once. Can the wily old Maratha fox do it again, or is he this time playing a very weak hand, just showing off that there is some bluster, but actually his cards are very weak?
Well, as we said yesterday, Rahul, at this very time, the Sharad Pawar Uddhav Thackeray game is to stretch this as long as possible and hope that the rebels die around. That doesn't seem to be happening. In the 24 hours since we spoke, if anything, the rebel ranks have only swelled and actually are now inching towards the 37 mark of the Sena alone plus the independents. So now, in a way, the Uddhav Pawar camp is waiting for the rebels to make the next move. The next move likely is that they are going to write to the governor saying that this government has lost its confidence, also writing to the speaker or deputy speaker in this instance to be possibly recognized as a separate group. But even before they do that, they will claim they are the real Sena and they intend to call for this confidence vote. Now that confidence vote is where the Pawar Thackeray or Uddhav Thackeray camp is hoping that once these MLAs come to Mumbai, then maybe they can convince them, there can be a change in heart, there can be pressure. But to my mind, as of now, they are fighting a weak losing card because the momentum is clearly with Mr. Shinde. The very fact that despite Uddhav Thackeray's emotional appeal, the kind of messaging that has come from Shinde camp indicates that they are very confident that at least 40 Shiv Sena MLAs are with them. I'll tell you, Rahul, there are 3 camps at the moment. There are about 15 MLAs who are with the Uddhav Thackeray camp. There are another 15 who are firmly with the Shinde camp. And there are another 25, out of which there are several who have ED cases or agency cases against them who walked over to the Shinde camp. And there are those who are the floaters. These floaters may be targeted, but their numbers as of now are not more than 10 to 12. Is that enough? No. As far as the numbers go, clearly, this government seems to be inching towards a minority. What can they do? The deputy speaker may well disqualify some of the MLAs to try and send out a message to the rebel MLAs that, look, we are disqualifying some, the rest can come along. But this will then go to the courts. So you have a battle that will be fought in the speaker's office, in the courts, and on the assembly, and dare I say on the streets, where the Sena will try and use some muscle power.
One of the conspiracy theories doing the rounds in Mumbai and in Delhi is about how these Sena MLAs managed to go from Mumbai till the Gujarat border and then onwards to Surat with the Maharashtra police, Mumbai police escort, and nobody in the Sena government found out. The question is, and remember, a ministry like Home Affairs controlled by the NCP, whether there is some kind of an NCP twist in this tale where elements in the NCP allowed for this to happen. Otherwise, somewhere along that route from Mumbai to the Mumbai border, Maharashtra border heading towards Gujarat, somebody would have called somebody in the Sena or woken up Uddhav Thackeray and said, your MLA is running away. Do you buy that this conspiracy theory could have an element of truth to it?
You know, there is this theory doing the rounds, both about the NCP and the Shiv Sena, that eventually the Shiv Sena will also merge with the BJP, and all this is being plotted towards that end. And the other theory is that the NCP, in a way, is soft on the BJP and wants now to, in a way, achieve some kind of a new arrangement. Look, I spoke to the NCP leaders. They are insisting that they are firmly with the Shiv Sena. They are, in fact, blaming the Shiv Sena for failing to keep their flock together. There are Shiv Senics who are saying Dilip Valse Patil, Home Minister, is with the NCP. What was he doing? The police comes under him. Look, that part is in the realm of speculation. I think we should stick to the facts. Fact one, Eknath Shinde, majority of the Shiv Sena MLAs by a large number, not just by a small number, but by a large number are today with him in Guwahati. Fact number two, Uddhav Thackeray at the moment is playing with very few hands in hand. The only hand he has is to hope that he can tire out his rivals and make a kind of emotional connect once they come to Mumbai. But remember, many of these MLAs who've gone are rural MLAs. They are from Western Maharashtra, where their prime enemy is the NCP. They are not going to come back so easily. I think it's become increasingly clear, Rahul, in the last 72 hours, that this alliance, which was an unnatural alliance, is gradually breaking up. Even the Congress now is accusing the NCP of not addressing their concerns. So you've got a situation where the alliance seems to be fragmenting, even as Eknath Shinde appears to be consolidating. There's just one more piece in this jigsaw that needs to be fitted, which is the BJP. Whether it is in Delhi or whether it is in Mumbai, the top leadership has kept silent. They are waiting for Eknath Shinde to reach 37, write to the speaker, claim that he is the real Shiv Sena, and then call for the floor test. That, to my mind, will be the final piece of this puzzle. And therefore, as of now, all the cards seem to be with the BJP supported, the Shiv Sena Shinde group, choreographed and supported by Devendra Fadnavis. I can tell you at least one Shiv Sena MLA that I spoke to, who has since gone to the rebel camp, had told me 2 weeks ago that he was tired of the constant ED questioning. So the ED also role is being used in a way to ensure that Eknath Shinde's camp gets stronger. So all the signals, Rahul, are that Uddhav Thackeray is fighting a losing battle at the moment. Sharad Pawar, wily, yes, but a bit of bravado, I think, at the moment, hoping against hope that something will change.
I'm not going to hold you longer. Rajdeep, thank you for joining us. Ratan, Sharda, your sense of what the BJP may want to do. One theory is that they may get the Shinde camp to try and merge with them, as was the case, say, in a state like Madhya Pradesh, where Jyotiraditya Scindia and his rebel MLAs, in fact, didn't just leave the Congress, but they joined the BJP. The other is that they will try and have an alternate, the Shinde Sena kind of formation. How do you see the state of play in the BJP camp?
See, Rahul, first of all, we must admit that the audacious attempt of Eknath Ranade to take over the complete party is as audacious as Indira Gandhi's attempt in 1968-69 during presidential poll. She succeeded. It's not very easy to hijack the entire party. Even she was not that strong, but finally she managed. So this is a very huge attempt where the chief of the party has been left with just a run. Never happened earlier on. It also shows that even the Darbari parties can be broken if the Darbaris rise in unison. Thirdly, we have seen that Ajit Pawar has today clearly said BJP has no role. It is typically Shiv Sena's problem. If you remember, 2 days back also had said that it is the fear of losing the elections again. It is the anger that they were never given attention by Uddhav Thackeray and absentee CM. All those together made Shiv Sena MLAs very jittery and very scared of the coming elections whenever they come. That future in mind, they rebelled, and now they are much bigger than anybody else. And also, if you see Nana Patole, he said that we will not treat it well again. So it was only NCP which was running the government well. Ajit Pawar was doling out the right kind of funds for people who wanted to do something, but all other people are left high and dry. In such a scenario, Eknath Shinde, secondly, somebody in Congress is telling just moments back that these people are conspiring. But if you see the way Shiv Sena has handled the entire issue, they were totally clueless. They were depending on Sharad Pawar. And if you look at Sharad Pawar, there are rumors in Mumbai that when the first attempt was done with Ajit Pawar, it was Sharad Pawar who played the game. he first encouraged Ajit Pawar to say that Ajit Pawar cheated the uncle is not true actually. So Sharad Pawar has been all his life has been a manipulator. He has never been a majority leader. He never got a majority. He never had his own rule. He always used to be doing manipulation of Congress, then his own party, then various other factions. So for him to think that he can manipulate again once these people come to Mumbai is a grand dream. I think it is taker of Shiv Sena. I don't think it will merge with BJP. That's a very strong guess I am making because there is no other Shiv Sena left. So I don't think Eknath Shinde will try to merge with BJP. He will try to keep the Shiv Sena flag alive, and there may be new alliance which may not be the liking of BJP as of now, but which may be the way forward. Because for all purposes, Uddhav Thackeray's Shiv Sena is as good as just a rump now.
Oh, that's true. The fact that majority of the MLAs have gone away is very embarrassing for Uddhav Thackeray, the son of the great Balasaheb Thackeray, who couldn't keep his own team together. It's not just the NCP or the Congress which is the problem here. The problem lies within. Sahil Joshi, what's most likely to happen next? What should our viewers look out for over the next 24 hours?
Well, there are a couple of things which the viewers actually should look out for. One, now that Eknath Shinde claims to have 38 MLAs, when he is going to send the letter to the governor, now that Devendra Fadnavis has gone to Delhi, when he is going to inform the governor that this government does not enjoy the majority support of the MLAs here and the floor test should be conducted. 3, when these MLAs come back to Mumbai, as has been claimed by Shiv Sena and of course Sharad Pawar, will some of the MLAs will go back to a fold of Shiv Sena? Let me tell you very clearly, I think Rajdeep used this term, unnatural alliance. For me, in Maharashtra politics, there is nothing unnatural alliance. I have seen alliance in 2014 when Shiv Sena BJP broke on a bitter note, but after the elections, they came together. The same BJP took outside support of NCP to form the government in 2014. In 2019, unnatural alliance of Devendra Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar took oath and ran the government for 3 days. So, Maharashtra has seen unnatural alliances even in the past. So, there is nothing unnatural in politics. Everything is natural and everything is as per the time. Right now, the time is completely, can be seen that, it is in favor of Eknath Shinde at this point of time. He has the numbers. Whether he'll be able to keep those numbers is the question. Secondly, Sharad Pawar still wants to run the game. He still wants to say that we are in the game. We have not given up. But will Uddhav Thackeray, try to be in the game? Will he try to fire some of the MLAs at this point of time to show that he's going to fight and not going to let it go just like that? The way he tried to say in his social media speech that, he doesn't want to face the no confidence vote. These are the questions which needs to be answered, and we will get those answered in
sure,
next
but
couple
also
of
does
days.
Uddhav
What
still
Uddhav
have
Thackeray
the
does
stomach
is
for
going
a
to be the
fight?
key.
Will he want to throw in the towel?
Yes.
Go back to wildlife photography, or will he have the gumption for a fight? This requires somebody who's ready for the rough and tumble of politics. Does Uddhav have what it takes to fight this kind of a battle? That's the critical question. We'll slip into a break. When we come back, you've got Shiv Sena rebel MLAs flooding Assam, and there's a very real deluge the state faces as well. And the TMC is targeting the BJP government, saying when there are floods, the Chief Minister is busy herding MLAs. Details coming up on the other side.
Top focus at 9 p.m. on News Today. As the Maharashtra political crisis only deepens, we get on the show top legal eagles and constitutional experts to tell us what are the legal options available where the Shiv Sena is concerned. On the other hand, everybody's talking about that magic figure of 37. If Eknath Shinde has 37 MLAs from the Shiv Sena and bucks the anti-defection law, is it still that easy? Also, later on in the show, we are going to put the spotlight on a comment that has come in from the Shiv Sena that it is willing to leave the Mahavikas Aghadi if the rebel MLAs come back to Mumbai. Well, is Uddhav Thackeray ready to give up power for his party? That's the top focus on 9 p.m. this evening.
In Guwahati, as numbers in the Shinde camp swell, politics is heating up. The TMC hit the streets in the capital of Assam protesting outside the Radisson Hotel, accusing the state government of focusing on resort politics rather than the flood situation. Here's a report.
Shiv Sena MLAs flooding the state. And a real deluge that has displaced lakhs of people from their home. Two polar situations in the state of Assam, both connected to politics. Rebel Shiv Sena MLAs are holed up in this luxury hotel Radisson Blu in Guwahati, plotting on how to topple Uddhav Thackeray. The safety of a BJP-run state, a likely reason to fly to Assam. While the Bharatiya Janata Party officially is detaching itself from the Sena rebellion, this visual of Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma leaving the hotel where the MLAs are staying has turned into a full-blown political storm. The Trinamool Congress workers protested outside the hotel against the Himanta government, saying it was focusing more on Maharashtra politics at a time when his attention should be on tackling the natural calamity. The TMC netas upping the ante against the state government.
महाराष्ट्र का एमएलए लोग को यहाँ लाके यहाँ ये सब पॉलिटिकल ये करके रखा है, लेकिन यहाँ हम लोग के आदमी का क्या हो रहा है?
Congress leaders from Assam also joined in on the attack on Himanta.
Today, the BJP, in its lust for power, has become blind to the pain of the people of Northeast who are suffering from floods.
After the backlash, Himanta Biswa Sarma was seen visiting these flood-hit areas and supervising the rescue effort.
ইয়াতো আমাৰ গুৱাহাটীত ভাল ভাল হোটেল আছে, ৰেডিশ্যন আছে, তাজ আছে, গতিকে গুৱাহাটীত সকলো আহিব লাগে যাতে গুৱাহাটীত ব্যৱসায় বাঢ়ে আৰু এজন মানুহ হোটেলত থকা মানে আমি ইয়াত জিএসটি পাম, আমাৰ উপাৰ্জন হ'ব, গতিকে সকলো ৰাজ্যৰ দেশৰ বিদেশৰো পলিটিক্যাল এপিক সেন্টাৰ যদি গুৱাহাটীত হয় মই ভাল পাওঁ, খালি মোৰ হোটেল কেইখন বুক থাকিব লাগে।
The Chief Minister has dismissed comments of his rivals, saying he wants Assam to be an international political epicenter. For now, amid the flood misery, Guwahati has surely become the epicenter of the political quake that has jolted Maharashtra. Bureau Report, India Today.
This is where I wrap up the news track tonight. For your time and your trust, thank you very much. I look forward to seeing you at 8 p.m. tomorrow evening. Till then, from all of us here, goodbye, good night.
Do the rising petrol prices and inflation scare you? How much do you earn in a month? Well, the World Inequality Report will knock your socks out. And why? Because it says India stands out as a poor and unequal country with an affluent elite population. 15% of Indians earn less than Rs 5,000 every month, while 22% of the national income goes to the 1% rich community. The report flags a drop in global income during 2020, with about half the dip in rich countries and half in low income and emerging countries. Are we living in the prime of inequality? In 2019 and 20, among different employment categories, the highest percentage was of self-employed workers, which was 45.78%, followed by regular salaried workers 33.5% and casual workers 20.71%. Self-employed workers also belong to the lowest income categories. The report pegged the country's unemployment rate at 4.8% for 2019 and 20, and the worker population ratio at 46.8%. Let's not forget that this was the same time when the pandemic had hit the world. Clearly, the daily wage earners had no source of income during the lockdown period. Now, to address the wealthy population. In India, the wealthiest households are in urban areas, with as much as 74% of the urban population in the two highest wealth quintiles, as opposed to more than half of the rural population, which is 54%, which falls in the two lowest wealth quintiles. Chandigarh has the largest population of wealthy people. 79% of the population in Chandigarh falls in the highest wealth quintiles, followed by Delhi 68% and then Punjab 61%.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
top focus at 9 p.m. on News Today. As the Maharashtra political crisis only deepens, we get on the show top legal eagles and constitutional experts to tell us what are the legal options available where the Shiv Sena is concerned. On the other hand, everybody's talking about that magic figure of 37. If Eknath Shinde has 37 MLAs from the Shiv Sena and bucks the anti-defection law, is it still that easy? Also, later on in the show, we are going to put the spotlight on a comment that has come in from the Shiv Sena that it is willing to leave the Mahavikas Aghadi if the rebel MLAs come back to Mumbai. Well, is Uddhav Thackeray ready to give up power for his party? That's the top focus on 9 p.m. this evening.
Presented by Berger Easy Clean. No dag, no dhabba, only beautiful walls. Presented by Aditya Birla Group, Big in Your Life. Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Co-presented by JK Tyre Ranger Series, stay wild at heart.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching News Today. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. Over the course of the next 1 hour, we're going to delve deeper into the legal options that lie before Uddhav Thackeray now. The numbers are mounting in Eknath Shinde's favor, but are numbers enough? Even if he touches what we've been talking about in the studios for so many hours, attend that magic 37 figure of MPs, MLAs, I beg your pardon, from the Shiv Sena. Even if he touches that 37 mark, is that enough to dislodge Uddhav Thackeray? Well, not just that, a statement was made today by Sanjay Raut, which seemed to suggest that Uddhav Thackeray is even willing to ditch the Mahavikas Aghadi if his rebel MLAs come down to Mumbai. We're going to explore all of that over the course of the next 45 minutes. Let me take you through the headlines first. Shinde Sena's number continues to grow. Rebel Eknath Shinde flaunts 42 MLAs from Guwahati, tells his supporters that a national party hailed his decision as historic. Big declaration by Sanjay Raut. The Shiv Sena MP says that the party will exit Mahavikas Aghadi if the rebels return. Aghadi allies throw their weight behind embattled Maharashtra Chief Minister. Pawar says his party is with Uddhav till the end. Congress too stands firm. As crisis deepens in Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis flies to Delhi, is likely to meet top BJP leadership in the national capital. After over 40 days in jail, Marathi actor Ketaki Chitale walks free after being granted bail by a Thane court. She was booked for a Facebook post against Sharad Pawar. All right, viewers, the Maharashtra political crisis has deepened and the number game is now tilted towards the rebels. More than tilted, many would suggest. While Uddhav is ready to sacrifice his power for the party, can sheer numbers dislodge Uddhav is the question we ask and explore over the next 45 minutes. Is there a prolonged legal battle ahead that lies on the cards?
The Uddhav government is on a precipice. From all indications, the Sena rebels will have numbers on their side. The big fight will be over deciding who is real Shiv Sena. If Eknath Shinde has 37 MLAs, could he stake claim to be the legitimate Shiv Sena? This issue will then reach the doors of the Election Commission. But that process can only begin if the Shinde faction officially moves the Election Commission. The rebel Sena MLAs have the option to resign. If the rebel camp is going to merge with the BJP, then it will have to prove that it has 37 MLAs to avoid disqualification under the anti-defection law. The role of the governor will come into play if Uddhav moves for dissolution. If the governor decides he does not have the majority, he can reject the recommendation. The governor can ask the BJP if it has support of rebel MLAs to form the government and prove its majority on the floor of the House. With the Sena rebel camp standing steadfast, the next stage of the Maha political drama could well be headed for a long-drawn legal battle. Bureau Report, India Today.
So viewers, the numbers clearly seem to be stacked against Uddhav Thackeray in favor of Eknath Shinde. You just saw that video. He released that just about 20 minutes ago. Eknath Shinde speaking, trying to motivate the MLAs with him. He says now he has enough MLAs from the Shiv Sena to displace Uddhav Thackeray. But are sheer numbers enough to dislodge the Maha Vikas Aghadi? What are the legal options that lie before Uddhav Thackeray? Joining me from here is Abhishek Manu Singhvi, third term senior MP, member CWC and chair Parliament Standing Committee, home eminent jurist and senior advocate Supreme Court from the Supreme Court. Mr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi joins us this evening. Mr. Singhvi, you know, every time there is a situation of political instability, legal options are definitely explored. I want to ask you today, what are the legal options that lie before Mr. Uddhav Thackeray when the numbers clearly seem to be stacked against him?
There is a very strong political aspect here, but I'll not go into that since you're asking me completely legal options, and I'll try and give a conceptual answer. And I'm not giving an answer only from Mr. Uddhav Thackeray's viewpoint. Option number one, legal, is clear. If they really did have the magic number and that 37 was crossed and therefore there was no anti-defection, then normally I would have expected by now a claim, a formal claim for forming the government filed with the governor, followed with a parade of the requisite number. I don't find that yet. Instead, I find a strange letter by Mr. Shinde claiming, letter to the governor, asking to be recognized as the CLP leader, whereas the governor has no role in that at all. That's an intra-party matter. That leads me to think that Mr. Shinde does not have the requisite numbers and the BJP and Mr. Shinde's combined do not have the requisite numbers. Otherwise, you would have had that letter by now. And that is the best proof that the figures which we have seen floating since yesterday, from 30 to 35 to 37 to 42 to 46 to 45, perhaps are more ambitious and illusory than they appear to be. Second option is that that a properly filed complaint on behalf of the Uddhav Thackeray group with the deputy speaker, because there is no speaker there, is received. It is then followed by a notice by the deputy speaker to the opposite side, so-called. The opposite side appears, files whatever they have to file, the matter is heard, and on the basis of the material and the hearing, the MLAs are disqualified or the MLAs are not disqualified depending on what the speaker holds. Now that is option number 2. However, that option does have an inbuilt time lag, notice, counter, rejoinder, arguments, etc. And that is the second issue, by which time it is possible that with the time lag, the fruits of the poisonous tree are already consumed and benefit those who have actually planted the poisonous fruit. Third is the shenanigans which have developed in the course of time on Indian defection law. For example, you can circumvent a lot of defection law by simply reducing the size of the house. An assembly of 100 by 25 resignations can be made into assembly of 75. And then in that 75, a reduced number can form a majority. And then after you change the government with these illegal means, the very same people who have defected or caused this confusion can be made ministers and then getting a further lease of life of 6 months to be re-elected. Now, there is a whole movement out there saying that no, this should be a disqualification for them for the entire term and they should not be allowed to become ministers and be re-elected. But that's not the law today. And that loophole has been exploited in the past. The fourth is that if Mr. Thackeray miraculously finds within tonight and tomorrow that he has the large requisite number, then he is entitled to in fact move for a motion of confidence. I'm not saying it will happen, I'm not saying it will not happen, I'm just giving you the legal option.
Right. Mr. Singhvi, the fact is right now, it's been debated ad nauseum in various studios. You have a lot of spokespersons who continuously, especially those leaning towards Eknath Shinde, come out and say the Eknath Shinde Sena is the real Shiv Sena because the majority of the numbers in terms of the MLAs out of the 55 are with Eknath Shinde. Now, is just sheer numbers enough?
Your voice is gone.
Sir, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Mr. Singhvi, can you hear me?
Repeat the last sentence.
The question I want to ask you is, are sheer numbers enough to suggest that the real Shiv Sena right now is Eknath Shinde's and not Uddhav Thackeray's?
See, that's begging the question. If you say real Shiv Sena in mere numbers, it may be true. Because the numbers in Guwahati may be more than the numbers not in Guwahati within the Shiv Sena. But again, it's begging the question because if you by real Shiv Sena mean that has the 2/3 gate pass allowed by the constitution been fulfilled, then obviously that is yet to be proved. As a matter of fact, I told you, had really 2/3 gone of the Shiv Sena number, you would have by now had a proper formal stake to claim to form the government and a floor test demand before the governor. The fact that Mr. Shinde has not made that, the fact that the BJP and Mr. Shinde together have not written to the governor to that effect, and remember, it's a friendly state government, central government, and the appointee of a friendly central government is the governor. The fact that they have not done so is proof positive of the fact that they don't have the requisite numbers. So the word real begs the question. If you say just mere numbers that 10 are mine and 5 are yours and therefore I'm the real, it may be true. But if you say that in the law of defection, which otherwise takes place, the real happens only if 2/3 leave and not one person less than 2/3. Well, then it begs the question, who's the real one?
Well, because if you're saying they don't have the numbers, then when the anti-defection law does kick in, can these rebel MLAs be disqualified, Mr. Singhvi?
I've just answered that question. Of course they can be, but that takes a process. I have to complain. The complaint has to be taken up by the deputy speaker. He gives a notice. The other side replies. Then he hears them like a judge and then he passes an order. Of course he can disqualify. I just said that. But, according to me, it is blatant defection and clear disqualification.
Right. But Mr. Singhvi, we are assuming that he doesn't have the numbers because you think if he had those numbers, then he would have come in for the kill already, right?
No, I am not saying that. I don't know the figures. It's a very fast-moving case, but it seems very odd that nobody has made a claim to form the government. Nobody has demanded a floor test. If they had the numbers which they are bouncing around with, that would have happened by now.
Mr. Singhvi, I'm going to ask you two quick questions now. Moving away from your legal perspective, you're from the Congress. The Congress would also need to look at its own lot with what is developing right now in Maharashtra. You are a part of the Mahavikas Aghadi. The fact, sir, it gives a bit of a testimony to what is going on within the Congress. The deputy speaker belongs to the NCP. The post of the speaker was supposed to be yours. Ever since Mr. Nana Patole left it because, he got a different position in your party, you haven't filled it up. Do you think that could cost you?
On the contrary, I think both the NCP and the Congress have acquitted themselves very well. Consider these facts. Number one, NCP and I are both outliers. We are boundary players. This is an intra-Sena dispute. It's not created by us, it's not caused by us, it's not of our making. Two, nevertheless, we have stood steadfast by the Aghadi, steadfast with Mr. Thackeray, who was a member of the Aghadi. Number three, do you think in all these shenanigans in the last 3 days, there would not have been a huge amount of inducements and efforts against NCP and Congress MLAs also? Do you think that the party which gets 90% plus of the electoral bonds with these huge resources would have kept quiet for NCP and MLAs? The fact of the matter is that not one single person is alleged to have moved allegiance in these two parties. Is that not creditable? So let us not kind of, just generally expect debate.
But Mr. Singhvi, the fact is it might be the internal matter of the Shiv Sena. It has not just potential, it's staring you in the face where it could bring down your government, which you are a part of. Yes, in Maharashtra. And having said that, both the NCP and the Congress have stood steadfast behind the Shiv Sena, yes, till now. But sir, you and I both know better, and you way better than I, that the NCP has the history of pulling a fast one or a rabbit out of the hat at the last minute, even with allies.
I think there are enough problems going on for the last 3 days than to indulge in this complete speculative, hypothetical, imaginary. It would be called the outpouring of a febrile and a fertile imagination that this will happen, and then because of this will happen, and then because the NCP did this 20 years ago, it is likely to do this tomorrow.
Right.
I don't think that is at all a constructive or even a reasonable way of looking at things.
All right.
What is there is there.
No, sir, that was in connection to the Deputy Speaker's post, which you allowed the NCP to get. But I'll ask you one quick question, Mr. Singhvi, before I let you go. In good faith, if your ally Uddhav Thackeray asked you for legal advice, and I'm sorry I'm asking you this on national television, what would you tell him to do now?
I would tell you first for him that how do you know that I've not already been asked, and I will be the last person to divulge privileged legal communication. Howsoever clever the journalist who is asking me the question and possibly getting something out of me, but it would not happen.
Well, it's my duty to ask, sir. Try, as I might. But
absolutely, and you tried well.
Well, appreciate you joining us, Mr. Singhvi. Thank you there. And if you are advising him, good luck. With that, I want to cut across right now to Mr. PDT Achari, former Lok Sabha Secretary General. He's joining us live. Appreciate you taking the time out and joining us this evening, sir. Mr. Achari, so much. And, throw some light on that. Because, in the studios ad nauseum, we've been talking about that magic 37 figure. If Eknath Shinde gets it, he's home. How much magic is attached to that 37 figure of the Shiv Sena MLAs that if Eknath Shinde has? By sheer strength of that number, can he actually dislodge this government?
Well, what is the magic about this number? I don't really understand. He has got, if he has got 47 members with him, the point is that first,
so we're going to, I'm interrupting you, Mr. Achari. I'm really sorry because we can't hear you. There's a problem with your audio, sir. Can I ask our, can we patch you again? We're going to reconnect to you because everybody would like to hear what you have to say, sir. Give us a minute. We're going to try and reconnect to you because we'd really like to hear you out. We're going to ask our technical team to get on it immediately so we have him in the next 1 minute. But meanwhile, what I'm going to do is, while we cut across to Mr. Achari, I'm going to take you through the top developments in this political thriller as it unravels in Maharashtra, and not just Maharashtra, viewers, all the way in Guwahati as well. NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar throws his support behind the Shiv Sena. He says the Maha Vikas Aghadi is ready for a floor test to prove the numbers. The Shinde faction continues their show of strength. The man leading the rebel MLAs, Eknath Shinde, says that BJP has called his decision historic and help has been ensured. Two more rebels, MLAs, joined the Shinde camp in Guwahati. One of the MLAs was an Uddhav messenger deployed to Surat to speak to the Shinde faction. Congress held an emergency meet on the political crisis. Congress decides to stick to its wait and watch policy. Shinde Sena is getting ready to stake claim, it seems. Sources tell India Today that Shinde will be reaching out to the governor, declaring two-thirds majority, and it could happen as soon as tomorrow. All right, viewers, so as we continue to get you the latest, while we cut across to Mr. Thackeray, I'm sure our viewers are waiting to hear from him. Especially, we're going to touch upon a few topics with him where the legality of what's going on is concerned, viewers, because one thing is for sure, every time there comes a situation of political instability and the instances of make and break power games, which we are seeing right now, where Maharashtra is concerned, there always arises legal issues. Now, in this ensuing Maharashtra political crisis, the Maharashtra's Mahavikas Aghadi, led by Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray of the Shiv Sena, appears now to be on the brink of collapse. That's the big question that we are going to put forth to Mr. PDT Achari on whether, just by the sheer strength of numbers, a government can be pulled down. Because there's a lot that goes on, especially where the role of the governor, the election commission, and the deputy speaker in this case is concerned. We're going to cut across to Mr. PDT Achari in just about a minute, but let me quickly get you up to speed with what else is going on in the state of Maharashtra. The Shinde Sena is lock-loaded. Leading at the moment, Uddhav Sena continues its free fall, with MLA after MLA heading to the rebel base in Guwahati. Today's image of the day was a massive show of strength by the Shinde Sena, flanked by 41 MLAs. Eknath Shinde flaunted his rebels, triggering a massive meltdown 2,500 kilometers away in Mumbai. But he also, viewers, while he was in Guwahati speaking, morale boosting, where his MLAs were concerned, also said that a nationalist party got in touch with him saying he's doing a damn good job. What does that mean? Which national party is he talking about? We'll leave it for the better imagination of our viewers. Listen in.
Presenting the Shinde Sena. All in one frame, massive rebel strength on display. India Today's agenda-setting news break has escalated and unfolded into a clear Shinde Sena versus Uddhav Sena war for the Maharashtra throne. Look closely at this image. All supporters of Eknath Shinde seen together for the first time, shouting slogans of Shiv Sena Zindabad and Balasaheb Thackeray ki Jai. Not one, two, or three, but over 35 Sena MLAs have rebelled against the boss, Uddhav Thackeray. And he was apparently clueless. The veritable last nail in the coffin, the induction of 3 more Sena MLAs into the Shinde faction. This includes the Sena's most trusted Mangesh Kudalkar, Sada Sarvankar and Deepak Kesarkar. With this, the Shinde Sena swells to 37 MLAs. The exact number needed to split the party without facing disqualification under the anti-defection law. Shinde could next approach the Maharashtra governor to prove a 2/3 majority required to claim power. The rebel faction could then join hands with the BJP to form the government. This means that the governor could ask Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray to defend his numbers on the floor, which, by the looks of things right now, will definitely fail. But like a dramatic movie, there could be a twist in the tale. And nothing in Indian politics is over till it's really over. Uddhav's right hand, Sanjay Raut, still claims that 21 rebel MLAs are having a rethink and will ditch Eknath Shinde soon. And a final shot that the Sena is willing to walk out of the government if the rebels return to Mumbai.
त्यांच्या ताब्यातल्या 21 आमदारांचा संपर्क आमच्याशी झालेला आहे. कोणी किती फोटो आणि व्हिडिओ इथे पाठवावेत, पत्ते खेळताना, जेवताना, खाताना, पिताना, पण ज्या दिवशी ते मुंबईला येतील त्या दिवशी त्यातले 21 आमदार हे शिवसेनेचे असतील.
The Mahak Game of Thrones in its final scene.
In a massive show of strength, the rebel MLAs of the Eknath Shinde camp came together for a photo op in Guwahati. While it was meant to showcase their numbers and their strength, it was also aimed at dealing a personal blow to Uddhav Thackeray as he watched his party crumble. With Ajay Kumar in Guwahati, Polami Saha for India Today.
All right, as I promised, we're going to cut across to Mr. PDT Achari. We're just trying to fix his audio. We're going to be back with him and he's going to answer all the legal questions. But something else also happened today. Sanjay Raut from the Shiv Sena said that they are even open to leaving the Mahavikas Aghadi if the rebel MLAs come to Mumbai and tell Uddhav Thackeray to do so. Is Uddhav Thackeray ready to now sacrifice power for his party? Let's cut across to our panelists this evening. Sanjay Jha, political analyst, Sanjeev Unyal, political analyst, Raj Punj, Shiv Sena leader, Clyde Crasto, spokesperson, NCP, Sanjay Hegde, senior advocate, Rajdeep Sardesai, consulting editor. Mr. Sardesai joins us on his holiday. Rajdeep, let me begin with you. We are waiting for Mr. PDT Achari to join us. But what do you see now happening, especially where Uddhav Thackeray is concerned? You know, yesterday morning, Sanjay Raut says, "Agar satta chhodni hai, satta chhodenge, party sabse badi hai." This evening, he says that they're ready to leave the Mahavikas Aghadi if the rebels come back and tell them to do so.
No, look, I think you must take the statements of Sanjay Raut on this issue with a bucket full of salt. They are part of the game of political brinkmanship, a game of cat and mouse that is now being played. The Thackeray camp wants these MLAs to return to Mumbai because they believe that their best hope in a way breaking this rebellion is only when they meet these MLAs face to face, confront them possibly with the rank and file and with possibly the power that the Sena still wields in parts of Mumbai, which is why he is making it very clear we are ready to leave the MVA provided you first come to Mumbai and speak to us. On the other hand, Eknath Shinde's camp believes they have the momentum with them, so therefore they are daring Uddhav Thackeray to first quit the MVA and then they are ready for a discussion. Look, all of this is shadow boxing. At the end of the day, please understand a couple of things. One, the numbers, Preeti, are clearly with the Eknath Shinde camp. If anything, they have swelled over the last 24 hours. So the emotional appeal of Uddhav Thackeray has not worked as of now. Number two, please appreciate that while all these videos are coming from Guwahati, the real puppeteer, the choreographer of this is in Mumbai in Devendra Fadnavis and few of his aides. They are the directors.
Rajdeep, Devendra Fadnavis now clearly smelling victory is in Delhi this evening.
That's right. They are the ones. But so far, remember, he has not spoken a word because he does not want a repeat of November 2019 when in his haste he went and tied up with Ajit Pawar and the government lasted for a week. Now Devendra Fadnavis has been playing this very carefully, step by step. Some of his key aides are there in Guwahati managing this operation. Eknath Shinde is the face of the rebellion. But the strings are being pulled by the BJP. And I can tell you that within the Shiv Sena, there are 2 or 3 clear camps. About 15 MLAs, 15 are with Uddhav Thackeray as of now, mainly from Mumbai. There are another 15 firmly with Eknath Shinde, I would say up to 20 now. And there are a balanced 20 who include people who are close to Uddhav but also have cases against them. The likes of Pratap Sarnaik or Gulab Rao Patil. What are they worried about? The ED will come knocking on their door. The fear of the ED is also there. The fear also in some rural Shiv Sena MLAs that in the next election, how will they be able to fight with this MVA alliance when their primary opponent in their area, especially in Western Maharashtra, is the NCP? So there are practical realities. So given this picture, Preeti, Eknath Shinde has the momentum. Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar in a way have only one thing going for them. They are still in power in Maharashtra. The deputy speaker is of the NCP. He can possibly disqualify some of those rebels. He can perhaps delay taking the floor test, although my information is that the governor will step in and ask for a floor test to be taken within a week once the BJP and the Shinde camp come out in the open and claim that the Uddhav Thackeray government has lost majority. So I think what you are seeing at the moment is just edging towards the final climax. Unless there is some last-minute twist, Preeti, I don't really see at the moment Uddhav Thackeray's government surviving.
You know, Rajdeep, stay on with us. I'm going to quickly take Clyde Crasto. He has to leave by 9:30. Mr. Crasto, the fact is we heard Sharad Pawar a short while back. He says they're ready to go in for a floor test where the Mahavikas Aghadi is concerned. But don't you think that Eknath Shinde, with the support of the BJP, is going to push for that floor test before you?
Well, so be it. Fair enough. That's what we are talking about. We are talking about the floor test. If they have the numbers, they can go ahead and prove it. That's what we are waiting for. Because see, what we've been seeing in the last couple of days is numbers being thrown up. Some days he's claiming he's got the numbers. Some days he's saying that, I'm going to get the numbers. Now he says 47, 30, whatever. The numbers keep going. So the fact is, at the end of the day, like we've all been talking about this, you have to prove it on the floor of the House of the Assembly. So why don't they come ahead and prove it? And then we have to go by what the Constitution says, that whoever is in majority can form the government. Whoever does not have the majority loses. So let's go for it. Let's do it that way. We cannot keep talking and playing mind games like this. If they have the numbers, so be it.
So you doubt, Mr. Crasto, like Mr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who joined us a short while back, that it's a peculiar case, because if Eknath Shinde had the numbers, he would have gone in for the kill already.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's the point. That's the point. If he had the numbers, and if he's flaunting those pictures and images and everything, see what Mr. Thackeray also said yesterday was, if you want me to resign, come here, talk to me, tell me, and take my letter. Today, Sanjay Raut ji also said, come to Bombay, sit face to face, talk to me, talk to us, and if we think that it's worthy of us leaving the government, we will do it. But the fact of the matter is, they're not doing so. You have to remember one thing very important here, Preeti, that Eknath Shinde is not just any other MLA or a minister of the Shiv Sena. He was someone who was in close proximity of the chief minister. He's a very senior leader of the Shiv Sena. And if he's going to complain about whatever was happening, he should have sat with Mr. Thackeray and sorted this problem out, because he has been the man Friday for a lot of things. He has gone and solved a lot of issues. So if that was the case, and if the other MLAs were talking to him and telling him they have a problem, it was his moral duty and duty as a party leader to say it and speak to the chief minister. Why did he not do so? So there are a lot of things that we can talk about. But the fact is, if he has the numbers, he should prove it. And only then can we talk further.
Well, the Shiv Sena in return is now demanding disqualification of 12 MLAs. That's the news break that's coming in. Appreciate you joining us, Mr. Clyde Crasto. We know you've got to go. I want to bring in Rajdeep Sardesai once and cut across to PDT Achari, who's going to break down the legality of it all. We've been going on ad nauseum, Rajdeep, in the studio. If you have a question from Mr. Achari, bring it on. But Mr. Achari, if you can hear me, sir, so much has been said in studios, the last word in print when it comes down to those 37 MLAs, that magic figure. Will sheer the strength of numbers be enough to dislodge Uddhav Thackeray is the question, sir.
The magic number, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you now. Much better. Go ahead, sir.
So far as the magic number 37 is concerned, it becomes relevant only when somebody files a petition with the speaker for disqualifying. Because under the anti-defection law, a person can be exempted from disqualification under the anti-defection law if two conditions are fulfilled. One is his original political party merges with another party, and two-thirds of the members, at least two-thirds of the members of the assembly agree with that decision to merge. These are the two conditions which are required to be fulfilled. Only then they get protection. Otherwise, they don't get protection from disqualification, and they are liable to be disqualified if these conditions are not fulfilled. But recently there was a decision of the Bombay High Court on that Goa case, where the High Court said that even if the members, the assembly members, go and merge, that should be deemed to be the merger of the original political party. Now, although that decision was a very strange kind of decision, but still, suppose that holds the field, and that if that is applied, then also these 37 members of this particular group will have to merge with another party, that is the BJP in this case. Without that, they don't get protection. One thing we must know, that this cannot function as a breakaway group in the assembly, because that is not permitted by the anti-defection
Can they claim, sir, that they are the real Shiv Sena? Can today Eknath Shinde write to the speaker and claim, I am the real Shiv Sena? We are two-thirds. We should represent the real Shiv Sena today.
That is not possible, because after that question has to be decided by the election commission. Election commission will decide which faction is the real Shiv Sena, and that question cannot be decided by the speaker. We must know that the legislature party is only a part of the political party, It's only a part of the political party. Political party is much bigger than legislative party. After all, they have so many members, and then there are different levels of the political party. So in any case, the political party is much bigger than the legislature party. So the legislature party leader or leader of a faction of the legislature party cannot go and claim that I am the party, so I may be recognized as the leader. That is not the procedure. That cannot be done under the present law.
All right, Mr. PDT Achari, Rajdeep, if you have another question right now before we let you go, sir, just one question. What are the possible scenarios now, as per you, that could actually legally play out in the state of Maharashtra? What are we looking at?
No, what I feel is, if the Chief Minister feels that he doesn't have the majority, then he may resign. That is one possibility. In that case, naturally, the governor will appoint somebody else as the Chief Minister. He can make the leader of the opposition as the Chief Minister and all that. Those possibilities are there if the Chief Minister resigns. Otherwise, the governor can ask the Chief Minister to convene, to hold a protest in the House and prove his majority. That is what normally happens in such cases. So in that case, suppose these members, these 37 members or 40 members or whatever number they have, if they vote against the party, their own party, because naturally, Shiv Sena is the party to which all these people belong. And therefore, Shiv Sena is well within its right to issue whip to all these members, all the 55 members of the Shiv Sena. And they are bound to obey the whip.
Right.
If they defy it, then that becomes a ground for disqualifying. But then, if the government resigns or if the government is voted out, then there will be a totally different kind of political scenario. Another Chief Minister will come, another party will form a government, and then there will be another speaker. And if the petition goes to that speaker to disqualify these people who have voted against their party, then of course it is anybody's guess what will happen. Then they can go to the Supreme Court and all that. It's a very prolonged kind of fight.
It's a prolonged battle. Rajdeep, do you have a question, or shall we let Mr. PDT Achari go?
No,
sir?
we can let him go. But you see, that is what is the game which is being played here, Preeti. Please appreciate. I think Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray are buying time. Particularly today, it was clear from Mr. Pawar. He is hoping that the longer this drags on, some element of coercion or some element of an emotional pressure can be put on the Shiv Sena MLAs. But my sense, Preeti, at the moment is, given the way this has been planned, I am told this was planned months ago. This is being planned to the T, and it was aimed to catch both the Sena and NCP by surprise. And therefore, now to expect that in the last stage, Mr. Fadnavis will fail in this attempt seems unlikely. Lightning is unlikely to strike twice. Remember, he lost out in November. He's been smart at 2019. He's been smarting since. He has planned this, choreographed this, and that is why I find it very difficult to believe that he will now fail in this last stage unless Mr. Pawar has some other ace up his sleeve.
Right, all right. Rajdeep, stay on with me. Mr. PDT Achari, sir, thank you so much for taking some time out for us this evening and explaining it to our viewers, because there's so much, that is being said in studios, which, as what you heard Mr. PDT Achari said, not generally correct. There's a role that the Deputy Speaker will play, the Governor will play, and importantly, that the Election Commission will play as well. As Rajdeep stays on with us, I want to quickly appreciate the patience of our other panelist. Raj Punj from the Shiv Sena is there. Mr. Punj, I want to ask you one question. There's news breaking right now that action would be taken against 12 MLAs. Disqualification would be mooted by the Shiv Sena, while more MLAs are now coming into Guwahati. We're going to try and get an understanding whether they are from the Shiv Sena or from where, but these are visuals that are coming in. We're going to get an understanding where they're coming from. But Mr. Punj, why action only against 12 MLAs? Because in attendance were only 16 MLAs in the meeting that was called.
प्रीति जी, देखिए सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि अगर कोई भी ऊपर जो हमारे हायर वो हैं, ऊपर बैठे हैं, शीर्ष नेतृत्व जो बैठा है, वो डेफिनेटली जो भी एक्शन होगा, जो भी इस प्रकार से गतिविधि पाई जाएगी, जो भी इसके ऊपर पाया जाएगा, उस पर एक्शन जरूर होगा और होना भी चाहिए। अब दूसरी बात यह है कि इस समय एवरीवन हैज देयर ओन
12 एमएलए पे क्यों हो रहा है? क्योंकि अटेंड तो बहुतों ने नहीं किया था ना, 30 के ऊपर एमएलए थे जिन्होंने नहीं अटेंड किया था, आप सिर्फ 12 पे एक्शन ले रहे हैं, ऐसा क्यों?
देखिए अब
क्या ये 12 वो एमएलएज हैं जो एकनाथ शिंदे कैंप से हैं, जो राजदीप बोल रहे थे?
नहीं, हाँ बिल्कुल राजदीप जी कह रहे थे, लेकिन मैं आपको बताता हूँ कि देखिए जो भी किसी कैंप से था या जो भी था सब शिव सैनिक है, सब हमारे परिवार के हैं, ठीक है, आपस में मन मुताबिक है, देयर सो मेनी एग्जम्पशंस राइट आउट इन द फील्ड। तो आप देख रहे हैं कि बहुत सारी चीजें इसमें चल रही हैं और अपनी हर किसी की एग्जम्पशन है जो भी लगा रहा है। लेकिन गुवाहाटी के अंदर मैं बहुत ही उसमें मेरे को लग रहा है कि वहाँ पे इतना ज्यादा हेमंत बिश्व शर्मा जो इस समय ध्यान नहीं दे रहे कि वहाँ पर जो इस समय वहाँ पे बाढ़ आई है उसके ऊपर ध्यान नहीं दिया जा रहा, लेकिन वहाँ पर जो उनको इस समय वो हो रहा है कि जहाँ पे इस समय एमएलए बैठे उस जगह को कितना प्रोक्योर किया जाए, उस जगह को कितना तैयार किया जाए, वहाँ से टीएमसी को
सर बात तो ये है, बट सर बात तो ये है जैसे अभी आप बोल रहे हैं ना, वहाँ पर और एमएलए अंदर आ रहे हैं।
नहीं देखिए अंदर आ रहे हैं पीटी जी या बाहर जा रहे हैं, वो सब हमारे परिवार के हैं। आज घंटों में नहीं तो दिनों में वापस जरूर आएंगे और डेफिनेटली आएंगे, और इसमें आना ही है क्योंकि शिव सैनिक वो भी शिव सैनिक है और हम भी शिव सैनिक है। हम भी 56 सालों से फॉर द लास्ट 56 ईयर्स हम भी उसका परचम लेके घूम रहे हैं, हम भी झंडा लेके घूम रहे हैं और वो भी घूम रहे हैं। तो इसमें कोई डेफिनेटली वो और हम अलग अलग तो है नहीं, एक ही परिवार से हो सकते हैं आपस में।
Sanjeev Unyal bhi hai hamare saath. We have Sanjeev Unyal, political analyst. He's also joining us. Mr. Unyal, do you think, Mr. Unyal, at this point of time, we've explored many legal options. We'll also bring in Sanjay Hegde. Rajdeep is with us. So is Sanjay. I apologize to all of you. I know it's taking a bit of time. Lots of breaking news coming in and other legal experts. But Mr. Unyal, do you think now, what is the reason? You know, which even Mr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi had a point. If Eknath Shinde had the prerequisite numbers, why isn't he going in, moving in for the kill? Why wait?
Preeti, one thing is, I entirely a different point of view, first of all. I am not agree what Sardesai was saying. This is very loud and clear. Now, the Hindutva is the main agenda, is the epicenter of complete episode. One should not forget. Why it happened, whatsoever Balasaheb used to say has not been followed by his son, particularly his family, Uddhav Thackeray. Now has been adopted clearly by Shinde. So that's why he has taken an edge and he has raised his voice. He is having a height of towering structure, because that's why 40 people, 40 MLAs are with him right now.
Right.
And you see, he has gone to Matoshree from the CM house. So it speaks volume about the stability, the strongness of a person who has taken this initiative. And second thing, factually I want to say, if 40 people are there, anti-defection law cannot apply at all.
So Mr. Unyal, you are saying the core issue of this is Hindutva. The core issue you are saying of this is Hindutva. We'll come right back to you, sir, because more MLAs are coming in. My colleague Polumi is joining us with the names of these MLAs. Polumi, who's come in right now inside the gates of that hotel in Guwahati?
Right, Preeti, 2 MLAs have now entered the premises of the Radisson Hotel in Guwahati. These include Dadaji Bhuse and Sanjay Rathod. These are the 2 MLAs who have entered the Radisson Hotel. And very, very interestingly, one Shiv Sena MLC, these are both of these are Shiv Sena MLAs, and one Shiv Sena MLC, Ravindra Phatak, has also gone in. He's a member of the Legislative Council. But what is interesting about Ravindra Phatak is that he was one of the 2 emissaries that were sent by Uddhav Thackeray 2 days ago to the hotel in Surat, the Lee Meridian Hotel in Surat, to convince Eknath Shinde and the rebel camp to give up their rebellion and come back to Mumbai. So the MLC, who was sent as an emissary by Uddhav Thackeray, is now sitting with Eknath Shinde in a Guwahati hotel. So he switched camps quite clearly over there, because that seems to be the reason he's travelled from Surat on a chartered flight with these 2 MLAs, which takes the tally of the Shiv Sena officially now to the mark that Eknath Shinde wanted to reach. 37 is the number right now.
Well, 37 is the number right now. Sanjay Hegde, legally they have the numbers now. With these 2 MLAs coming in, we'll bring in Rajdeep Sardesai into this conversation. Do you think now would be a time when Eknath Shinde will go to the Deputy Speaker asking for a floor test?
He doesn't need to go to the deputy speaker asking for a floor test. I do anticipate that as and when the numbers are in place, there will first be a parading in the Raj Bhavan, and there will the game ultimately will move to the assembly. There will be an assembly session, and it is also a possibility that even if the numbers are not there with Uddhav Thackeray, he might still insist on a floor test. There will be all those speeches. If people may take inspiration from what happened to Atal Bihari Vajpayee in the 13-day government or Mr. Deve Gowda. So there is a political game in the longer term also to be fought. These are various things that can happen on the political side. On the legal side, things can go wrong only if either of the referees starts playing in the game himself. That is, either the governor says, starts counting heads and dismisses the government or something of that kind, or if the deputy speaker starts a process of disqualification and does that selectively. I heard you asking some of the other panelists, why only 12? This is a phrase of evolving jurisprudence on the 10th schedule. I remember a long time ago when there was a similar crisis in Uttar Pradesh. Some MLAs came over at one point of time, another set of MLAs came at another point of time, and the then speaker, Mr. Kesrinath Tripathi, who was a senior advocate himself, evolved a theory of a continuing split, that a split doesn't have to take place at once. Here also, whether there is a merger with another party or whether only some people have split from the legislative party, though 50 odd people may have gone to Guwahati, at the floor test, if those 50 do not vote for the Shinde Sena and stick with the Shiv Sena, then there will be different consequences.
You know, Sanjay Hegde, I want to also ask you, as I bring in Sanjay Jha and Rajdeep Sardesai. Rajdeep, there has been instances in the past where the governor of his own volition has called for a floor test. It happened in Madhya Pradesh, where Kamal Nath and that entire Jyotir Aditya Scindia episode, where Kamal Nath asked for the dissolution of the house, but the governor decided to hold a floor test on his own volition.
It's happened in Madhya Pradesh. It happened also more recently in Karnataka. So yes, it's very settled principle now that you have to prove your majority on the floor of the house. The role of the arbitrariness that existed sometimes, particularly with speakers, is now considerably reduced because of court judgments. And therefore, eventually, if Uddhav Thackeray doesn't have the majority, he will have to resign on the floor of the house and perhaps give an emotional speech, one final speech on the floor of the house. Look, I come back to it. Why is it now that Sharad Pawar is reiterating floor of the house? Because they want the MLAs to come back from Guwahati to Mumbai. It is one thing to be in Guwahati, it is another thing to be in Mumbai. However, I think that they have misread the situation, because the sense one is getting is the number of these MLAs have already struck their deal with the BJP. Eknath Shinde has already revealed it. Without naming the BJP, he has clearly said that the BJP is very much involved in this operation, is calling it historic. You see, it's very interesting that unlike November 2019, where the BJP played its cards too early, this time the BJP wants to play the ace only in the final stretch. Devendra Fadnavis, I am told, has been cautioned, don't make your move till all the pieces are fitted. Now that they've touched 37, I think you will see in the next 24 hours, Eknath Shinde asking the governor, possibly with Devendra Fadnavis as well, to please call for to suggest that the Uddhav Thackeray government has lost its majority and they are ready for a floor test. So I think that 37 number was what they were waiting for. Now that they've got it, they will move for the kill. So I expect them to move for the kill in the next 24 to 48 hours and maybe a floor test sometime next week.
Sanjay Jha, appreciate the patience. Sorry coming to you this late, but you've always maintained the numbers are, even if the numbers are there, they will not be enough. Why do you say that, Mr. Jha?
Well, Preeti, first and foremost, the reason why they are not in Surat and why they were transported in the middle of the night by a chartered flight to Guwahati of all places, far away in the northeast, is simply because the idea was to limit the access or the proximity of Uddhav Thackeray and his team with the rebels. Simple. And now, why would you be worried? Why are you apprehensive? Because despite all the number of MLAs out there, they know that eventually no one there is cast in iron. People can make a decision and they can shift over maybe seconds. It's possible that even in the floor of the House, if they are transported on the day of the voting, they might actually vote for the other side when it comes to the actual decision on the floor of the House. So it is very difficult to predict with any certitude as to which way will they go. That is the only reason why, despite claiming 37, 38, 40, you are seeing that they are not able to come to Mumbai to do a floor test. But the bigger question that I think you need to anticipate, assuming hypothetically that the 37 number is breached and therefore technically there is no anti-defection, what is the deal that Eknath Shinde is going to give to the Shiv Sena? At the moment, you have a chief minister of the Shiv Sena and Uddhav Thackeray who would have continued for the entire 5-year tenure. Do you think Devendra Fadnavis is going to be a deputy chief minister with Eknath Shinde as the chief minister? That is not happening. In which case, Eknath Shinde is basically will have to accept that the chief minister will be a BJP chief minister. He'll have vertically split the Shiv Sena, humiliated a member of the Thackeray family who are seen as a personification of the Shiv Sena, and then ended up actually taking a secondary position. Will that really gladden the hearts of the Shiv Sena workers? I'm not so sure.
Well, Mr. Rajdeep, you want to come in? Mr. Unyal wanted to, finish his point, and then I'll just come back to you. Yes, Rajdeep, go ahead.
No, with one caveat, Mr. Jha, the fact is, please appreciate, if the BJP government is in power in Maharashtra and Eknath Shinde is deputy chief minister, the shadow of the agencies, the central agency's shadow, will no longer haunt many of the Shiv Sainiks who today have to appear. Even as we speak, Anil Parab, close aide of Uddhav Thackeray, is appearing before the ED. Number two, there's a BMC election in 3 months from now, where the BJP is determined to cut the Thackeray's down to size. Look, there is a proxy war going on here between Uddhav Thackeray and Devendra Fadnavis. There's been so much of talk that, the Shiv Sena could actually go back to the BJP. What's the impediment? The impediment is, can Uddhav Thackeray and Devendra Fadnavis really work together? Is that really possible? Because it matters, but there is an individual battle also going on here. It's not just between parties. And the fact is that the BJP, being with the BJP, gives you a certain immunity. Let's be clear. Whoever has switched over has got immunity.
Sanjay Jha shaking his head. Right. But no, Rajdeep, stay. Okay, wait. Mr. Jha, can I hold? I'll give you more. I'll give you more to answer to, because Mr. Unyal had also posed that question. Mr. Unyal, you wanted to complete what you said. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Of course. I apologize. I had cut you short at that time. Yeah, but you say it's all about Hindutva. But the fact that even Mr. Sanjay Jha said. But Mr. Unyal. Okay. Yeah. Finish, sir. You finish. I'll pose my question later. Finish.
Riti, let it be very, very clear to your viewers who are looking into viewing your program in a large number. It is an ideological issue. That's why Hindutva was on the top, and that's why Shinde has not accepted the offer of Uddhav Thackeray and Sanjay Rao to become a chief minister. But that's why, because he was not interested. He was interested in ideology of Hindutva only. That is the basic question. That is the basic answer. That is the epicenter of every problem right now.
All right. Okay. Well, the viewers are actually not mine. They are Rajdeep's viewers, but he's sitting all the way on a holiday. No. But the story's caught him there. But Rajdeep, I'll bring you into this conversation, because Mr. Unyal saying that it's all about Hindutva, where Mr. Shinde is going to be okay to sit in the chair of deputy CM. Do you think it's as simple as that?
No, there is that element. Look, this was an unnatural alliance, the Shiv Sena coming together with the NCP and Congress. There were practical realities because, as I said, they are in opposition in some parts of Maharashtra, but Hindutva is the factor. There is no doubt in my mind. I'm not trying to minimize that. The Hindutva that the Shiv Sena represents can never be fully reconciled by being part of the so-called MVA alliance. And in a way, this alliance was going to break up sooner rather than later. It was a question of timing. I believe the timing has been prompted by the BMC elections. That is the real cash cow. And after the Rajya Sabha MLC victory, the rebels scented blood. But yes, Hindutva is a factor, but let's also not minimize the role of greed and immunity from the law. Or there are a dozen MLAs
greed
today
and immunity
who are
for the
sitting
law.
in
Sanjay
Guwahati
Jha, you wanted
who
to
have
make a comment.
enforcement cases against them. That's the
Right.
reality as well. Are they all going to now be immune?
Okay, Sanjay Jha, you wanted to make a comment. I'm sorry I came in at that time. Go ahead, sir.
No, Preeti, let me tell you, Hindutva is a very solid pretext to justify a BJP-engineered revolt, because it suits the BJP's narrative as well, right? To say that the BJP is the true custodian of Hindutva, and these people in the Shiv Sena actually value it so much that they are willing to break the party. Please do not ignore the political significance of this narrative. And the second point, Rajdeep, this is the only part where I don't completely agree with what you said. Ultimately, in 2 years, they will have to go and face the elections again. And if I know politicians who have to fight elections, they are paranoid about going back to voters who may feel disillusioned with them or who feel that they actually let their own constituency down.
Well, it happened in Karnataka. It did happen in Karnataka. Many of those who fought the re-elections did not quite make it. But Rajdeep,
but Sanjay Jha, the fact is that the Shiv Sena MLAs from Western Maharashtra, their main opponent is the NCP. How can they go into an election with an MVA? This MVA alliance, like it or not, was an unnatural alliance. You have to accept it. Their bases are not this. Their social bases are very different in some parts of the. Having said that, all I will say is that in politics, anything can happen tomorrow.
Right.
So therefore, I am not ruling out a last-minute twist, but it seems unlikely.
That's why MLC elections, you see the outcome also.
Anything can happen tomorrow. Yes, Mr. Unyad. Anything can happen tomorrow, but what will happen tonight? Sanjay Hegde, thank you for the patience bringing you back in. Sir, now, if the numbers are there, and if Eknath Shinde approaches the governor now for a parade, for a floor test, what do you see, Onsu, legally speaking?
Well, Mr. Shinde doesn't have any locus to approach the governor unless he is taking claim on his own behalf. So it is more likely that Mr. Fadnavis will approach the governor along with Mr. Shinde and all the MLAs, saying that we have lost faith in the, we have decided not to support Mr. Thackeray, and please call for a floor test. So then the governor could possibly direct them to a floor test, and then of course whatever happens in the floor test. But unless Mr. Shinde is backed by the BJP to become chief minister himself, there's no question of him going to the governor.
All right, well, gentlemen, appreciate you all for taking out the time and joining us this evening. I'm going to leave it at that, and I'm going to leave it at the point where the latest coming in is, it seems Eknath Shinde now has the numbers down pat. 37. What's he going to do? 24 hours. Is Eknath Shinde, along with the Bharatiya Janata Party, going for that final kill? Trust India Today to get you the ringside view and the front row seats to this political thriller. Quick break. Up next, my colleague Gaurav Samant is going to take over.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
Sena rebel Eknath Shinde's big show of strength puts out a video claiming support of more than 45 Shiv Sena and independent MLAs. The NCP and the Congress rally around Uddhav Thackeray. But can Uddhav Thackeray save his chair and the Shiv Sena? It's the numbers game. Join me, Gaurav Sawant, as I get you the latest on India First at 10 p.m. tonight, only on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. You are... Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Sena rebel Eknath Shinde's big show of strength puts out a video claiming support of more than 45 Shiv Sena and independent MLAs. The NCP and the Congress rally around Uddhav Thackeray. But can Uddhav Thackeray save his chair and the Shiv Sena? It's the numbers game. Join me, Gaurav Sawant, as I get you the latest on India First at 10 p.m. tonight, only on India Today.
Co-powered by Buy, Sell, Rent on 99acres.com. Co-powered by, if it's important, Blue Dot it.
Amid chants of Jai Shivaji, Eknath Shinde claims support of 2/3 Shiv Sena MLAs. Congress and the NCP rally around Uddhav Thackeray. But has Eknath Shinde finally outgunned Uddhav Thackeray? Civil war in Sena, endgame Uddhav. That's our top focus on India First. It's actually being seen as a civil war in the Shiv Sena, and both sides have their generals and their soldiers on display. Now, what you see in front of you, this is the picture that Eknath Shinde's team put out today, a show of strength. Now, Eknath Shinde and his team insist they have the numbers on their own, 37, that magic number to beat the anti-defection law. They claim they have the numbers, and we'll get you that story on the broadcast. That big story. 2 more Shiv Sena MLAs are now in the Eknath
Shinde camp. That's the information that we have as of now. So the Shinde Sena now claims that they have 37 on their own, and this indicates that anti-defection law does not come into play because Eknath Shinde's faction of the Shiv Sena has the support of 2/3 of the Shiv Sena. The Shinde Sena has achieved the 2/3 mark. What we are also showing you on your television screen are the latest videos that have come from Guwahati. Dada Bhuse and Sanjay Rathod have reached the Radisson Blu Hotel in Guwahati. They are meeting Eknath Shinde and the others. Now, Shinde Sena stands at 37 on their own right now. So they've got the 2/3 mark to avoid disqualification under the anti-defection law. The Shiv Sena, in the meanwhile, has sought action against 12 MLAs who did not attend the party meeting at Varsha, the official residence of the Chief Minister. A letter has been sent to the Deputy Speaker demanding the disqualification of 12 MLAs. Now, I quickly want to cut across. India Today has the biggest team of reporters on ground. I quickly want to cut across to India Today's Paulami Saha joining us from Guwahati for more on the story. I also have with me Kamlesh Sutar, who will join us from Mumbai in just a moment. But watch these images on your television screen. Yeah. These are the latest images that are coming in from Guwahati, and clearly not good news for Uddhav Thackeray and his faction of the Shiv Sena. But Paulami, the numbers game, is it game over for Uddhav Thackeray with these? Has the 37 mark and more been achieved?
Well, as of now, Gaurav, when we look at the numbers, they stand at 37 for the Shiv Sena and 7 others, which includes 2 from a particular smaller party and 5 independents. So others 7 and 37 of the Shiv Sena. With 37 of the Shiv Sena, this faction over here has achieved 2/3 majority. 2/3 of the legislative party, so to say, of the Shiv Sena in the Maharashtra Legislative Assembly is currently sitting inside Hotel Radisson Blu in Guwahati as we speak. But we also believe that there are more MLAs expected. We're still hearing that tonight itself, Gaurav, there could be 2 more independents who could still be on their way to Guwahati. So it's not game over, really. What Eknath Shinde is trying to do over here is to effect maximum defection from the ruling camp at the moment. Get Shiv Sena MLAs on board, get others on board as well, independents and smaller parties. So that is what he's hoping for, because he doesn't want to stop at the figure of 37 for the Shiv Sena, simply for the reason that if he were to sit tight and comfortably on that figure and think that he's going to go down to Mumbai and then prove his majority or the strength in front of the governor with these numbers, then it's not going to be something that he's going to achieve very safely, because what if there are more MLAs who then decide to jump ship again and go back to the other camp? So he's going to try and reach a figure of at least 40 Shiv Sena MLAs or possibly more in order to be comfortable knowing that even if 1 or 2 like Kailash Patil, like Nitin Deshmukh were to go back to the original Shiv Sena camp, he still has nothing to worry about, Gaurav.
That's a very interesting point you make, because just some time back you had Sanjay Raut, Shiv Sena MP and leader, who said at least 21 out of these 37 are itching to get back into the Shiv Sena fold. Now, whether that's narrative building or actually the truth on ground, we will know in a while from now. Let's quickly cut across to Arvind Sawant. Let's listen in.
It has been written, maintained. You can see it, what has happened in Surat, when even Narvekar wanted to see them, how it was not allowed to see him for a long time. That proves the BJP is acting, the BJP government of the either Assam or Gujarat government, they were banning them, and right now also they are, in fact, kidnapped, you can say, and they have been deceived and they have been taken to the...
But those who were with us, with you like 2 days ago, right now as we are speaking, Dada Bhuse and even Ravindra Pathak has gone there now.
Ravindra Pathak has got no... It is a legislative assembly, not the council. To try to understand, he is a member of council. The legislative assembly member, Dada Bhuse, still they won't achieve the figure. If provided the people who want to come back, they are desiring to come back. If they come back, they will...
So, यहाँ पर आप
Interesting point. Shiv Sena Member of Parliament Arvind Sawant says a large number of people want to come back. They were deceived, misled and taken. Now I have Polami Saha who joins us from Guwahati. I also have Kamlesh Sutar who joins us from Mumbai, because this clearly, according to the Shiv Sena, that is the Uddhav Thackeray faction, they say game on. They say they have the numbers and they'll be able to prove the numbers on the floor of the house. In fact, that's something that Sharad Pawar, the NCP Supremo, also made it very clear. Numbers are proven on the floor of the house, not in letters that is sent to the Deputy Speaker or claims that are made in hotel lobbies. But that picture at the hotel lobby is very interesting, at the Radisson Blu Hotel. Is that picture, Kamlesh, an indication it's game over for Uddhav Thackeray, or is it Uddhav Thackeray, Nana Patole, the Congress, and of course Sharad Pawar, NCP, together, it's still game on?
Well, what was appearing till some time back that Uddhav Thackeray and his lieutenant are leaving the battlefield. We saw yesterday Uddhav Thackeray said that he is willing to quit the Chief Minister's chair. He also quit the official residence Varsha. He went back to Matoshree. Sanjay Raut said that we are willing to walk out of the MVA alliance. We thought that they are walking out of the battlefield, but just now, Gaurav, the update that is coming in, Shiv Sena has approached the Deputy Speaker. The news that we were just breaking, they have approached with a disqualification notice to 12 of the MLAs that are in Shinde camp, including the man at the moment, Eknath Shinde himself, and his trusted lieutenant, Eknath Shinde's trusted lieutenant Bharat Gogawale and others. So Shiv Sena clearly wants to drag this battle because, you know, a senior leader was saying that the more you drag the battle, the more there is possibility of a rebellion collapsing. So they want to drag it. It's now very clear this is going to go into the courtrooms. The Shiv Sena wants to make it legal. They have approached the Deputy Speaker. Yesterday I spoke to the Deputy Speaker. When he exclusively spoke to us, he said that he has already accepted the letter by Shiv Sena to appoint Ajay Chaudhary in place of Eknath Shinde as a leader of the legislative party leader. But then there was a meeting of the rebel MLAs held in Guwahati where they proposed Eknath Shinde's name, and it was seconded by other MLAs as the legislative party leader. So that somewhere Shiv Sena feels is breach of the party discipline, and that is why they have approached the Deputy Speaker. Now Deputy Speaker has already accepted it. That is an interesting point to note. The Deputy Speaker's post is with the NCP. Remember, Sharad Pawar today said that numbers are not proven in hotel lobbies, they are proven on the floor of the house. Let them come back, we'll show the numbers. That is what Sanjay Raut is saying. So the battle is not over as yet. They'll have to come to Mumbai, because ultimately it has to happen, because if the numbers are to be proven, the numbers have to be proven on the floor of the house. Until that happens, the match is not over.
It's game on. It's almost like a T20 match being fought to the last ball. Who will hit the last 6 out of the park, or who will be clean bowled? We'll be reporting on that very closely. But Polami, 2 more independent MLAs. Information just coming in. Information you're breaking. 2 more independent MLAs have reached Guwahati. Now, is this just narrative building or psychological pressure that's being put on Uddhav Thackeray, or does this actually hold a decisive edge? Because as far as anti-defection law is concerned, as of now, Eknath Shinde needs 37 or 37 plus to be comfortable.
Well, first of all, Gaurav, the news is that 2 more independent MLAs could be on their way to Guwahati as we speak. So the numbers over here at the Radisson Hotel could be swelling. But as far as the numbers growing over here is concerned, what Eknath Shinde is trying to achieve is to ensure that he has maximum numbers on his side. This is not just about, of course, a big chunk of it, and a prominent chunk of it is about achieving that 2/3 majority figure as far as the legislative party of the Shiv Sena is concerned, where he's touched that mark of 37 right now, but he'd want to better that score just to be comfortable in the numbers that he has. But in terms of course, approaching and getting others on board as well. Now, there are 7 others inside the Radisson Hotel. 2 more could possibly be on their way. What he's trying to do is build a unit, a faction, which of course, when it goes to any bigger national party, quote unquote, for the kind of support in order to form government, then he has the numbers. He can, of course, wield his influence, his clout, and he has a bargaining power as well, which doesn't just rest on 37. It has much, much more on his side. So he's definitely trying to showcase over here that he is a leader in himself, and he is a leader who's just not got his Shiv Senics on board. He can manage to bring others on board as well. Gaurav Sawant.
Stay with me, Polami. Stay with me, Kamlesh, because both sides. Remember, as Kamlesh was just reporting, the emotional card played by Uddhav Thackeray. He walked out of Varsha, suitcases in tow, a large number of Shiv Senics receiving him as he entered Matoshree, and he said, I'm willing to give up if any Shiv Senic takes over, I'd only be very happy. But the Shiv Sena, the rebels in Guwahati, actually shot off a letter, and they shot off a letter saying, at least now Varsha will be open for Shiv Sena MLAs. At least now Shiv Sena MLAs will not be insulted, and Congress and NCP MLAs get more respect in the Mantralaya. And we'll actually analyze this threadbare over the course of the next 1 hour. But before that, let's listen in to Shiv Sena Member of Parliament Arvind Sawant as he says that the faction in Guwahati is actually only optics. The real Shiv Sena is in Mumbai and the rebels want to come back. Let's listen in.
पढ़ना पड़ेगा. एक पिटीशन 44 पन्ने का है, उतना छोटा नहीं है. वो कानूनन लड़ाई है. अब ये लड़ाई कानूनन लड़ाई है और पॉलिटिकल भी, राजनीतिक लड़ाई भी है. उस लड़ाई को लेकर हमने आज 12 सदस्यों को नाम दे दिए है. उनको हमने कहा है कि इनकी सदस्यता आप जो रद्द करिए, और वो पिटीशन है उनमें से जो नाम है वो बता रहा हूँ मैं आपको. उनमें नाम है एकनाथ शिंदे, तानाजी सावंत, प्रकाश सुर्वे, बालाजी किनीकर, अनिल बाबर, हमारे यामिनी जाधव, लताताई सोनावने, संजय सिरसाट, भरत गोगावले, संदीपान भुमरे, अब्दुल सत्तार और महेश शिंदे, इन सभी की सदस्यत्व को रद्द किया जाए, ये हमने.
हाँ जी बोलिए.
तो उन विधायकों को इसके लिए जब ये समस्या आई तो पार्टी ने एक मीटिंग लगाई. उस मीटिंग में बोला कि सभी को उपस्थित रहना है. 2 बार मीटिंग हुई. कल की मीटिंग में फिर 2 बार. पहली मीटिंग में तो आपने सिर्फ मीटिंग बताई थी, नहीं आए. दूसरी मीटिंग में हमने कहा आज भी अगर आप मौजूद नहीं रहे तो आपके ऊपर संविधान के तहत कानूनन कार्रवाई होगी. अब वो कानूनन कार्रवाई करने के लिए जब हमने कहा था तो कुछ लोगों ने हमारे नोटिस के जवाब दे दिए और उस पर गलत सलत झूठे मतलब कारण दे दिए, बहाने दे दिए. वो बहानों को लेकर हमने तय कर लिया कि इनके ऊपर कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए. और पार्टी ने आज 12 सदस्य जो है हमारे सदस्य है विधानसभा के, उनकी सदस्यता रद्द करने की पिटीशन आदरणीय जो हमारे उपाध्यक्ष जी है महाराष्ट्र विधानसभा के, उनके पास दे दी है.
एकनाथ शिंदे ने पहले ही रिजोल्यूशन पास करके भेजा है डिप्टी स्पीकर को. उनका कहना है कि ग्रुप ऑफ लीडर मैं हूं और विप उन्होंने नया नियुक्त किया है भरत गोगावले को.
क्या कानूनन ये सही है? क्या देख लो आप, कानूनन उनको संवैधानिक कोई अधिकार ही नहीं है पहली बात. तो इसलिए आज अगर अब किसी अखबार में अच्छा लिखा हुआ है किसी एडवोकेट ने तो कानूनन नहीं कर सकते. कानूनन विप नियुक्त करने का अधिकार हमारे पार्टी के चीफ का होता है. पार्टी लीडर को नियुक्त करने का पार्टी जो सारे लोग मिलकर वो मीटिंग करते हैं. वो वहां जाकर दूसरे राज्य में जाकर किसी को नियुक्त करना वही तो गलत बात है. उधर से शुरू हो जाता है. जो कुछ करना है वही यहाँ के फ्लोर पे करना पड़ेगा. तो यहाँ नहीं, तो इसलिए वो कानूनन नहीं है पहली बात. वो कुछ भी कहे आप, अगर कितने जो भी आज के जितने भी इसके पहले जो कुछ ऐसे हादसे हुए हैं तो अगर घटनाएं हुई है तो आप देख लेना.
लेकिन क्या डिप्टी स्पीकर ने वो दाखिल करके लिया है और क्या निलंबन होने वाला है?
अभी निलंबन करना तो बाद में ना. अभी तो पिटीशन दिया है. अभी एक कानूनन लड़ाई शुरू हुई. ये कानूनन लड़ाई है. ये कानूनन लड़ाई वो भी पढ़ेंगे, उसके ऊपर कार्रवाई करेंगे. वो कार्रवाई करें तो वो प्रतिक्रिया देंगे, उसके ऊपर देख लेंगे.
नामों में एकनाथ शिंदे भी है.
हाँ है, 100% है. 100 एकनाथ शिंदे ऐसे विधायक जा नहीं सकते हैं. तो शिवसेना के कुछ विधायक बाहर गए. अब वो विधायकों को यहाँ हमारे आदरणीय पक्ष प्रमुख महाराष्ट्र राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री उद्धव जी ठाकरे के निवास पर एक बैठक बुलाई थी हमने. उसकी नोटिस उनके लिए जारी कर दी थी. उस नोटिस के बावजूद वो आए नहीं और कुछ लोगों ने नोटिस को जवाब दिया कि हम आ नहीं सकते, कुछ कारण बताए. तो ये सारे पढ़ने के बाद में पार्टी ने इनके ऊपर निर्णय ले लिया कि इनकी सदस्यत्व को रद्द करने की आवश्यकता है. और उसको लेकर आज हमने पिटीशन हमारे आदरणीय महाराष्ट्र विधानसभा के उपाध्यक्ष जिरवाल साहब के सामने दोपहर को दे दिया है और उनको कहा है कि इसके ऊपर कार्रवाई हो.
So now this battle, polemy, is being fought legally and of course on the floor. So the Shiv Sena, which is the Uddhav Thackeray faction, they are now writing to the Deputy Speaker saying disqualify Eknath Shinde and 11 others who are in Guwahati saying Eknath Shinde is no one to appoint somebody else as the chief whip or to give any instructions. They should be disqualified. Will this then go in a court of law, Polami?
It definitely looks like it's going down that route right now, Gaurav, as Kamlesh was earlier saying as well, because the Shiv Sena looks like it is all set to legally challenge some of the, the moves of the Eknath Shinde camp, including the appointment of, in fact, the chief whip, Bharat Gogavle, in this case being replaced, replacing Sunil Prabhu, and then, of course, the appointment, the reappointment, so to say, of Eknath Shinde as the leader of the legislative party of the Shiv Sena when he had been removed by the Shiv Sena after rebelling against the Shiv Sena, and Ajay Chaudhary had been in fact appointed in his place. Now it seems that the Shiv Sena is planning to take this the legal way, and it might well just end up in a courtroom where a legal battle is fought as to who is the real Shiv Sena, who has the numbers, and who can, of course, carry on with the party symbol as well, for that matter. That is, of course, a matter which will reach the election commission if things go down the way that they're going at the moment.
Okay, but as of now, it appears that Neta after Neta is ditching Uddhav Thackeray, whether it is his party leaders or independents who are reaching Guwahati. We'll show you two images on your television screens right now. The picture in Surat and the picture in Guwahati. Take a look at these images. What changed between Tuesday and Thursday? In Surat, there were 34 Shiv Sena and independent MLAs in Surat. And this is Shinde Sena. By the time they reached Guwahati, and by this evening, that number had risen from 34 to 42. This incidentally is both Shiv Sena MLAs and independent MLAs. We are told, of course, Eknath Shinde himself claims that except for the 13 Shiv Sena leaders who were at Varsha, soon every Shiv Sena MLA, barring those 13, including Aditya Thackeray, would be at the Shinde Sena camp, at the rebel camp, because they say they are now the real Shiv Sena, because they are the ones who are taking Balasaheb Thackeray's legacy forward, a claim that's hotly contested by Uddhav Thackeray, who insists that he's taking the same legacy forward. So let's do a little number crunching. Of course, adding a caveat very clearly that numbers will be proven on the floor of the House. We'll get you claims on all sides as of now. So let's take a look at the numbers in the Maharashtra Assembly. Uddhav Thackeray's Shiv Sena, remember they had 55, that number is down to 15. Argued by some that that number could actually be only 13. 12 who attended the meeting at Varsha and Aditya Thackeray who was at Matoshree. So 13, two others who are yet to be accounted for. As far as the BJP is concerned, the single largest party in Maharashtra with 104. The NCP, of course, stays at 55. The Congress also insists that they have their house intact with 44 of theirs. But what becomes extremely interesting is the breakup of the 55 of Shiv Sena down to 37/38 with Eknath Khadse and 7 independents. What's the halfway mark? Out of 285, 144 is the halfway mark in the Maharashtra Assembly. What happens next becomes extremely interesting. As of now, the BJP says they're only waiting and watching this scenario. But we've put those numbers out for you to analyze those numbers, to assess those numbers. Could they change? Well, some people say yes, these numbers could change because Sanjay Raut, Shiv Sena Member of Parliament, insists out of these 38 in the rebel camp, 21 want to come back, like Nitin Deshmukh, who said that he was given injections and he was forcibly taken, he was assaulted. Those were the claims that were made. I have Polami Saha with me from Guwahati, and I have Kamlesh Sutar who joins us from Mumbai. And Kamlesh, and I also have Saurabh Vaktania. Saurabh Vaktania joins us now with the latest on this story. So Saurabh, bring us the latest as far as these numbers are concerned. Is it game over Uddhav Thackeray, or does he still have skin in the game?
So Gaurav, it's like Shiv Sena is trying to buy time because they want to convince the rebel MLAs in Guwahati that they can try and convince them, and some of them might come there. So right now, let me show you that this is the Maharashtra Vidhan Bhavan, and here Shiv Sena leaders and MP Arvind Sawant had arrived over here. He had the list of 12 MLAs and one of them was Eknath Shinde. He is saying he has given a petition to the Deputy Speaker of the Maharashtra Vidhan Bhavan and saying that all these 12 MLAs from Shiv Sena should be disqualified. Now, this particular petition has been given. We asked Arvind Sawant that why only 12, but we are seeing that there are several other MLAs can be seen clearly at the Guwahati Radisson Blue Hotel. To which Arvind Sawant told us that only these 12 people have gone away leaving Shiv Sena party. Others have deceived. They were kept in dark. Others Shiv Sena MLAs who are staying at that particular camp of Eknath Shinde, they want to come back, and therefore right now we have only given names of 12 MLAs from Shiv Sena, which includes the head Eknath Shinde group, and they want that that all these MLAs will be disqualified. That should be disqualified. Now, Gaurav, what will happen next? Let me tell you. Now, what will be happening? The Deputy Speaker has told MP Arvind Sawant and the other leaders from the Shiv Sena who came over here for disqualification, Deputy Speaker told them that they have accepted the petition of Shiv Sena. Now, there will be a study on it. After that, both the parties will be called in, which means the Uddhav Thackeray camp in Mumbai and the camp of Eknath Shinde in Guwahati. Both parties will be coming. There will be a discussion, and once a solution is given out, only then something can happen. But
explain this to me, Saurabh. Yesterday, Uddhav Thackeray played this emotional card. Yesterday, Uddhav Thackeray was playing an emotional card. He left Varsha, packed his bags, went to Matoshree. The rebels, if he wanted to shame them into returning, the rebels actually shot off a letter saying, well, at least now the gates of Varsha will be open to Shiv Sena MLAs. They will not be humiliated at Mantralaya. Is there merit in the rebels saying that NCP and Congress MLAs got far more respect at the Mantralaya than Shiv Sena MLAs?
So, well, Gaurav, these are the claims which have been made by the Eknath Shinde camp, and now the NCP, the highest allegations were raised on NCP, and therefore we are saying in today's, in the whole day, twice NCP took press conference. Once was taken by Deputy CM Ajit Pawar, and later on the press conference was also taken by NCP party chief Sharad Pawar. They clearly said that no funds were misused. Each and every party had their ministers which were elected by them. Equal funds were given. So it can be seen, Gaurav, that right now they are trying to convince the rebel MLA that everything is fine. They are trying to convince them that all will be sorted out. They just need to come back and have a discussion. And therefore, we are also saying, Gaurav, that Uddhav Thackeray, the Chief Minister himself, is now taking meetings after meetings. Today evening, he took a meeting. Tomorrow afternoon, he again having meeting. So clearly, we can see that now the convincing game has been started. The time taking will be done, because the more time they buy, the more time they get to convince. Now, what will be happening?
You know what's extremely interesting at this point of time? Even if Uddhav Thackeray wants reconciliation with his party, it almost appears as if it is the NCP and the Congress who are egging him on to take a harder line. Yesterday, Uddhav Thackeray seemed to indicate that he wanted rapprochement. Sanjay Raut says, come back, let's have a talk. Even if it means that we leave the Mahavikas Aghadi, we'll talk about it. But then Sharad Pawar seems to indicate that take a harder line on the rebels. So who's actually in control of the Maharashtra government and Uddhav Thackeray? Is it actually Sharad Pawar who's calling the shots? And we'll talk about that in greater detail. But let me get you the top developments that have taken place. Because remember, Sharad Pawar and the NCP, they had a series of meetings, briefings, and a public address extended, where Sharad Pawar extended all support to Uddhav Thackeray. He said that his party is ready, that the party is ready, the Mahavikas Aghadi is ready to prove their numbers on the floor of the house. He insisted that the Aghadi will continue to fight and will not back down. Now, Shiv Sena rebel leader Eknath Shinde, leading the pack of rebels, claimed that one national party told him that he has taken a historic decision. He, however, said that the party will remain together in good times or in bad times. Now, once this picture was put out in public domain, it did appear that the Mahavikas Aghadi, the collapse is imminent. Eknath Shinde put on a massive show of strength in Guwahati with his Sena trying to send out a strong message to Uddhav Thackeray. He claimed he had the support of 42 Shiv Sena MLAs plus 7 independents in Assam. Of course, the total number put out in this picture, independents plus Shiv Sena, appears to be 42. Now, in a huge setback to Uddhav Thackeray, only 12 MLAs plus, of course, Aditya Thackeray were in a way present at that Varsha meeting. 12 MLAs were present in that meeting, and Aditya Thackeray, we are told, was at Matoshree at this meeting. Now, imagine 37 on the other side and only 13 here. There does appear to be a turmoil. Uddhav Thackeray clearly wouldn't want this to be the final picture. Now, what we are also being told by sources are telling India Today that Eknath Shinde is all set to stake claim in Maharashtra. Sources tell India Today that Eknath Shinde will be reaching out to the governor, saying that he has the support of 2/3 numbers of the Shiv Sena. He has the assured support of more than 37 MLAs. So the anti-defection law does not come into play at this time. He says he is the real Shiv Sena that's following the ideology of Balasaheb Thackeray. We have lots more coming up on this big battle for the control of Maharashtra. Both factions of the Shiv Sena insist that they are the real Shiv Sena. They have the numbers. But what next in this Maha Game of Thrones? We tell you much more on the other side of a short break. Stay with us. Okay, before we take a break, breaking news coming in. Eknath Shinde has countered the Shiv Sena threat of disqualification of 12 MLAs. He's countered the disqualification threat. Eknath Shinde, we are told, insists that he controls the real Shiv Sena. Who are you trying to scare? We know your makeup and the law too. According to the 10th schedule of the Constitution, the whip is for assembly work, not for meeting. There are numerous Supreme Court decisions in this regard, is what Eknath Shinde has said. Huge development taking place at this time at 10:27 p.m. India Today gets you the latest. Eknath Shinde has countered the disqualification threat. Remember, just a short while back, Arvind Sawant had claimed that 12 MLAs, including Eknath Shinde, they are moving, they've approached the Deputy Speaker of the Maharashtra Assembly seeking the disqualification of 12 Shiv Sena MLAs. Eknath Shinde has shot back saying, who are you trying to scare? We know the law. You cannot disqualify us. We are the real Shiv Sena. Huge development taking place on this big story. Eknath Shinde counters the Sena disqualification threat, saying, who are you to disqualify us? We are the real Shiv Sena. We have the numbers. And now this battle clearly set to intensify in the days ahead. Will this be decided on the floor of the House? Will this be decided in a court of law? There you see, Eknath Shinde has put out a tweet saying, who are you trying to scare? We know your makeup and the law. According to the 10th schedule of the Constitution, the whip is for assembly work, not for a meeting. There are numerous Supreme Court decisions in this regard. I quickly want to cut across to India Today's Paulami Saha for more on this big story. Paulami, this is not just game on, but fight intensifying, with Eknath Shinde insisting he is the real Shiv Sena and not the faction led by Uddhav Thackeray.
That's right. This is a clear, this is game on. This is a face-off that is, there's no end in sight to this, because now what Eknath Shinde has done after, of course, the Shiv Sena moved an application before the Deputy Speaker to disqualify 12 of their MLAs for not attending a meeting which was called by the party. Shiv Sena's MLA, in fact, Eknath Shinde says that do not try to scare us with such threats. We don't even throw arms at such threats. We believe in the 10th schedule of the Constitution, which clearly states that any sort of diktat or whip only comes into effect in the case of assembly proceedings and not for a meeting which is held outside the assembly. So don't try to teach us the law. We are the real Shiv Sena and we are the real Shiv Sainik. In fact, we demand that action should be taken against you for forming an illegal grouping without having the numbers yourself.
Oh, absolutely. And this is extremely interesting. Polemy, this fight actually is now being taken to the next level, because Eknath Shinde and the rebels with him, they are actually asking or actually telling Arvind Sawant or Sanjay Raut or even Uddhav Thackeray, they are saying, we are the real Shiv Sena, not you. This really becomes huge at this point of time. It's now Eknath Shinde versus Uddhav Thackeray.
Absolutely. This definitely takes the fight to the absolute next level. Now, this is not about numbers anymore. This is obviously the numbers is going to play a very crucial role, but this is about who is the real Shiv Sena, who is the real Shiv Sainik, who is the one which is, the faction which is carrying forward in the footsteps of Bal Thackeray and the legacy and his ideology. This is about who is the real Shiv Sainik. Gaurav, you of course know as well as me about the state of Maharashtra and how Shiv Sena functions. And Shiv Sainiks, if you speak to them, they are a very emotional lot. This is about this is about who is the true Shiv Sainik, who is following in Balasaheb's footsteps. And now the battle has reached that point. And yes, it is a clear response to, like you said, an Arvind Sawant or a Sanjay Raut or any others who, in fact, today it was a veiled attack. But in the letter, the open letter by Sanjay Shirsat, who has been named in that disqualification notice, who is currently in Radisson Hotel, in that open letter to Uddhav Thackeray, he had referred to Sanjay Raut. It was again in between lines as the Chanakya, the so-called Chanakyas that you have around you, who seem to know how to work the numbers game, be it the Rajya Sabha and the MLC. Well, you have the results in front of you. So clearly, this is game on as far as these two factions are concerned, and this is not where it's going to end, Gaurav. It's going to be a long battle.
And this was very clear. This was very clear, given the fact that these MLAs first went to Surat. From Surat, they flew to Guwahati, and their numbers continued to swell because the threat tactics, the carrot and stick policy that's being adopted by Uddhav Thackeray, or Sharad Pawar saying, Uddhav Thackeray needs to be hard on his rebels, that clearly doesn't seem to be working, with the rebels now not only showing their numbers, 37 on their own, plus 7 independent MLAs, plus saying more are flying in. There'll only be 13 who will be left with Uddhav Thackeray in Maharashtra. They seem to be fighting back, fighting hard, fighting in public perception, fighting in the assembly, and perhaps even in courts of law, Polemy.
This battle is being definitely fought on many fronts right now, Gaurav, as we've been speaking, because this is about the real identity of the Shiv Sena as Bal Thackeray in fact envisaged it and left behind. So this is about Shiv Sena and its identity, and who are the real Shiv Sainiks with, and who is the real Shiv Sainik in this battle. Is it the Thackeray family and the clan that is, of course, Balasaheb's clan, and of course the Sainiks who are with Uddhav Thackeray at the moment, or is it the faction that is led by Eknath Shinde? Because he says that the Thackeray clan itself has betrayed Balasaheb's ideology, because Balasaheb had set out on the Hindutva ideology, and by tying up with the NCP and the Congress, that ideology had been betrayed. So we are the true Shiv Sainiks. We are fighting to keep his legacy alive. So like I said, Gaurav, this has gone beyond numbers right now. This is game on between the two sides, and this is not going to end at just in hotels or lobbies or in the Mantralaya in Mumbai. It's going to go to the Governor House. It's going to go to the Legislative Assembly. It's probably going to end up in a courtroom as well, Gaurav.
Stay with me, Paulami, because this becomes big in the days and perhaps weeks ahead. Eknath Shinde shoots back at Uddhav Thackeray's Shiv Sena and says, we are the real Shiv Sena. He dares Shiv Sena, he dares Uddhav Thackeray and those who are threatening to disqualify them, saying, we are the Shiv Sena, who are you? And Kamlesh Sutar joins me for more on this big development. Kamlesh, this would be seen as a huge counter-attack on whether it's Uddhav Thackeray, Sanjay Raut or Arvind Sawant from the rebel camp.
Well, this is perhaps the first most blatant attack by Eknath Shinde on Shiv Sena. Till yesterday what we saw, it was slowly and gradually building up. But now Eknath Shinde in his tweet, the kind of language, the kind of tone and tenor that he has used is clearly a blatant attack, most frontal attack on Shiv Sena. He says, who are you trying to scare? We know all your tricks and we know the law as well. According to the Schedule 10 of Constitution, a whip is required for the parliamentary proceedings and not for regular meetings. There are several Supreme Court judgments on this, and then on he just raises the tone. He says, you can't scare us by issuing notices of disqualification against 12 of our MLAs, because we are true Shiv Sainiks and we are the true Shiv Sena. That is what he says. We know the law and we don't pay a hoot to such threats. That is the kind of language that Eknath Shinde, once a trusted lieutenant of Uddhav Thackeray, the man who Uddhav Thackeray trusted on, the man who was Shiv Sena's frontal man, he is now he's now getting back to the Shiv Sena against the notice of disqualification that is filed by the Shiv Sena against this. Now he says that we are going to take action against you for forming an illegal a group that is not legally valid. That is what he says. So he is going to take action against against the group of Shiv Sena. This is getting bigger, Gaurav, with every passing hour, with every passing moment. The fight between the rebel Shiv Sena and Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena is getting bigger. Eknath Shinde, his tone and tenor has just changed hours after he said that we have backing of the superpower national party, and now we see the Shiv Sena going to the deputy speaker and Eknath Shinde hitting back, perhaps the most in the last last 48 to 78 hours of the drama that we have witnessed. This is perhaps the most vocal statement by Eknath Shinde attacking the Shiv Sena, and what we were thinking that the Shiv Sena is trying for a rapprochement, that doesn't seem to be happening.
Oh, absolutely. Kamlesh, this is the biggest counter-attack that comes from Eknath Shinde, and an attack that's aimed directly at Uddhav Thackeray, Arvind Sawant and Sanjay Raut. Three people who've been, in fact, two of these three, Sanjay Raut and Arvind Sawant, members of parliament, when they threatened disqualification of 12 MLAs of the rebel Shiv Sena, they've shot back and saying, we are the real Shiv Sena, who are you to disqualify us? And this clearly is an indication that that window for rapprochement, that room for rapprochement, that seems to be receding, if not over, at least as of now, Kamlesh.
Doesn't seem like. I now feel personally, if you ask me, Gaurav, the windows of rapprochement are completely closed now. Shiv Sena tried to do that, an emotional appeal by Chief Minister yesterday. If you want me to resign as the Chief Minister, I will resign, but come and sit in front of me, have a hearty talk, and let us discuss that across the table. That was trashed by the Shiv Sena by issuing a letter by one of its MLAs saying that you as a Chief Minister never entertained us, you never allowed us to enter Varsha, you didn't even visit the Mantralaya once. That is the kind of attack, that is the kind of response that was given to Uddhav Thackeray's emotional appeal. Sanjay Raut in the afternoon says, okay, you come back, if you want us to walk out of the MVA, we will walk out of MVA. The Eknath Shinde saying that we have backing of a national party, and now Shiv Sena then slowly Shiv Sena ups its ante against the rebels, goes to the deputy speaker, says that 12 of these MLAs, including Eknath Shinde, needs to be disqualified for not obeying the party orders, and then Eknath Shinde comes out of the closet. We have seen him tweeting replies on behalf of his MLAs, but this time the tweet that the statement that is being issued is from Eknath Shinde, and he says that we don't pay a hoot to all these threats. We are Shiv Senics and we are the true Shiv Sena. We know how to tackle this. And now with this statement, we see that the swords are out, the daggers are drawn, the line is drawn. The battle is now only set to get bigger.
The battle will only get bigger in the days and weeks ahead. You know, initially it was being said that Uddhav Thackeray's faction of the Shiv Sena would want to drag this, because the longer they drag this, the more they would be able to break the rebels. Is that also the thinking in the rebel camp, that the longer this drags, the more Shiv Senics will actually join Eknath Shinde's camp? Now, he claimed the only people who will remain in Shiv Sena are the 12 who attended the meeting at Varsha and Aditya Thackeray. The remaining of 55 will become a part of the Eknath Shinde faction of the Shiv Sena. Do you actually see that writing on the wall? Is that actually happening in the days ahead?
Well, what the Shiv Sena camp believes is that they want to drag it. Now, this is very clear that this is going to the courtrooms. Shiv Sena calling for disqualification of these MLAs, and now this goes to the court of the Deputy Speaker, who incidentally hails from the NCP. We have seen what NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar said, that everything will be decided on the floor of the House. So we know in which direction there is going. If it goes to the courtroom, it obviously gets dragged. Now, for Shiv Sena and the MVA, this should, even if this drags for another week or two, that will be the time when the senior BJP leadership, if at all it is involved, will be involved with the presidential polls, and then that they could buy more time here at the state level. But if it goes to the court, then that would also mean the Shiv Sena in a way could hold it. But even in this case, if they disqualify these MLAs, the strength of the House comes down, and then it obviously helps the BJP. But now, how far it is going to drag? Is it going to get uglier? We've initially seen it was more of a decent war of words between Uddhav Thackeray and Eknath Shinde. They haven't exchanged any words. Neither Uddhav Thackeray said anything about Eknath Shinde, neither Eknath Shinde directly attacked Uddhav Thackeray. But since this afternoon, we've seen that slowly they have started to draw the daggers. Uddhav Thackeray hasn't said anything as yet, but Eknath Shinde camp initially responded to Uddhav Thackeray's statement by issuing a letter, and now with Eknath Shinde's tweet, he himself has come out as a legislative party leader appointed by the rebel MLAs.
Absolutely, big story breaking first here on India Today, and this is the first major counter-attack launched by Eknath Shinde at the Uddhav Thackeray camp, saying, who are you to threaten us with disqualification? We are the real Shiv Sena. That story and lots more coming up on the other side of a quick break. Stay with us here on this special broadcast on India Today.
Maharashtra's Urban Development Minister, Eknath Shinde, is Shiv Sena and Thane's strongman. When he turned 58 this year, Thane boasted that he was the future CM. Eknath Shinde was a rickshaw driver. In 1997, Eknath was elected to the Thane Municipal Corporation. He became Sena's leader in 2001. He was a protege of late Shiv Sena leader Anand Dige. After the death of Dige, Eknath filled his shoes. Eknath has been elected consecutively for 4 terms in Maharashtra's Legislative Assembly. Shiv Sena was dependent on Shinde. It in fact increased when Bal Thackeray's nephew Raj Thackeray quit the party to start MNS in 2006. Back then, Congress was in power and they offered Eknath a ministry position. But he refused to leave Shiv Sena. So why is the Shiv Sena's treasured leader Shinde now turned against them? Ever since the news of Eknath's rebellion, he was removed as leader of the House in Maharashtra. But even when the news broke out, Eknath remained loyal. He tweeted, "We're Balasaheb's loyal Shiv Sainik. Balasaheb has taught us Hindutva. We will never go against the teaching of Balasaheb and Dige." But many believe that Shinde is upset about being sidelined by the party, especially since juniors like Aditya Thackeray have come ahead. Eknath is also upset about the interference of Shiv Sena leaders into his department. Apart from Uddhav Thackeray's weakening hold over the administration, it sparked the rebellion in Eknath. Many reports suggest that he went outside of Maharashtra to meet BJP leaders. But this rebellion could be very hard on the Shiv Sena. Unlike previous rebellions, Shinde holds the support of many Shiv Sena lawmakers. Since the news of his rebellion broke out, there haven't been any mass protests against him either. This clearly shows that Shiv Senics might be sympathetic to Eknath's sidelining. He was seen as a future CM candidate, and the rebellion comes in time as the party is preparing for the 2024 assembly elections.
Welcome back. There is no end to the political struggle in Maharashtra. In a massive show of strength, the Eknath Shinde faction, and we'll show you those images, they put out a photo indicating that they have the support of 42 MLAs with them. The numbers very clearly appear to be stacked against Uddhav Thackeray. But the Uddhav Thackeray faction, they are not giving up without a fight. They are now talking about seeking the disqualification of 12 MLAs of the rebel faction. They are taking the fight right back into the rebel camp.
Presenting the Shinde Sena, all in one frame, massive rebel strength on display. India Today's agenda-setting news break has escalated and unfolded into a clear Shinde Sena versus Uddhav Sena war for the Maharashtra throne. Look closely at this image. All supporters of Eknath Shinde seen together for the first time, shouting slogans of Shiv Sena Zindabad and Balasaheb Thackeray ki Jai. Not one, two, or three, but over 35 Sena MLAs have rebelled against the boss, Uddhav Thackeray. And he was apparently clueless. The veritable last nail in the coffin, the induction of 3 more Sena MLAs into the Shinde faction. This includes the Sena's most trusted Mangesh Kudalkar, Sada Sarvankar and Deepak Kesarkar. With this, the Shinde Sena swells to 37 MLAs. The exact number needed to split the party without facing disqualification under the anti-defection law. Shinde could next approach the Maharashtra governor to prove a 2/3 majority required to claim power. The rebel faction could then join hands with the BJP to form the government. This means that the governor could ask Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray to defend his numbers on the floor, which, by the looks of things right now, will definitely fail. But like a dramatic movie, there could be a twist in the tale. And nothing in Indian politics is over till it's really over. Uddhav's right hand, Sanjay Raut, still claims that 21 rebel MLAs are having a rethink and will ditch Eknath Shinde soon. And a final shot that the Sena is willing to walk out of the government if the rebels return to Mumbai.
त्यांच्या ताब्यातल्या 21 आमदारांचा संपर्क आमच्याशी झालेला आहे. कोणी किती फोटो आणि व्हिडिओ इथे पाठवावेत, पत्ते खेळताना, जेवताना, खाताना, पिताना. पण ज्या दिवशी ते मुंबईला येतील त्या दिवशी त्यातले 21 आमदार हे शिवसेनेचे असतील.
The Mahak Game of Thrones in its final scene.
In a massive show of strength, the rebel MLAs of the Eknath Shinde camp came together for a photo op in Guwahati. While it was meant to showcase their numbers and their strength, it was also aimed at dealing a personal blow to Uddhav Thackeray as he watched his party crumble. With Ajay Kumar in Guwahati, Polami Saha for India Today.
And 2 MLAs who were in the rebel camp went back to Uddhav Thackeray and leveled grave allegations against the Eknath Shinde faction. Now, Nitin Deshmukh and Kailash Patil claim they were abducted, misled, forcibly taken to Surat, given injections and assaulted to keep them in the rebel camp. And as of now, Sanjay Raut, Shiv Sena member of parliament, claims that at least 21 others in the rebel camp want to return to the Uddhav Thackeray faction of the Shiv Sena. We bring you this report.
It's the Maha war over rebels, and it's getting crazier by the minute. In the Uddhav Sena Shinde Sena fight, MLAs are top currency. No wonder that each side is trying its best to get the numbers. Hours after Eknath Shinde flaunted his MLAs, Uddhav Sena paraded two netas who had returned to the party fold. Nitin Deshmukh and Kailash Patil sat with senior Shiv Sena leader Sanjay Raut, alleging that they were forcibly taken to Surat.
आमच्या सहकार्याने सांगितलं की आपल्याला एक ठिकाणी जायचंय, तिथं आपल्याला साहेब भेटणार आहेत असं म्हणून आम्हाला मला आणि बाकीच्या काही सहकार्यांना ठाण्याच्या महापौर बंगल्यावर नेलं गेलं असं समजून आम्ही चालत होतो. पण नंतर ठाणे गेलं, ठाण्यानंतर वसई विरार, आता मला त्या एरियातलं जेवढं काही माहिती नाही, पण शहरं संपत गेली आणि पुढे जसं जसं जाईल तसं माझ्या लक्षात यायला काहीतरी वेगळं होतंय. त्यांनी एका मिनिटात
Nitin Deshmukh claimed that he was given a mysterious injection by the Shinde camp.
कोणी माझी कंबर पकडली, कोणी माझे पाय पकडले, कोणी माझे हात पकडले, कोणी केसाची मान पकडली आणि एका जणांनी माझ्या दंडामध्ये जोराने इंजेक्शन टोचलं.
Sena in fact called it a BJP kidnapping plot.
शिवसेनेच्या आमदारांना अपहरण करून फसवून आपल्या कब्जात भाजपने नेलंय. मी उल्लेख फक्त भाजपचाच करतोय. नेलं आणि गुलाम बनवण्याचा प्रयत्न सुरू आहे.
Then came the Shinde Sena counter-strike. These images of Nitin Deshmukh posing outside and inside a private jet. The rebels claimed Deshmukh came to Surat of his own will. And in fact, he is the one who took this selfie.
एकत्र केलं. खेळीमेळीच्या वातावरणामध्ये आम्ही नागपूर एअरपोर्ट पर्यंत गेलेलो आहे. त्यांचे मित्र होते. मग गेल्यानंतर शटल प्लेन बघितल्यानंतर बोला आपण फोटो काढूया, आमचे फोटो आहेत त्यांच्याबरोबर. म्हणजे एकदम चांगले होते.
Here is Nitin Deshmukh signing the Shinde resolution in Guwahati.
रेजोल्यूशन में जो नाम है उसमें आपका भी नाम आ रहा है, नितिन देशमुख करके.
दिखाई दे रहा है, मेरे को भी दिखाई दे रहा है, लेकिन सिग्नेचर मेरी नहीं है वो.
The Maha political blockbuster has had one thrilling twist after another. Will there be more drama as it nears climax? With Sahil Joshi and Paulami Saha, Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, Uddhav Thackeray, the Maharashtra Chief Minister, made an emotional appeal and he said he's not power hungry. I'm leaving the Chief Minister's official residence, Varsha, is what he said, and he moved back to Matoshree. Now, if he hoped that this would result in the rebels coming back to the party fold, the rebels actually shot off a letter to Uddhav Thackeray saying at least now the doors of Varsha will be open for Shiv Sena MLAs and the doors of Mantralay will be open to them and that they will not be humiliated by officials. The rebels say that NCP and Congress MLAs and leaders were respected and they were insulted and their grievances were not even heard, let alone be redressed by Uddhav Thackeray.
The gloves are off between Uddhav Sena and Shinde Sena. As Uddhav Thackeray tried to put on an emotional front to woo back his MLAs, the rebels have hit back with a scathing point-by-point rebuttal on why they chose to side with Eknath Shinde. Uddhav resorted to a filmy exit from his CM bungalow on Wednesday night, packing his bags and moving out to send out a message that he was ready to resign and the CM throne meant nothing to him.
की उद्धव ठाकरे मुख्यमंत्री पदावरती नकोत, तर मी आत्ता मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा राजीनामा द्यायला तयार आहे आणि ह्याच्यावरती विश्वास नसेल तर आज आपली फेसबुक लाईव्ह झाल्यानंतर आज संध्याकाळपासून मी माझा मुक्काम वर्षावरून मातोश्रीला हलवत आहे.
The Shinde Sena in its 3-page letter has responded by mocking Uddhav. saying, with Uddhav out, now Varsha has become accessible to them. With Uddhav out, the doors of CM's bungalow have been opened up. The rebels also detailed how they were ignored and snubbed constantly at Mantralay and questioned, why were we constantly humiliated?
Sanjay Shirsat said that during this entire time, as Shiv Sena MLAs were being humiliated, while NCP and Congress were being appreciated and made time for by Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, it was Eknath Shinde who stood by them and in fact addressed their grievances and heard their concerns.
But there are two big sore spots, the Hindutva ideology and Aditya Thackeray. Yes, many rebels and even Shinde himself was angry at all the focus on Uddhav's son. Chief Minister Uddhav in his speech also spoke in great detail about Hindutva and reminded Shiv Senics about Aditya's visit to Ayodhya.
शिवसेना कदापि हिंदुत्वापासून आणि हिंदुत्व कदापि शिवसेनेपासून दूर होऊ शकत नाही. कारण शिवसेना प्रमुखांनी जो एक कानमंत्र दिलेला आहे की हिंदुत्व हा आमचा श्वास आहे. म्हणूनच गेल्या एक 8-15 दिवसापूर्वी आदित्य, एकनाथ शिंदे, त्यांच्याबरोबर आपले काही आमदार, खासदार, मंत्री हे अयोध्येला जाऊन आले.
And the Shinde Sena has claimed that they weren't allowed to go with Aditya to Ayodhya despite expressing their intent to do so. The 3-page letter that Shinde's camp has shot off to Uddhav is a scathing indictment of the Maharashtra Chief Minister. Bureau Report, India Today.
This fight is only intensifying with Eknath Shinde's faction claiming they are the real Shiv Sena. We'll continue to get you the latest. A quick break. News and updates continue on India Today. Stay with us.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% pure prime time. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV.
Presented by Aditya Birla Group, Big in Your Life. Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Co-presented by JK Panchergard Tire. अब हवा नहीं निकलेगी. Powered by NECC. Sunday हो या Monday, रोज खाओ अंडे. Presented by Berger Easy Clean. No dag, no dhabba. Only beautiful walls.
Watching India Today.
Our continuous coverage coming in from Maharashtra and also Assam about what next for Uddhav Thackeray. Is the time up for the Chief Minister, and are we looking at the Shinde Sena here on? Let's begin first with the headlines. Shinde Sena's number continued to swell. Rebel Eknath Shinde now flaunts 44 MLAs from the Guwahati hotel, tells his supporters that a national party hailed his decision as historic. Meanwhile, it's a big declaration by Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut. The Shiv Sena Member of Parliament says party will exit the Mahavikas Aghadi government if the rebels return. Aghadi allies throw their weight behind the embattled Maharashtra Chief Minister. Sharad Pawar says his party is with Uddhav Thackeray till the end. Congress says we are also firm with Uddhav Thackeray. As crisis deepens in Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis flies to Delhi, likely to meet top BJP brass in Delhi. After over 40 days behind bars, Marathi actor Ketaki Chitale walks free finally after being granted bail by a Thane court. She was booked for a Facebook post against Sharad Pawar, and India Today was the only channel tracking all the latest updates in this case. No end to the political thriller that's playing out in Maharashtra presently. Uddhav Thackeray fires a fresh threat, threatening to disqualify 12 Shiv Sena MLAs who failed to show up for the meeting. Meanwhile, rebel camp leader and Mantri also Eknath Shinde hit out at Uddhav Thackeray, calling this a tactic by Uddhav Thackeray, citing past Supreme Court decisions regarding disqualification. Not just that, he went on to claim that the rebel camp is now the real Shiv Sena.
Everyone knows it, how forcibly it has been written, maintained. You can see it in what has happened in Surat, when even Narvekar wanted to see them, how it was not allowed to see him for a long time. That proves the BJP is acting, the BJP government of the either Assam or Gujarat government, they were banning them, and right now also they are, in fact, kidnapped, you can say, and they have been deceived and they have been taken to the.
But those who were with us, with you, like 2 days ago, right now as we are speaking, Radha Bose and even Ravindra Phatak has gone there now.
Ravindra Phatak has got no. It is a legislative assembly, not the council. To try to understand, he is a member of council. The legislative assembly member Radha Bose. Still, they won't achieve the figure. If provided the people who want to come back, they are desiring to come back. If they come back, they will. पढ़ना पड़ेगा. एक पेटिशन 44 का बनने का है, उतना छोटा नहीं है, वो कानूनन लड़ाई है. अब ये लड़ाई कानूनन लड़ाई है और पॉलिटिकल भी, राजनीतिक लड़ाई भी है. उस लड़ाई को लेकर हमने आज 12 सदस्यों को नाम दे दिए है. उनको हमने कहा है कि इनकी सदस्यता आप जो रद्द करिए, और वो पिटीशन है उनमें से जो नाम है वो बता रहा हूँ मैं आपको. उनमें नाम है एकनाथ शिंदे, तानाजी सावंत, प्रकाश सुर्वे, बालाजी किनीकर, अनिल बाबर, हमारे यामिनी जाधव, लताताई सोनावणे, संजय सिरसाट, भरत शेठ गोगावले, संदीपान भुमरे, अब्दुल सत्तार और महेश शिंदे, इन सभी की सदस्यत्व को रद्द किया जाए, ये हमने मांग आज आदरणीय उपाध्यक्ष के. कानूनन ऐसे विधायक जा नहीं सकते हैं, तो शिवसेना के कुछ विधायक बाहर गए. अब वो विधायकों को यहाँ हमारे आदरणीय पक्ष प्रमुख महाराष्ट्र राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री उद्धव जी ठाकरे के निवास पर एक बैठक बुलाई थी हमने. उसकी नोटिस उनके लिए जारी कर दी थी. उस नोटिस के बावजूद वो आए नहीं, और कुछ लोगों ने नोटिस को जवाब दिया कि हम आ नहीं सकते, कुछ कारण बताए. तो ये सारे पढ़ने के बाद में पार्टी ने इनके ऊपर निर्णय ले लिया कि इनकी सदस्यत्व को रद्द करने की आवश्यकता है, और उसको लेकर आज हमने पिटीशन हमारे आदरणीय महाराष्ट्र विधानसभा के उपाध्यक्ष जिरवाल साहब के सामने दोपहर को दे दिया है, और उनको कहा है कि इसके ऊपर कार्रवाई हो.
So what does the situation look like right now? One, there is no end to the political tussle in Maharashtra, which has now spread across 3 different states. It is a massive show of strength because Eknath Shinde faction put out a photograph, even a video, indicating they have more than 40 MLAs and at least specifically 42 MLAs with them. The numbers now stacked against Uddhav Thackeray. Here's a report of how possibly Shinde's confidence is only increasing.
Presenting the Shinde Sena, all in one frame, massive rebel strength on display. India Today's agenda-setting news break has escalated and unfolded into a clear Shinde Sena versus Uddhav Sena war for the Maharashtra throne. Look closely at this image. All supporters of Eknath Shinde seen together for the first time, shouting slogans of Shiv Sena Zindabad and Balasaheb Thackeray ki jai. Not 1, 2 or 3, but over 35 Sena MLAs have rebelled against the boss Uddhav Thackeray, and he was apparently clueless. The veritable last nail in the coffin, the induction of 3 more Sena MLAs into the Shinde faction. This includes the Sena's most trusted Mangesh Kudalkar, Sada Sarvankar and Deepak Kesarkar. With this, the Shinde Sena swells to 37 MLAs. The exact number needed to split the party without facing disqualification under the anti-defection law. Shinde could next approach the Maharashtra governor to prove a 2/3 majority required to claim power. The rebel faction could then join hands with the BJP to form the government. This means that the governor could ask Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray to defend his numbers on the floor, which, by the looks of things right now, will definitely fail. But like a dramatic movie, there could be a twist in the tale. And nothing in Indian politics is over till it's really over. Uddhav's right hand, Sanjay Raut, still claims that 21 rebel MLAs are having a rethink and will ditch Eknath Shinde soon. And a final shot that the Sena is willing to walk out of the government if the rebels return to Mumbai.
त्यांच्या ताब्यातल्या 21 आमदारांचा संपर्क आमच्याशी झालेला आहे. कोणी किती फोटो आणि व्हिडिओ इथे पाठवावेत, पत्ते खेळताना, जेवताना, खाताना, पिताना, पण ज्या दिवशी ते मुंबईला येतील त्या दिवशी त्यातले 21 आमदार हे शिवसेनेचे असतील.
the Game of Thrones in its final scene.
In a massive show of strength, the rebel MLAs of the Eknath Shinde camp came together for a photo op in Guwahati. While it was meant to showcase their numbers and their strength, it was also aimed at dealing a personal blow to Uddhav Thackeray as he watched his party crumble. With Ajay Kumar in Guwahati, Polami Saha for India Today.
My colleague Preeti Chaudhary exclusively spoke to former Lok Sabha Secretary General PDT Achari and senior advocate Sanjay Hegde on what could possibly happen next in Maharashtra's political potboiler. Listen in to what they have to say.
And what are the possible scenarios now, as per you, that could actually legally play out in the state of Maharashtra? What are we looking at?
No, what I feel is, if the Chief Minister feels that he doesn't have the majority, then he may resign. That is one possibility. In that case, naturally the governor will appoint somebody else as the Chief Minister. He can make the leader of the opposition as the Chief Minister and all that. Those possibilities are there if the Chief Minister resigns. Otherwise, the governor can ask the Chief Minister to convene, to hold a protest in the House and prove his majority. That is what normally happens in such cases. So in that case, suppose these members, these 37 members or 40 members or whatever number they have, if they vote against the party, their own party, because naturally Shiv Sena is the party to which all these people belong. And therefore Shiv Sena is well within its right to issue whip to all these members, all the 55 members of the Shiv Sena. And they are bound to obey the whip.
Right.
If they defy it, then that becomes a ground for disqualifying. But then, if the government resigns or if the government is voted out, then there will be a totally different kind of political scenario. Another Chief Minister will come, another party will form a government, and then there will be another speaker. And if the petition goes to them, goes to that speaker to disqualify these people who have voted against their party, then of course it is anybody's guess what will happen. Then they can go to the Supreme Court and all that. It's a very prolonged kind of fight.
Now, if the numbers are there, and if Eknath Shinde approaches the governor now for a parade, for a floor test, what do you see, Onsu, legally speaking?
Well, Mr. Shinde doesn't have any locus to approach the governor unless he is taking claim on his own behalf. So it is more likely that Mr. Fadnavis will approach the governor along with Mr. Shinde and all the MLAs, saying that we have lost faith in the we have decided not to support Mr. Thackeray, and please call for a floor test. So then the governor could possibly direct them to a floor test, and then of course whatever happens in the floor test. But unless Mr. Shinde is backed by the BJP to become Chief Minister himself, there's no question of him going to the governor.
Kidnapping allegations are flying thick after two Shiv Sena MLAs who returned to Maharashtra claimed they were forcefully taken to Surat in Gujarat. But Shinde camp is debunking the claims with selfie pictures of the same MLAs on a private jet in Surat.
It's the Maha war over rebels, and it's getting crazier by the minute. In the Uddhav Sena Shinde Sena fight, MLAs are top currency. No wonder that each side is trying its best to get the numbers. Hours after Eknath Shinde flaunted his MLAs, Uddhav Sena paraded two netas who had returned to the party fold. Nitin Deshmukh and Kailash Patil sat with senior Shiv Sena leader Sanjay Raut, alleging that they were forcibly taken to Surat.
आमच्या सहकार्याने सांगितलं की आपल्याला एक ठिकाणी जायचंय, तिथं आपल्याला साहेब भेटणार आहेत असं म्हणून आम्हाला मला आणि बाकीच्या काही सहकार्यांना ठाण्याच्या महापौर बंगल्यावर नेलं गेलं असं समजून आम्ही चालत होतो. पण नंतर ठाणे गेलं, ठाण्यानंतर वसई विरार, आता मला त्या एरियातलं जेवढं काही माहिती नाही, पण शहरं संपत गेली आणि पुढे जसं जाईल तसं माझ्या लक्षात यायला काहीतरी वेगळं होतंय. त्यांनी एका मिनिटात
Nitin Deshmukh claimed that he was given a mysterious injection by the Shinde camp.
कोणी माझी कंबर पकडली, कोणी माझे पाय पकडले, कोणी माझे हात पकडले, कोणी केसाची मान पकडली आणि एका जणांनी माझ्या दंडामध्ये जोराने इंजेक्शन टोचलं.
Sena in fact called it a BJP kidnapping plot.
शिवसेनेच्या आमदारांना अपहरण करून फसवून आपल्या कब्जात भाजपने नेलंय. मी उल्लेख फक्त भाजपचाच करतोय. नेलं आणि गुलाम बनवण्याचा प्रयत्न सुरू आहे.
Then came the Shinde Sena counter-strike. These images of Nitin Deshmukh posing outside and inside a private jet. The rebels claimed Deshmukh came to Surat of his own will, and in fact, he is the one who took this selfie.
एकत्र केलं. खेळीमेळीच्या वातावरणामध्ये आम्ही नागपूर एअरपोर्ट पर्यंत गेलेलो आहे. त्यांचे मित्र होते. मग गेल्यानंतर शटल प्लेन बघितल्यानंतर बोला आपण फोटो काढूया, आमचे फोटो आहेत त्यांच्याबरोबर. म्हणजे एकदम चांगले होते.
Here is Nitin Deshmukh signing the Shinde resolution in Guwahati.
रेजोल्यूशन में जो नाम है उसमें आपका भी नाम आ रहा है नितिन देशमुख करके.
नहीं दिखाई दे रहा है, मेरे को भी दिखाई दे रहा है, लेकिन सिग्नेचर मेरी नहीं है वो.
The Maha political blockbuster has had one thrilling twist after another. Will there be more drama as it nears climax? With Sahil Joshi and Paulami Saha, Bureau Report, India Today.
So amid all of this ongoing political crisis in Maharashtra and connecting Gujarat and Assam and even national capital Delhi, Shiv Sena leader Eknath Shinde, currently leading the pack of rebels, shared a letter that was written to Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. This letter sheds light on the grievances of the legislators, not recent even since the coalition started, and the reason that they have been upset with the party leadership from the beginning and specifically until recently. Here's more. Very important what the letter states. Take a look.
The gloves are off between Uddhav Sena and Shinde Sena. As Uddhav Thackeray tried to put on an emotional front to woo back his MLAs, the rebels have hit back with a scathing point-by-point rebuttal on why they chose to side with Eknath Shinde. Uddhav resorted to a filmy exit from his CM bungalow on Wednesday night, packing his bags and moving out to send out a message that he was ready to resign and the CM throne meant nothing to him.
की उद्धव ठाकरे मुख्यमंत्री पदावरती नकोत, तर मी आत्ता मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा राजीनामा द्यायला तयार आहे. आणि ह्याच्यावरती विश्वास नसेल तर आज आपली फेसबुक लाईव्ह झाल्यानंतर आज संध्याकाळपासून मी माझा मुक्काम वर्षावरून मातोश्रीला हलवत आहे.
The Shinde Sena in its 3-page letter has responded by mocking Uddhav, saying, with Uddhav out, now Varsha has become accessible to them. With Uddhav out, the doors of CM's bungalow have been opened up. The rebels also detailed how they were ignored and snubbed constantly at Mantralay and questioned, why were we constantly humiliated?
Sanjay Shirsat said that during this entire time, as Shiv Sena MLAs were being humiliated, while NCP and Congress were being appreciated and made time for by Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, it was Eknath Shinde who stood by them and in fact addressed their grievances and heard their concerns.
But there are two big sore spots: the Hindutva ideology and Aditya Thackeray. Yes, many rebels and even Shinde himself was angry at all the focus on Uddhav's son. Chief Minister Uddhav in his speech also spoke in great detail about Hindutva and reminded Shiv Senics about Aditya's visit to Ayodhya.
शिवसेना कदापि हिंदुत्वापासून आणि हिंदुत्व कदापि शिवसेनेपासून दूर होऊ शकत नाही. कारण शिवसेना प्रमुखांनी जो एक कानमंत्र दिलेला आहे की हिंदुत्व हा आमचा श्वास आहे. म्हणूनच गेल्या एक 8-15 दिवसापूर्वी आदित्य, एकनाथ शिंदे, त्यांच्याबरोबर आपले काही आमदार, खासदार, मंत्री हे अयोध्येला जाऊन आले.
And the Shinde Sena has claimed that they weren't allowed to go with Aditya to Ayodhya despite expressing their intent to do so. The 3-page letter that Shinde's camp has shot off to Uddhav is a scathing indictment of the Maharashtra Chief Minister. Bureau Report, India Today.
So all of the action right now is in the state of Assam, which has become a political potboiler and a flood of rebel MLAs. But there is also a real flood, a deluge which has affected Assam for the past few weeks. This important report of how the opposition parties are now targeting Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma, alleging that his focus is more on Maharashtra politics in Assam rather than what is happening on the ground with lakhs of people affected by the flood. Take a look. Shiv Sena MLAs flooding the state. And a real deluge that has displaced lakhs of people from their home. Two polar situations in the state of Assam, both connected to politics. Rebel Shiv Sena MLAs are holed up in this luxury hotel Radisson Blu in Guwahati, plotting on how to topple Uddhav Thackeray. The safety of a BJP-run state, a likely reason to fly to Assam. While the Bharatiya Janata Party officially is detaching itself from the Sena rebellion, this visual of Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma leaving the hotel where the MLAs are staying has turned into a full-blown political storm. The Trinamool Congress workers protested outside the hotel against the Himanta government, saying it was focusing more on Maharashtra politics at a time when his attention should be on tackling the natural calamity. The TMC netas upping the ante against the state government.
महाराष्ट्र का एमएलए लोग को यहाँ लाके यहाँ ये सब पॉलिटिकल ये करके रखा है, लेकिन यहाँ हम लोग का आदमी का क्या हो रहा है?
Congress leaders from Assam also joined in on the attack on Himanta.
Today, the BJP, in its lust for power, has become blind to the pain of the people of Northeast who are suffering from floods.
After the backlash, Himanta Biswa Sarma was seen visiting these flood-hit areas and supervising the rescue effort.
ইয়াতো আমাৰ গুৱাহাটীত ভাল ভাল হোটেল আছে, ৰেডিশ্যন আছে, তাজ আছে, গতিকে গুৱাহাটীত সকলো আহিব লাগে যাতে গুৱাহাটীত ব্যৱসায় বাঢ়ে আৰু এজন মানুহ হোটেলত থকা মানে আমি ইয়াত জিএসটি পাম, আমাৰ উপাৰ্জন হ'ব। গতিকে সকলো ৰাজ্যৰ দেশৰ বিদেশৰো পলিটিক্যাল এপিক সেন্টাৰ যদি গুৱাহাটীত হয় মই ভাল পাওঁ, খালি মোৰ হোটেল কেইখন বুক থাকিব লাগে।
The Chief Minister has dismissed comments of his rivals, saying he wants Assam to be an international political epicenter. For now, amid the flood misery, Guwahati has surely become the epicenter of the political quake that has jolted Maharashtra. Bureau Report, India Today. Time for a very short break. Stay tuned. Lots more on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
You are watching India Today.
India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% news that matters. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India. You are watching India Today.
Three weeks after the horrific murder of Punjabi singer Sidhu Moosewala, who was killed by a gang aggression, his fans are being now treated to a surprise song. This song's promotional video was first shared from Moosewala's official Instagram handle, already sending into a tizzy emotional fans not just in India but across the world, flocking with the comment section to praise the song. Here's more as the song is released and is already touching millions of views.
He rapped about narcissism. About shrinking space for dissent. And about dying young ominously.
Indira Gandhi started the SYL project. It was staunchly opposed by the Akalis. They opposed sharing river waters with neighboring states. The issue became a bone of contention between Punjab and Haryana. And it eventually fueled militancy. The song comes at a time when official surveys warn Punjab could well turn into a desert in the years to come if it continues to overdraw groundwater to feed water-guzzling crops. Successive Punjab governments, Congress and the Akalis alike, have steadily remained defiant over the SYL, despite the Supreme Court's rulings in favor of the project. Punjab cancelled water-sharing pacts with neighbouring states and then moved to denotify land that was acquired for the project. On its part, the Haryana Assembly this year passed a resolution for completion of the SYL.
निर्णय सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कर दिया है कि पानी पर जो हरियाणा का निर्णय जो हुआ समझौते में वो पानी हरियाणा का है. पानी अगर कम आएगा तो रेशो कम बढ़ जाएगी, ज्यादा आएगा तो ज्यादा.
The SYL issue can land Punjab's ruling Aam Aadmi Party into a political catch-22. Siding with Punjab's conventional stand on the project can make Aam Aadmi Party, with all its national ambitions, unpopular in Haryana. Opposing it will likely offer fresh ammunition to opponents to target AAP today.
It's a wrap on this bulletin, but clearly a developing story, and we'll be getting you all the latest through the night and the morning. Thank you so much for watching. Take care of yourself.
You are watching India Today.
Today is, the launch to the world of a fully operational urban airport. The first time ever in the world that there's an operational piece of infrastructure of this kind.
I think you'll see some operations this decade, but I think the 2030s will really be the decade of advanced air mobility, and you'll really start to see this be more ubiquitous from that point on.
watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
No end to the political thriller that's playing out in Maharashtra presently. Uddhav Thackeray fires a fresh threat, threatening to disqualify 12 Shiv Sena MLAs who failed to show up for the meeting. Meanwhile, rebel camp leader and Mantri also Eknath Shinde hit out at Uddhav Thackeray, calling this a tactic by Uddhav Thackeray, citing past Supreme Court decisions regarding disqualification. Not just that, he went on to claim that the rebel camp is now the real Shiv Sena.
Everyone knows it, how forcibly it has been written, maintained. You can see it in what has happened in Surat, when even Narvekar wanted to see them, how it was not allowed to see him for a long time. That proves the BJP is acting, the BJP government of the either Assam or Gujarat government, they were banning them. And right now also they are, in fact, kidnapped, you can say, and they have been deceived and they have been taken to the...
But those who were with us, with you like 2 days ago, right now as we are speaking, Radha Buse and even Ravindra Phatak has gone there now.
Ravindra Phatak has got no... It is a legislative assembly, not the council. To try to understand, he is a member of council. The legislative assembly member, Radha Buse, still they won't achieve the figure. If provided the people who want to come back, they are desiring to come back. If they come back, they will... पढ़ना पड़ेगा. एक petition 44 बनने का है, उतना छोटा नहीं है, वो कानूनन लड़ाई है. अब ये लड़ाई कानूनन लड़ाई है और पॉलिटिकल भी, राजनीतिक लड़ाई भी है. उस लड़ाई को लेकर हमने आज 12 सदस्यों को नाम दे दिए है. उनको हमने कहा है कि इनकी सदस्यता आप जो रद्द करिए, और वो पिटीशन है, उनमें से जो नाम है वो बता रहा हूँ मैं आपको. उनमें नाम है एकनाथ शिंदे, तानाजी सावंत, प्रकाश शुर्वे, बालाजी किनीकर, अनिल बाबर, हमारे यामिनी जाधव, लताताई सोनावने, संजय सिरसाट, भरत गोगावले, संदीपान भुमरे, अब्दुल सत्तार और महेश शिंदे, इन सभी की सदस्यत्व को रद्द किया जाए, यह हमने मांग आज आदरणीय उपाध्यक्ष के कानूनन ऐसे विधायक जा नहीं सकते हैं, तो शिवसेना के कुछ विधायक बाहर गए. अब वो विधायकों को यहाँ हमारे आदरणीय पक्ष प्रमुख महाराष्ट्र राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री उद्धव जी ठाकरे के निवास पर एक बैठक बुलाई थी हमने. उसकी नोटिस उनके लिए जारी कर दी थी. उस नोटिस के बावजूद वो आए नहीं, और कुछ लोगों ने नोटिस को जवाब दिया कि हम आ नहीं सकते, कुछ कारण बताए. तो ये सारे पढ़ने के बाद में पार्टी ने इनके ऊपर निर्णय ले लिया कि इनकी सदस्यत्व को रद्द करने की आवश्यकता है, और उसको लेकर आज हमने पिटीशन हमारे आदरणीय महाराष्ट्र विधानसभा के उपाध्यक्ष जिरवाल साहब के सामने दोपहर को दे दिया है, और उनको कहा है कि इसके ऊपर
No end to the political tussle that's playing out in Maharashtra and connecting Gujarat, Assam and national capital Delhi. But there is a massive show of strength in which Eknath Shinde's faction put out a photograph, even put out a video, indicating that they have at least 42 MLAs with them. The numbers therefore now stacked against Uddhav Thackeray in Mumbai. Here's a report now of how Eknath Shinde is becoming the next big leader. At least that's what he says with the numbers.
Presenting the Shinde Sena. All in one frame, massive rebel strength on display. India Today's agenda-setting news break has escalated and unfolded into a clear Shinde Sena versus Uddhav Sena war for the Maharashtra throne. Look closely at this image. All supporters of Eknath Shinde seen together for the first time, shouting slogans of Shiv Sena Zindabad and Balasaheb Thackeray ki Jai. Not 1, 2 or 3, but over 35 Sena MLAs have rebelled against the boss Uddhav Thackeray, and he was apparently clueless. The veritable last nail in the coffin, the induction of 3 more Sena MLAs into the Shinde faction. This includes the Sena's most trusted Mangesh Khudalkar, Sada Sarvankar and Deepak Kesarkar. With this, the Shinde Sena swells to 37 MLAs. The exact number needed to split the party without facing disqualification under the anti-defection law. Shinde could next approach the Maharashtra governor to prove a 2/3 majority required to claim power. The rebel faction could then join hands with the BJP to form the government. This means that the governor could ask Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray to defend his numbers on the floor, which, by the looks of things right now, will definitely fail. But like a dramatic movie, there could be a twist in the tale. And nothing in Indian politics is over till it's really over. Uddhav's right hand, Sanjay Raut, still claims that 21 rebel MLAs are having a rethink and will ditch Eknath Shinde soon. And a final shot that the Sena is willing to walk out of the government if the rebels return to Mumbai.
त्यांच्या ताब्यातल्या 21 आमदारांचा संपर्क आमच्याशी झालेला आहे. कोणी किती फोटो आणि व्हिडिओ इथे पाठवावेत, पत्ते खेळताना, जेवताना, खाताना, पिताना, पण ज्या दिवशी ते मुंबईला येतील त्या दिवशी त्यातले 21 आमदार हे शिवसेनेचे असतील.
The Mahak Game of Thrones in its final scene.
In a massive show of strength, the rebel MLAs of the Eknath Shinde camp came together for a photo op in Guwahati. While it was meant to showcase their numbers and their strength, it was also aimed at dealing a personal blow to Uddhav Thackeray as he watched his party crumble. With Ajay Kumar in Guwahati, Polami Saha for India Today.
My colleague Preeti Chaudhary exclusively spoke to former Lok Sabha Secretary General PDT Achari and senior advocate Sanjay Hegde on what could possibly happen next in Maharashtra's political potboiler. Listen in to what they have to say.
And what are the possible scenarios now, as per you, that could actually legally play out in the state of Maharashtra? What are we looking at?
No, what I feel is, if the Chief Minister feels that he doesn't have the majority, then he may resign. That is one possibility. In that case, naturally the governor will appoint somebody else as the Chief Minister. He can make the leader of the opposition as the Chief Minister and all that. Those possibilities are there if the Chief Minister resigns. Otherwise, the governor can ask the Chief Minister to convene, to hold a protest the House and prove his majority. That is what normally happens in such cases. So in that case, suppose these members, these 37 members or 40 members or whatever number they have, if they vote against the party, their own party, because naturally Shiv Sena is the party to which all these people belong. And therefore Shiv Sena is well within its right to issue whip to all these members, all the 55 members of the Shiv Sena. And they are bound to obey the whip.
Right.
If they defy it, then that becomes a ground for disqualifying. But then, if the government resigns or if the government goes, is voted out, then there will be a totally different kind of political scenario. Another Chief Minister will come, another party will form a government, and then there will be another speaker. And if the petition goes to them, goes to that speaker to disqualify these people who have voted against their party, then of course it is anybody's guess what will happen. Then they can go to the Supreme Court and all that. It's a very prolonged kind of fight.
Kidnapping allegations are flying thick after 2 Shiv Sena MLAs who returned to Maharashtra claimed they were forcefully taken to Surat in Gujarat. But Shinde camp is debunking the claims with selfie pictures of the same MLAs on a private jet in Surat.
It's the Maha war over rebels. And it's getting crazier by the minute. In the Uddhav Sena Shinde Sena fight, MLAs are top currency. No wonder that each side is trying its best to get the numbers. Hours after Eknath Shinde flaunted his MLAs, Uddhav Sena paraded 2 netas who had returned to the party fold. Nitin Deshmukh and Kailash Patil sat with senior Shiv Sena leader Sanjay Raut, alleging that they were forcibly taken to Surat.
आमच्या सहकार्याने सांगितलं की आपल्याला एक ठिकाणी जायचंय, तिथं आपल्याला साहेब भेटणार आहेत असं म्हणून आम्हाला मला आणि बाकीच्या काही सहकार्यांना ठाण्याच्या महापौर बंगल्यावर नेलं गेलं. असं समजून आम्ही चालत होतो, पण नंतर ठाणे गेलं ठाण्यानंतर वसई विरार, आता मला त्या एरियातलं एवढं काही माहिती नाही, पण शहरं संपत गेली आणि पुढं जसं जसं जाईल तसं माझ्या लक्षात यायला काहीतरी वेगळं होतंय. त्यांनी एका मिनिटात
Nitin Deshmukh claimed that he was given a mysterious injection by the Shinde camp.
कोणी माझी कंबर पकडली, कोणी माझे पाय पकडले, कोणी माझे हात पकडले, कोणी केसाची मान पकडली आणि एका जणांनी माझ्या दंडामध्ये जोराने इंजेक्शन टोचलं.
Sena in fact called it a BJP kidnapping plot.
शिवसेनेच्या आमदारांना अपहरण करून फसवून आपल्या कब्जात भाजपने नेलंय. मी उल्लेख फक्त भाजपचाच करतोय. नेलं आणि गुलाम बनवण्याचा प्रयत्न सुरू आहे.
Then came the Shinde Sena counter-strike. These images of Nitin Deshmukh posing outside and inside a private jet. The rebels claimed Deshmukh came to Surat of his own will, and in fact, he is the one who took this selfie.
एकत्र केलं. खेळीमेळीच्या वातावरणामध्ये आम्ही नागपूर एअरपोर्टपर्यंत गेलेलो आहे. त्यांचे मित्र होते. मग गेल्यानंतर शटल प्लेन बघितल्यानंतर बोला आपण फोटो काढूया, आमचे फोटो आहेत त्यांच्याबरोबर, म्हणजे एकदम चांगले होते.
Here is Nitin Deshmukh signing the Shinde resolution in Guwahati.
रेजोल्यूशन में जो नाम है उसमें आपका भी नाम आ रहा है, नितिन देशमुख करके.
नहीं, दिखाई दे रहा है, मेरे को भी दिखाई दे रहा है, लेकिन सिग्नेचर मेरी नहीं है वो.
The Maha political blockbuster has had one thrilling twist after another. Will there be more drama as it nears climax? With Sahil Joshi and Paulami Saha, Bureau Report, India Today.
So amid all of this ongoing political crisis in Maharashtra and connecting Gujarat and Assam and even national capital Delhi, Shiv Sena leader Eknath Shinde, currently leading the pack of rebels, shared a letter that was written to Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. This letter sheds light on the grievances of the legislators, not recent even since the coalition started, and the reason that they have been upset with the party leadership from the beginning and specifically until recently. Here's more. Very important what the letter states. Take a look.
The gloves are off between Uddhav Sena and Shinde Sena. As Uddhav Thackeray tried to put on an emotional front to woo back his MLAs, the rebels have hit back with a scathing point-by-point rebuttal on why they chose to side with Eknath Shinde. Uddhav resorted to a filmy exit from his CM bungalow on Wednesday night, packing his bags and moving out to send out a message that he was ready to resign and the CM throne meant nothing to him.
की उद्धव ठाकरे मुख्यमंत्री पदावरती नकोत, तर मी आत्ता मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा राजीनामा द्यायला तयार आहे आणि ह्याच्यावरती विश्वास नसेल तर आज आपली फेसबुक लाईव्ह झाल्यानंतर आज संध्याकाळपासून मी माझा मुक्काम वर्षावरून मातोश्रीला हलवत आहे.
The Shinde Sena in its 3-page letter has responded by mocking Uddhav, saying, with Uddhav out, now Varsha has become accessible to them. With Uddhav out, the doors of CM's bungalow have been opened up. The rebels also detailed how they were ignored and snubbed constantly at Mantralay and questioned, why were we constantly humiliated?
Sanjay Shirsat said that during this entire time, as Shiv Sena MLAs were being humiliated while NCP and Congress were being appreciated and made time for by Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, it was Eknath Shinde who stood by them and in fact addressed their grievances and heard their concerns.
But there are two big sore spots, the Hindutva ideology and Aditya Thackeray. Yes, many rebels and even Shinde himself was angry at all the focus on Uddhav's son. Chief Minister Uddhav in his speech also spoke in great detail about Hindutva and reminded Shiv Senics about Aditya's visit to Ayodhya.
शिवसेना कदापि हिंदुत्वापासून आणि हिंदुत्व कदापि शिवसेनेपासून दूर होऊ शकत नाही, कारण शिवसेना प्रमुखांनी जो एक कानमंत्र दिलेला आहे की हिंदुत्व हा आमचा श्वास आहे. म्हणूनच गेल्या एक 8-15 दिवसापूर्वी आदित्य, एकनाथ शिंदे त्यांच्याबरोबर आपले काही आमदार, खासदार, मंत्री हे अयोध्येला जाऊन आले.
And the Shinde Sena has claimed that they weren't allowed to go with Aditya to Ayodhya. despite expressing their intent to do so. The 3-page letter that Shinde's camp has shot off to Uddhav is a scathing indictment of the Maharashtra Chief Minister. Bureau Report, India Today.
So all of the action right now is in the state of Assam, which has become a political potboiler and a flood of rebel MLAs. But there is also a real flood, a deluge which has affected Assam for the past few weeks. This important report of how the opposition parties are now targeting Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma, alleging that his focus is more on Maharashtra politics in Assam rather than what is happening on the ground with lakhs of people affected by the flood. Take a look. Shiv Sena MLAs flooding the state. And a real deluge that has displaced lakhs of people from their home. Two polar situations in the state of Assam, both connected to politics. Rebel Shiv Sena MLAs are holed up in this luxury hotel Radisson Blu in Guwahati, plotting on how to topple Uddhav Thackeray. The safety of a BJP-run state, a likely reason to fly to Assam. While the Bharatiya Janata Party officially is detaching itself from the Sena rebellion, this visual of Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma leaving the hotel where the MLAs are staying has turned into a full-blown political storm. The Trinamool Congress workers protested outside the hotel against the Himanta government, saying it was focusing more on Maharashtra politics at a time when his attention should be on tackling the natural calamity. The TMC netas upping the ante against the state government.
महाराष्ट्र का एमएलए लोग को यहाँ लाके यहाँ ये सब पॉलिटिकल ये करके रखा है, लेकिन यहाँ हम लोग का आदमी का क्या हो रहा है?
Congress leaders from Assam also joined in on the attack on Himanta.
Today, the BJP, in its lust for power, has become blind to the pain of the people of Northeast who are suffering from floods.
After the backlash, Himanta Biswa Sarma was seen visiting these flood-hit areas and supervising the rescue effort.
ইয়াতো আমাৰ গুৱাহাটীত ভাল ভাল হোটেল আছে, ৰেডিশ্যন আছে, তাজ আছে, গতিকে গুৱাহাটীত সকলো আহিব লাগে যাতে গুৱাহাটীত ব্যৱসায় বাঢ়ে আৰু এজন মানুহ হোটেলত থকা মানে আমি ইয়াত জিএসটি পাম, আমাৰ উপাৰ্জন হ'ব, গতিকে সকলো ৰাজ্যৰ দেশৰ বিদেশৰো পলিটিক্যাল এপিক সেন্টাৰ যদি গুৱাহাটীত হয় মই ভাল পাওঁ, খালি মোৰ হোটেল কেইখন বুক থাকিব লাগে।
The Chief Minister has dismissed comments of his rivals, saying he wants Assam to be an international political epicenter. For now, amid the flood misery, Guwahati has surely become the epicenter of the political quake that has jolted Maharashtra. Bureau Report, India Today. Time for a very short break. Stay tuned. Lots more on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
You are watching India Today.
이번에 김양래 총리소원께서는 장기간에 이제 8기 어차전에서 인민들의 생활상용으로를 기준으로 내세우고 생산투쟁을 돌릴 수 있는 이런 가업도 있었습니다. 그래서 우리 공장에서는 인민들이 좋아하는 이런 샴푸, 그다음에
체대 비사망 체계 여론학의 서덕 사업을 제일 순위에 놓고 진행하고 있습니다. 특히 인민소비품을 생산하는 공장으로서 바다 서덕과 서울 기대들에 대한 서덕 사업을 그 어느 때보다 더 강화하고 있습니다.
You are watching India Today.
Three weeks after the horrific murder of Punjabi singer Sidhu Moosewala, who was killed by a gang aggression, his fans are being now treated to a surprise song. This song's promotional video was first shared from Moosewala's official Instagram handle, already sending into a tizzy emotional fans not just in India but across the world, flocking with the comment section to praise the song. Here's more as the song is released and is already touching millions of views.
He rapped about narcissism. About shrinking space for dissent.